Hello, good morning and welcome to Fuji Speedway in Japan, the penultimate round of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. 6 hours of Fuji is about to get underway. 30 minutes from now, cars will roll off the grid for the 100th FIA WC race. Welcome to our coverage of the 6 hours, everybody. My name's Martin Haven, in the booth with me, Graham Goodwin, Darren Turner down among the throng, and with Roger Penske on the grid, we will have our pit reporters, Bruce Ioane and Shea Adam, ready to bring you coverage of what hopefully will be a fast, exciting and dry 100th race. 7th round of the championship. The championship's titles are likely to be decided in Bahrain at the 8 hours, the traditional season finale. We end up in the Gulf where we started in Qatar back in February. So it's been a long haul for all our teams and drivers, in the centre of which, of course, the glittering star of the entire championship, Le Mans. Well, Toyota Gazoo Racing on home ground here, but they may not be the front-running team. They would love to win this. And this Fuji track has been a real challenge for drivers since the 1970s. Darren Turner.
It's actually a fantastic circuit in two halves, really. The first part, sector one, pretty simple. You've only got turn one to navigate, a little kink in turn two. But in the beginning of the race, turn one's going to be a problem, especially with the cold tyres. But a super important part of the circuit. Then into sector two, turn three, fourth gear, fifth gear, depending on the car, hypercar or GT car. Super long right-hander. Turn five leads into turn six, and it's all about what you're going to do in terms of compromise on the exit of turn five into six. The run through 8 and 9, pretty simple. Heavy braking down into turn 10, and then the last sector, sector 3, super tricky. I'd say the trickiest part of the whole racing calendar in terms of getting the car right and getting a good balance and running through turn 16 onto the super long straight.
And that straight, 1.6 kilometres, a full mile-long straight here at Fuji. And on that straight, we have our ceremony with the 100th race flag out there and all the cars lining up in formation. Now, this is the better placed of the two Proton competition Ford Mustangs, 9th in the LMGT3 class. And Graham Goodwin, the 77 car, didn't get to qualify at all yesterday.
Yeah, major engine breakage for that car. Missed qualifying while they effectively replaced the whole front end of that car. But good to see. Both the Mustangs are going to be on the grid, and they were in fine form last time out. They will be looking for a good result here. Here's the next car in the order, the 54 from Vista Jet AF Corsa. Thomas Floor's efforts across the line ahead of the Mustang at COTA, but had that win taken away from them from contact in the final stages. They will be looking for a 4th win for this car at Fuji in the recent years.
They were last year's winners here. Yannick Dalmas in the safety car, wearing some of the 100th WC race merch and also with a unique livery on that safety car. Now then, the two Corvettes qualified nose to tail 7th and 6th. The 81 car, Tom von Rompuy will start that. Rui Andrade was the driver who put it 7th on the grid in the Hyperpole session. Bronze driver and the silver driver both involved in that. Sebastian Bourdais at the sharp end of the grid with Hertz Team Jota. Their Cadillacs qualifying very strongly indeed here again. And there, everybody just appropriating a little bit of local merchandise. Ben Keating there with the purple helmet, waiting to jump into the 33 Corvette, the he shares with Johnny Edgar and Danny Juncadella. Still in the championship hunt. They were the winners of the first round of the championship, but they do need a strong race here to keep them in contention. Well, this is the 100th race. Fuji also celebrated the 30th race and 60th race of the World Endurance Championship. But this is the round 100. Transportation partners DHL responsible for moving so much of our freight around. They brought all the cars and equipment over from the US, and they are also responsible for bringing this special 100th race trophy here to Fuji. Getting in a few laps of the track while you can, and why wouldn't you? seamlessly. Here it is, the 100th WC Race Trophy, and that will be presented to whoever is on top of the podium. Carsten Michaelis, who is the DHL representative for the World Endurance Championship, bringing it to the grid.
Special moment for the WC, 100 races up. How many to come? Hundreds more, we hope. But a special time in sports car racing history today. A special time in this era with hypercar booming around the world.
Yeah, so many manufacturers already involved. 9 different manufacturers in the hypercar class, 9 in LMGT3, and more queuing up to join in. Now then, our championship leaders. This is where things start to get serious for the Manthey First Form Porsche. Manthey won last year with Pure Racing, and this year they are leading the championship from the 21 Vista Air Corsa Ferrari with a 33 Corvette still very much in the hunt. There are 65 points, I beg your pardon, still on offer. So effectively, most of the top 10 mathematically might be champions. Realistically, it is probably those top 3. Well, let's catch up with our crew on the grid. Shea Adam and Bruce Ioane down among the drivers. We'll hear from Anthony McIntosh.
It's Anthony McIntosh in the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans, who is going to be starting on pole position today for the LMGT3 class. Anthony, a night to think about it. How important is getting this start right?
Honestly, it's all about getting through turn 1 clean, and as long as that happens, I think we're good. So really, it's just the focus going to be on how hard are these guys going to push from the back? Are they really going to go all in on turn 1 and try and win the race? That's not my goal, but I might be forced into that, so we'll just kind of play it by ear.
Congrats on another pole. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Tony McIntosh, a new intake of bronze driver. He's going to be a star in the future. Here is the 4th place car on the LMGT3 grid, the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. Top 3 bracket 3, and we saw Heart of Racing cars at the top of both classes. Where might they finish at the end of this race? It is a big day indeed for Aston Martin and all their fans worldwide. Ian James and Richard Leitz.
Yep. Fierce rivals on track, friends in the paddock. And that's one of the joys of working in this paddock, is that everybody is so accessible and so relaxed when they're out of the cars until the visors go down. Now, McLaren were very strong in free practice. They worked well in qualifying as well. 3rd on the grid, they nearly had a front row lockout. James Cottingham qualifying the 59 car. He will start that as well. Let's catch up with the 92 Manthey First Form team.
Richard, you're looking very relaxed, but there's a lot at stake this weekend.
I think you have to be sort of relaxed to, in this sport to be successful at the end. We all try to, be good in this sport, and you have to take chances, and therefore you have to be relaxed. But honestly, we always love to race in Japan. We have really a good car. We have always loved to race in Fuji, and therefore we had a very nice week so far, and we try to do our best in the race. Therefore, we all are quite relaxed.
Okay, good to see, and good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Well, the Manthey First Form Porsche team are the points leaders at LMGT3, just missing out on pole position in what was an incredibly close hyperpole session. Darren Leung and Sean Gelael. This is the car that won in Texas. They were 2nd at the line, but after the penalty for the 54 Ferrari, they claimed McLaren's first victory. But pole position, Darren Turner, putting it clear of anybody else, Alex Lynn. He was in a class of his own at the front of the field, wasn't he?
It was a mighty lap from Alex yesterday. 4/10 clear of anyone else in hyperpole, so yeah, absolutely superb.
Pole position in hypercar then to the caddy. We'll see that a little later, but here is the pole position car in LMGT3. The Racing Spirit of Le Mans, number 10, Aston Martin. Again, Aston Martin absolutely on the up, and it was Tony McIntosh in the first part of the session. Hyperpole for Eduardo Barrichello.
And it's the 2nd time this team has run as a trio, their 2nd pole.
Rubens, how proud are you of that amazing pole position?
It was amazing. To be here in Japan. I've always wished to come to Japan with my boys, and to see that, to be present in that, is just I have a lot of gratitude. He's driving so well.
Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Fingers crossed.
He looks like the most nervous person in the entire garage. Dudu Barrichello doing the job to get them pole position. Will we use the wet weather tyres today? Well, there is the threat of a sprinkle of rain. It shouldn't be heavy, and so everybody will be starting on the dry weather tyre, the Eagle Medium. Goodyear supplying the tyres for our LMGT3 field. So that's the LMGT3s, and Racing Spirit of Le Mans, well, they've got potential. They really could be right in amongst the podium finishers here. Let's get down into our hypercar field.
Well, it's a bittersweet moment for Stoffel Vandoorne. Made his debut with Peugeot here at Fuji. Now your last race with the team for now. Going forward in hypercar, what would it be like for you to get on the podium here at such a special place?
It would be special for sure. We managed to get a podium in Austin a couple of weeks ago, which was a nice result and well deserved by everyone. We've been looking quite okay here. We're looking quite competitive for this race. It's a track where you can overtake. The degradation on the tires is quite high, so hopefully we can make our way forward and give it another shot to finish on the podium.
Good luck, Scott.
And the Peugeot is quite light on its tyres. That might be a factor. They have been quick for certain. The soft tyre, nobody's quite used that yet. Track temperatures have been high enough this weekend that it's been sort of out of that range. So everybody should be starting on the yellow sidewall medium tyre. Getting into our hypercar class then, critical race for car number 51. The championship leaders, Ferrari, also potentially could tie up their first ever Manufacturers World Championship here this weekend. They lead from Porsche, who are just 2 points ahead of Cadillac, so there might be a mighty fight going on between the German and American giants as well in the wake of Ferrari. But if Ferrari trip up here, if the car can't manage the degradation, then they could be looking to try and take that when we get to Bahrain. Huge crowd of fans here for the autograph session yesterday and today. The pit walk, everything was absolutely rammed. And as ever, Darren Turner, it's a unique combination of the sort of weird and wacky of Japan and the passion of their motorsport knowledge.
It's a real favourite for all the drivers and the teams coming here to Fuji, just because of the support you get here. It's such a lovely fan base coming along to the WEC race here at Fuji, and I think everyone really appreciates it.
We're also close to one of Toyota's big manufacturing plants, so there's a lot of Toyota personnel here, manufacturing personnel. 13th on the grid, Kevin Magnussen, Raffaele Marcello and Dries Van Tor in the number 15 BMW. Neither BMW finished in Texas. They're definitely hoping to produce something.
Kevin, a sort of disappointing qualifying yesterday, but your strength has always been in the races. And today, starting from there, what is your strategy? Are you going to try to offset something?
Well, we'll definitely try to do maybe different than the others to try to gain some position and have an advantage. But it's going to depend on the first laps and how Lawrence, improve our position in the first stint. But the midfield is very packed and very close together. So it's going to be difficult, but normally we execute the race well. So hopefully we can do another good race here and get some good points.
Okay, good luck for the race. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Yeah, on to the first of the two Peugeots, or rather the second of the two Peugeots on the grid, the 94. Loic Duval with Milte Jacobsen and Stoffel Vandoorne aboard this car. We heard from Stoffel earlier. They'll be disappointed with this qualifying, but they've had good speed all weekend here. Watch for this to be a potential car to move forward.
Only one team managed to get both cars into Hyperpole, and that was Cadillac. So one of each of the other manufacturers did get through, although one factory Ferrari, one privateer Ferrari got through. So 007 Aston Martin just outside, just a few thousandths off Harry Tincknell. And looks like that car had plenty of pace, but Harry just overcooked it in turn 10 on his quali lap.
Yeah, he was disappointed, I think, ultimately with his qualifying performance. Knew the potential was there again, wants to move forward. And as we move forward with the number 83 car, this is Phil Hansen looking to get aboard the 83 Ferrari. Two Ferraris, although albeit only one of the factory cars in that top 10. And Darren, these guys are in for the Drivers' Championship.
It's all attack in this stage of the race, isn't it, for these guys? They've got everything to go for and nothing to lose, really. So I can imagine they're going to be pushing forward very quick early on in the race.
Into the top 10 with the better of the two Alpines. Ferdy Habsburg there with his teammates ready to take on the start. And the Alpine, again, had pace, maybe not quite as quick, it seemed, consistently as the Peugeot, but this could be a big race for them. Going to be very hard to try and predict a winner out of this one. It looks as though all the cars are as close here as they've ever been. Number 8 Toyota did make it through. Sebastian Buemi will take the start for them. So one of the two TGR cars in the top 10. They start in 8th. So drivers getting suited up, ready to take the start. Their teammates will line up on the grid. We're just a few moments away from the Japanese national anthem, and we're deep into our hypercar field. There you go, everybody starting to line up. The fans have cleared the grid, back in the grandstands and in the hospitality areas, and ready for the national anthem to get into our final grid presentations.
皆様、スターティンググリッド前方をご覧ください。それではここで国歌斉唱に移らせていただきます。本日の国歌斉唱をご担当いただくのは、先ほどスペシャルライブパフォーマンスで会場を盛り上げてくださいました世界的シンガーのシェネルさんです。お客様、関係者の皆様は恐れ入りますが、ご起立、ご脱帽のご協力をお願いいたします。
J-pop star Chanel was singing earlier on the grid as well, and keeping the crowd highly entertained. So Toyota Gazoo Racing saluting lots and lots of workers from the Toyota manufacturing plant just up the road here. And the JDF helicopter flyover.
Super Huey, I think.
And on the way back to the hotel yesterday, we saw 3 of their VTOL helicopters, the Ospreys, which are a rare sight indeed. That is a proper 2-rotor Huey as well. How did you ever sneak up on anybody in one of these? You can literally hear it coming long before you can see it.
It's the dictionary opposite of stealth.
Fabulous thing. See, why are we into helicopters? We're not into helicopters, we're into anything mechanical.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's so true. So many drivers are into all sorts of mechanical things, cars and planes and trains and everything. There's going to be 2 million photos of this. Well, let's get down onto the grid and meet the local team. Chat to Ryo Hirakawa.
Ryo Hirakawa was a star of qualifying yesterday. The 8 Toyota starting in the 8th position. Ryo, this is such an important race for Toyota. Moving forward is going to be the goal. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, obviously we're going to try our best. It's going to be a tough one for sure, but yeah, we do our best. And yeah, we got a lot of fans, our Japanese fans, so yeah, we're going to do our best.
Good luck today.
Thank you so much.
Well, they do start in the top 10. So too does the number 5, Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. They're lining up in 7th place. Just a 2-driver lineup in both Penske Porsches, 2-driver lineup also in the 2 Aston Martin Valkyries.
Flag presentation. National flag will start. Aaron Smith, Rugby World Cup winner, All Blacks legend. It will be again the national flag that starts this race.
We'll also say congratulations to the Roses for their win overnight in Japan time anyway of the Rugby World Cup. Antonio Giovinazzi starts in 51, Graham.
Yep, it's a 51 car. Leaders, of course, in the points in the Drivers' World Championship. Everything up for grabs here.
Well, let's catch up with the caddy team at the sharp end of the field.
Norman Nato, part of the number 12 crew, starting on pole position for today's race. Norman, you get the easy job. Well, the pressure's off until the end of the race. What's it like to bring a Cadillac home to victory?
Well, we are still far away from it. You know, like it's a good position to start, but it's going to be a very tight race. There's actually a lot of cars in terms of race pace being good. So as always, like until you're crossing the line, everything can happen. So yeah, obviously we're in a good position for now. We did quite a decent job in FPs to kind of prepare the race setup, but now like this is where like basically you have to show what you are capable of. So and it's the end of the season as well. So obviously now it's very important to score as many points as possible. So obviously if we can go for the win, we'll go for it. If not, we still want to bring back some big points at home, and yeah, it's always the same target, so we're going to go for it and do our best.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Norman and his teammates just 5 points off 3rd in the Drivers' Championship, so they'll be looking for a big result. BMW looking to try and end their heartbreak as well. René Rast, Robin Freins and Sheldon van der Linde qualifying the 20 car firmly in the middle of the top 10 positions, so they will start in 5th place on the grid.
It's the 007, very technical to start this car. But the 93 Peugeot, 4th on the grid, and disappointed to be 4th on the grid. That's a marker of the way in which the pendulum is swinging at the moment in the FI World Endurance Championship. This car with Paul de Resta, Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne to campaign the car. It will be Paul de Resta to start the car, and with real hopes of another podium at worst for Peugeot this afternoon.
Well, disappointed not to be on the front row as well. 009, the lead Aston Martin Valkyrie from the heart of racing with Marco Sorensen and Alex Riberas. This car was quickest in FP3.
Moving forward to the front row of the grid. And it's, they've got just aboard here, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. Laurens Vanthoor will start that car. There they are. It's an all Cadillac front row. Sebastian Bourdais in the 38, dominating qualifying the Cadillacs. And buttoning down now with Jensen Button's car. He'll be in it later.
And the pole position, car number 12. It's the 3rd 1-2 on the grid of the season. It is the 3rd 1-2 of the season for Cadillac Hertz Team Jota. They've been mighty impressive. They were 1-2 in Le Mans, 1-2 in Sao Paulo, and 1-2 here. And they would love to take victory here, to move themselves up in the championship standings, but also to try and move Cadillac ahead of Porsche, and maybe even to contemplate chasing down our championship leaders Ferrari in the season finale. Darren Turner, 6 hours of racing here at Fuji. It's always going to be tough work on the cars and drivers. It's not cold, wet and miserable. It might well actually be quite hot and humid in the cars.
It's a difficult race just because of the nature of the circuit. The last sector, it's really tricky. That combination of corners 13, 14, 15 and a little bit of 16. Easy to make a mistake in those areas. So the focus for the guys in this race is going to be really immense. So yeah, it's a hard 6 hour race to do.
So clearing the grid, and all of our officials and dignitaries have departed, leaving the drivers in that little bit of blissful isolation. And this is where everything starts to happen now for the drivers. You pull the helmet down, you shut the door. This is where you begin. Japanese national national flag is waved, and the field will move off. First of 2 formation laps, and Darren, with no tyre warmers, really going to be important to build that heat into the tyres and the brakes for the start of the race.
Massively. When you think about the length of the start-finish straight here and the run down to what effectively for the hypercars is a second gear corner into turn 1, first gear for some of the other cars in the GT as well. So it's super tight into the first turn. They're coming from a higher speed than normally other circuits into turn 1 for the first time. So it's really easy to make a mistake. It goes down slightly, camber drops away as well at the midpoint. So yeah, there's a lot of sort of running against the drivers as they approach turn 1 after the start. So yeah, the main thing will be getting that temperature into the brakes and the tyres. They've got 2 laps to do it, but in actual fact, you probably need 2, 3 or 4 laps to really get the temperature up to where they should be once you're up to race speed.
Going to be interesting to see who wins the battle of bravery on the brakes into turn 1. Will it be the Aston Martin that's in front before they even get there? It's quite a long run down the front straight before the lights will go green. Working through our hypercar field, Lawrence Vantor in his Porsche, Nico Pino on the back. But in the front row of the LMGT3 field, Tony McIntosh will pace the field ahead of Darren Leung, James Cottingham in the McLarens, and Ian James in the second of the Aston Martins. It's looking strong for them. Championship leader Ryan Hardwick ahead of contender Ben Keating on row 3, Tom van Rompuy in the second Corvette, and Thomas Floor looking for his 4th win here in Japan. Stefano Gattuso in the better of the 2 Mustangs will be alongside Francois Heriot ahead of Ahmed Al-Hati in the better of the BMWs, and Martin Berry in the Mercedes. Arnaud Robin and Yasser Shaheen start on row 16 in the grid. On row 17, Petru Umbrarescu behind his teammate, and Andrew Gilbert in the second of the Mercedes. Céline Martin, the Iron Dames, had a disappointing qualifying. No times at all. The car didn't go out, the 77 Mustang, so Bernardo Souza will start on the final spot of the grid.
Just one quick point of interest, all the bronze drivers start this time, so no outliers in the silver and gold ranks. Bit of a spin, and that is Sebastian Bourdais on the first of these formation laps, and you were saying it earlier, Darren Turner, so easy to make that happen.
That's the thing with the cold tyres, and one thing to look out for, exit of turn 1 this year is gravel there, just the other side of the curb, so it's going to cause issues in the race. People are going to drop their wheels on the left-hand side of the car. It's going to get dirty on the exit, so that's going to be a bit of a point to look at further through the race.
He has made his way back up to his grid position. You can see there, Sebastian Bourdais. It's first of 2 formation laps. There's time to recover that, but certainly won't have helped the tyres.
Well, the good news is that it was very low speed, so hopefully won't have flat spotted them too badly, but I imagine the air was blue with French invective as he cursed himself for that error. And it's so easy. Not only is there no temperature in the tyres, but there's no brake temperature, and so Darren, these carbon brakes, that's super grabby.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the worst case scenario, isn't it? Your tyres aren't up to temperature, they haven't got the grip, and then the brakes aren't actually optimal either. So when they do come on, they grab for the first bit. So it's the worst of all the situations. So yeah, you just have to go into turn 1 with a bit of caution. That's easier said than done, isn't it? When you're charging down there, the lights have just gone off, charging into turn 1, and you've just got to have a bit of a mindset that you're not going to win this race on the first lap.
Yeah. It's very easy, and again, end of on lap 2 down the end of the straight into turn 1. That's going to be fun as well. So everybody trying to build that heat, build the temperature in the tyres, in the brakes, and of course then what happens is you go through the very slow last sector, you crawl up the hill onto the straight, and all of that temperature starts to bleed away. Well, there is the safety car with this beautiful 100th WC race livery on it. The other safety car has the standard red and black, but yeah, outstanding piece of livery there. And our pole position drivers were awarded a special 100th race helmet as well, so I'm sure that will go onto Alex Lynn's shelves and those of Eduardo Barrichello as well. Double waved yellows, or double yellows at turn 1, so Darren, looks like somebody may have a problem, or are they trying to make sure that the track is safe?
No one stopped there. Now, whether or not there's any debris there, I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder if someone's actually just had a bit of a loop round at the exit turn 1, same as obviously the Cadillac did on the first lap, and just put gravel across the track.
All right, well, lights are off on the safety car, so we're not getting an additional formation lap. The yellows have been withdrawn. The track is green. We are getting ready to start the 6 hours of Fuji. Cars lining up 2 by 2. On board with Sebastian Bourdais on the outside of row 1 of the grid. We are about to go racing in Japan for the 6 hours of Fuji. The LMGT3 field are catching up. Safety car will dive for the pits at the last moment. Red lights are on. We are ready to race in Japan. And it's a pretty good clean start. One of the Toyotas not quite running through its grid markings, and that might be a problem for them early on. Sebastian Buemi in the number 8. The 2 Cadillacs fan out, trying to defend against Paul di Resta's Peugeot. Marco Sorensen on the inside being very cautious under braking in the Aston Martin. And Darren Turner, so easy to make a mistake there, but it looks like there's been no contact so far.
On the grid of hypercars, they all gave each other space. You can see as they were trundling down the main start-finish straight, they were conscious about making sure no one's going to trip over each other into turn 1.
New leader in LMGT3 behind, though. Darren Leung into turn 1 on the inside and grabbed that lead from Tony McIntosh.
Seem to remember him being brave at the start a couple of times in turn 1. We had a couple of cars run out wide, René Rast, and not sure who was behind him. But there's a move on the inside of the number 5, Antonio Giovinazzi trying to hang on. Julian Andlauer going the long way round the outside and cuts across the nose of the Ferrari, takes the place. So on board with Giovinazzi, our points leader, and 83. The yellow Ferrari has been pushed down. Phil Hansen being cautious. He's down to 11th already.
Yeah, look, the 15 car was making a move there into turn 10 as he made it through. The answer is yes, he has.
Yeah. 2 Ferraris nose to tail. The second, the Aston Martins, that 007 Harry Tingle behind Phil Hansen, and he's just been the other Ferrari 50 car, Nick Nielsen, trying to have a go, but the Aston Martin has got long legs on this straight.
The Aston Martin making progress here.
And the second of the Porsche is the number 6 car, Lawrence Vantor, up behind Mike Conway's Toyota. He didn't get through.
15 BMW taking a look up the inside of the...
Oh, and off into the gravel and back on again very quickly comes the number 6.
Trouble 78 Lexus, we'll come to that in a moment because it's fast and furious stuff in the middle of the pack here in hypercar. Making progress is Harry Tincknell.
Yeah, the Aston Martin has got very good top-end speed, and as long as they can keep their tyres alive, they could be a real factor in this race. On board with Lawrence Vantor, this is the number 6 Penske Porsche 963, right behind the second of the Ferraris, the number 50 car, Nick Nielsen.
Vantor too making progress in these early stages of this race. 78 car has got moving again, had an incident at turn 16. I'm sure we'll get to that in due course. We can't take our eyes off the hypercar battles at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, Loic Duval in 7th, and he's right behind the other Ferrari Porsche battle. So both red Ferraris have got a Penske Porsche behind them. That's Antonio Giovinazzi in 51, the all-red car with a white nose and white highlights. That's number 5, Julian Andlauer. The number 20 BMW with the yellow, red and white, the shell livery. René Rast in 8th place. We ride on board down the straight, Darren, and he can see the Peugeot pulling away.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit disappointing from his seat, looking at the Peugeot getting a bit of a better drive out of turn 16. But hopefully it comes back to them with tyre wear later on in the stint, and then make some progress from that point there onwards.
You can see the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen weaving around. He just sort of moved to cover off Harry Tingle in the 007 Aston Martin. Tingle just losing out a little bit there in turn 1. Here comes our LMGT3 field. Darren Leung ahead of James Cottingham. Tony McIntosh with the yellow nose of his Aston Martin in 3rd. Ben Keating 4th. Ian James in 5th.
So it's dropping back a couple of places now. Tony McIntosh in the early stages here. McLaren up to 1-2 from 2-3 at the start of the race.
And further back on the inside, Yasser Shaheen defending against Ryan Hardwick, the championship leader in the turquoise 92 Porsche. He didn't get through there, but he tries to cut back underneath on the way down the hill. Through turn 2 down to 3.
Just looks like the McLarens have been a bit better turning on the tyre on the first couple of laps, just getting their heads down and looking like they're working together at this stage and not trying to trip each other over. Obviously 77 started right at the back and it's already made up five places, so they're charging through.
A strong start as well from Ben Keating in that 33 Corvette that's had an up and down year.
Through on the inside of the Aston Martin comes the second of the Ferraris, and that is 50 versus 007. Harry Tincknell in the green Aston, and through on the inside has got Nick Nielsen being pretty aggressive there. Saw a tiny opening, Darren, and if you see a gap and you don't go for it.
He certainly went for it at that point, and then obviously Tinks is now coming back. Does look like the Aston's got some good speed on the main straight, but maybe they compromise on the aero and losing a little bit out on that sector 3.
But look at the Porsche, number 6 car also going round the outside the 50 car. Can he make it through that tricky turn 1? Gonna have to go the long way around this. He does. The Ferrari is right with him, still there. The spotter would be screaming at this point, but the Porsche makes it through.
Yes, it does. Through to the left-hander as they come sweeping down the hill, and that frees Tincknell up to try and chase the yellow 83 Ferrari of Phil Hansen. So 2 British drivers, nose to tail, just outside the top 10. 10th place is Ferdy Habsburg in the 35 Alpine, and a challenge for the lead. Now, this is where it all went wrong last year for McLaren. Down into turn 1 a couple of times. Darren Leung and James Cottingham change positions. Cottingham taking the lead, and that's the slipstream effect. Even with your own teammate, you can draft past them on the straight.
Ben Keating up to 3rd in that exchange as well, past Tony McIntosh, who I think is driving at this point. Bit of a wiggle there for Ben in the Corvette. I think Darren Turner at the moment, slightly conservative start here from Tony McIntosh.
Yeah, when you look at what Tony achieved in Brazil, it was a fantastic first opening stint. And then, he's dropped obviously back a little bit at this point.
Well, he was on the front row, beg pardon, on the second row of the grid. Yellow nose there coming down into turn 1. Ian James on the outside got just shuffled out a little wide, and that allowed the second McLaren that was using the inside channel. You see Darren Leung diving to the inside there briefly.
I tell you what, I'd like to see a replay of the cars actually starting the race, because he was way behind before they got into turn 1.
54 Thomas Floor got biffed out onto the gravel by the 81 Corvette and dropped way down the order. And here is the McLaren going around. Does he get 2 Astons in one go? Doesn't quite. This was all on lap 1. Took the second position away from number 10 car after it ran wide down there at turn 10. So Tony McIntosh being conservative. We heard from him before the start of the race, chatting to Shea, and he was saying, I'm sure somebody will try and win it on turn 1. That is not our plan. Now then, battle for 3rd place behind the 2 Cadillacs. Marco Sorensen ahead of Paul Di Resta with the white Peugeot, the red Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi, and Julian Andlauer behind them in the number 5 Porsche. There's a little bit of clear air for Julian Andlauer on the back of that queue before Loic Duval's Peugeot. And here is the view from Giovinazzi. 3rd, 4th and 5th all in frame.
Yeah, the one that's to watch though is slightly ahead of this, because Marco Sorensen is beginning to get his head down and is beginning to make inroads now into the second of the Cadillacs, Sebastian Bourdais.
Let's hear from the Ferrari team.
Remember, we have a better degradation than the other, just be patient.
That's a good thing to hear, isn't it?
Those 3 words are endurance racing, aren't they? Just be patient.
I was more interested in the degradation at that point. You know, if you got your engineer getting on the radio and saying that it's going to come to you, that's always a good feeling when you're sat in the car. The previous lap, it looked like Marco just went a bit deep into turn 10, and he was under a bit more pressure from the Peugeot in sector 3 at that point.
Well, there's the replay of him passing Paul Di Resta down into turn 1. So, having freed himself up from the Peugeot, Di Resta's rear view now shows Antonio Giovinazzi behind, and not too far back either. Giovinazzi just 0.6 of a second, 0.5 of a second now behind the Peugeot. So I'm sure the Ferrari driver fancies moving up. 51 is the championship leader in the drivers' standings, and they would love to take a first world championship for Ferrari at the top level, and the drivers' title as well. That would be a great to offer for Ferrari as well. The blue car in the centre of your shot, 27 Aston Martin, Ian James. That car started at the front of the field, but right behind the other blue car, the 88 Mustang, Stefano Gattuso. Is he going to dive? Well, Ian James covers off.
Yeah, it's a great little battle here between these three. And the other Mustang, remember, that started at the very back of the grid, is making its way up through the fields. Picked up 5 places since the start, the 77. But the sister 88 car here fancies a bit Ian James's 27 Harder Racing Aston Martin.
Really does, and not too far behind. Ahmed Al Hati and Yasser Shaheen battling 9th and 10th in the 2 BMWs, so they've got a little bit more early race pace than it looked as though they had perhaps in free practice.
Still battling to get onto terms with the 83 Ferrari, Harry Tincknell, the 007 car.
Yeah.
This is the battle for 12th.
But he is right with him now. The problem for Harry Tincknell, Darren, is that he's got the Porsche right behind, so if he makes a move and it doesn't work, he might end up going back one, not up one.
You've seen that already, haven't you? You know, they're tripping over each other, same in the GT field and the hypercar. You get into this middle section, you start to close up, and then certainly into sector 3, you can really trip over. You go for the sort of attack, and then suddenly it's like, actually, I've just opened the door and now I'm being attacked at that point as well. So it's really tricky to be in the middle of the pack and try and make progress, but without giving anyone else the opportunity to take a move on you.
Especially running down here hard from high speed into the slowest first gear corner on the track, turn 10. And that's a real bottleneck when they start to get into GT traffic as well. At the moment, the 2 classes are separate on track, but it won't be for long. McLaren 1-2, James Cottingham leading from Darren Leung, with Ben Keating lying in 3rd place in LMGT3. We'll catch up in the garage.
Well, it's a very orange view that we have on the race at the moment. Feels good?
Yeah, it's a positive orange for us. You know, it's still 1-2, but we're obviously second now, but we know how important the second stint pace is in this weekend, so yeah, we manage. I think Darren knows what to do, so hopefully James doesn't go too far and we can have a chance to fight later on.
Just a quick question about the tires. You seem to be on it very quickly. Does that mean that you will degrade faster than the others?
To be honest, until FP, it looks like we're on the fight with the other guys, so we'll see. But our driver knows what to expect, and I think Darren at least is managing more, I think, hopefully, so we'll see. Hopefully we catch a bit more in the second place.
Thank you very much. Long race to come.
Well, while we're hearing from Sean Gallel, we saw a change for 4th place, didn't we, Ian James? 27, the Harter Racing Aston, just moving ahead of Tony McIntosh in car number 10, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. And again, look at this now. They are now all over the back of the second hypercar from the Cadillac team of Sebastian Bourdais. Right behind him is Marco Sorensen, Paul di Resta and the rest in a long queue behind, and they are now in the back of the LMGT3 field.
That's what's done it. This is where the other element of the World Endurance Championship comes into play, traffic. And all of a sudden, that lead battle is compressed and compressed very much indeed.
Yeah, so it looks as though our leader, Will Stevens, got through cleanly. He's now 4 seconds up the road ahead of Sebastian Bourdais, on board with the other Sebastian Buemi, Swiss driver in the number 8 Toyota, and he's got the 35 Alpine, 30 Habsburg right behind. Habsburg gets a cleaner run. Buemi got held up behind the Iron Dames. Habsburg 4 wheels over the white line, so even if he makes that pass there, he'll have to give it back. Now he's looking to go around the outside into turn 1, Darren. This is going to be latest of the late breakers.
Absolutely. I mean, he got squeezed a little bit to the pit lane on the way down there into turn 1, and obviously just trying at the outside line, see if he could push Buemi into a mistake, but he's way too experienced for that.
Yeah, Buemi shut the door. He knew he was in trouble, didn't he? When you're not on the throttle where you want to be, you know you're going to be dead in the water.
So we had 7 laps of clean racing in terms of no traffic, and now it's chaotic from this point onward.
Okay, so feedback is for turn 4-5. It's crucial you stay off throttle mid-corner phase. And we also see the cut, turn 4 is too big. Driver just 11+1 there.
Now, part of that is working on their fuel economy. The other part, as we see a change there, the Aston Martin...
Not a change. No. That's Marco Sorensen fending off the still present danger from the Peugeot. These two have been at it all the way through.
Oh, trouble for that is 007, Harry Tincknell.
That's down at turn 10, I think.
That is at turn 10. He's tried to dive into a gap.
And some damage as well on the front left. And just going back a couple of corners, it must have been pretty awful for Marco to be right up the back of his effective team boss, Ian James, in the 27 car. You're trying to make progress, keep that Peugeot behind, but also not get in the way of the racing with the GT field.
just looking there, the front straight line speed we've seen at the Aston, but the Peugeot is mighty as well in the straight line. He's stuck with the Valkyrie all the way down the start-finish straight, leaving the Ferrari a little bit behind, closes up under braking, but it's these two beginning to look to try to make a breakaway from the rest of the pack.
So Paul de Resta in fourth, Marco Sorensen in third. Harry Tintle complaining about rear brakes locking. And where is he? In there, inside the 83 car. He was trying to make a move on 83. Contact with the yellow Ferrari. That's right on board, Darren.
And the 15.
Yeah. I think the brakes may be the least of his issues.
I just unlucky. I just don't understand what to do. I went up on the big, but
he went up on the BB, the brake balance, and there you see it all open up for the Porsche behind.
And that braking right down to first gear, and it looks probably like it was the second to first gear, just locking the rear axle, and he was on the inside line, which is probably a bit dirty as well at that point. So, yeah, a lot going on down into turn 10.
Yeah, where the shifts happen and how the shifts happen, how soft or how hard they are on the downshift, was a topic of conversation for Brendan Hartley, Sebastian Buemi and their engineers, and the number 8 car as well, even on the track walk. So it's not just about the car and being able to go fast and finding the gaps in traffic. There's a massive electronics war going on to manage all the sophisticated systems, and you sort of understand that in hypercar because we see them as a relatively sophisticated car, but the same is happening in LMG GT3. Sebastian Buemi again painted to the white line on the inside. Ferdy Habsburg trying to come around him, doesn't get it done this time, but it looks like the Alpine has got just a little bit more pace than the Toyota, and I think Habsburg might be getting frustrated here.
Yeah, danger as well here for this pair, for Lance Fronto, who's making further
contact.
Yeah, contact front to rear.
Habsburg hit the back of the number 8 car, and is that a left rear puncture? It is. That is a left rear puncture, instant puncture from that contact. So the 35 car may be in trouble in the steward's office, so I'm afraid 007, because Harry Tintle turned 2 cars around, full course yellow. Now we had yellow flags out elsewhere.
There's going to be a fair amount of debris around now, not just from that, but also from that 3-car incident that involved, by the way, not the 50 Ferrari and the 15 BMW that was turned around.
Now this may really help Will Stevens in the lead car, because he was already in the slowest part of the track when full course yellow came out. If this is very short, then he might get released at the beginning of the straight and be able to race away while everybody else is in the tight and twisty stuff. Looking back from the number 8 car.
Yeah, that was a late move. I don't really think it's an overtaking opportunity, turn 3. Maybe on from class to class, but actually you really need to have a big overlap at that point. So it's a bit of a lunge, and really unlucky for car 8 to get that puncture. But on the flip side of that, he's quite lucky that he went straight to full course yellow. So everyone's at a slow pace while he's making his way back to the pits.
Yeah, so that actually enforces him coming back slowly and minimising the damage. But yeah, instant deflation from the 8 Toyota.
No, very sorry. I got surprised by the shortcut.
Well, that happened to the number 8 car last year as well.
Yeah, it did happen to the number 8 car last year. I did think he'd actually lifted a little early there. This is the 83 crew. Now we're hearing there is a hole in the side of the 83 car. Remember, this is a Drivers' Championship contender, second in the points. They're getting ready with a patch for the side of this yellow Ferrari.
Bits of yellow Ferrari in the track is some of the debris. So
it comes
contact
the 8.
with whom? Yeah, not the only one. I think 35 was coming in there as well.
Well, there'll be damage, I'm sure, to the front of the car. When we got to the in-car with the number 8 car, you heard the lift. You heard the lift. And I think that's what caught out the Alpine. It wasn't as clumsy from the Alpine as perhaps it looked in the first instance, and you heard it from Sebastian Buemi himself.
Well, the team is saying tyre only for the number 8 car, but it is going to need that left rear quarter repaired, because it shouldn't be flapping around like that.
Well,
so there's a question as to whether that legality panel remains.
Well, remember, there are pit stop observers from the race organisers. They will determine whether or not they're happy with the safety of the car. We're going to see it again. We'll hear it again. Listen to this. There, the lift. and then the impact. I think that's what caught out the 35 car behind.
So there was obviously some side-to-side contact from 83.
It's this side.
Yeah.
Was that back in turn 10 with the 007 at that point?
Yeah. Might well have been. This is the start of the race. The two Cadillacs trying to manage the front row control. Worked really well for Will Stevens. Sebastian Bourdais helping out. Little lock up there from the 7 Toyota. Alpine couldn't quite get through at that stage with the 50 Ferrari. Again, no bits flying up in the air, which is always a welcome sign in hypercar. The 007, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, 15 BMW there on the right-hand side. There's the 83. A little contact with the tail of the 83 at that stage.
To watch at the moment, there's this car. The number 6 is on a charge through this field. Get back to green flag racing. That car is going to be inside the top 10.
This again, all from lap 1. That's the 15 BMW.
Lock up, you can see on the dash then had a lock up.
Yeah. So no contact at that stage with 83, that would come later. There was contact there though, and that was, so that's why the number 5 Porsche got eased off, or number 6 Porsche rather got heaved off.
That was the 5.
It was the 5, yes it was. Julian Andlar in that car currently in 6th place. Number 6 car has moved up to 9th place.
That is a big hole.
That's not an insignificant bit of damage, is it?
Now, they're going to have to hope that patch works, because this is the car, this is the driver squad that is contending the lead of the World Championship for drivers with the factory team.
We will be removing full course yellow in less than 30 seconds.
They might need a bigger bit of tape.
These are crucial moments in the World Championship. These really are.
Well, luckily enough,
20 seconds to remove full course yellow.
It's not covering their number
We will
panel.
remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
It will have to cover their position indicator.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Well, away we go again. Let's hear from the 83 team.
So yeah, Phil, after full course yellow, we'll need to let by car 50. The damage is quite big, more than the side let. We will try to repair with tape. We'll do our best.
Well, see, again, I would argue, no, don't let the number 50 car make him work for it. Here's the Toyota in traffic.
But taking advantage of the traffic is the 88 Mustang going by, having passed Ben Keating, now past the second place McLaren, ahead of Darren Young.
That's fantastic stuff from Stefano Gattuso in that Mustang. Superb restarting. They were all bunched together, and Ian James in the 27 Aston is now behind both of those Corvettes and the McLaren, and the Mustang has just gone by all of them.
Really a battle here. Darren Young being eaten up at the moment. Corvette to the side of him, Corvette to the rear of him. There's thousands of them, he's saying.
Leung started second in the class. He's now down to third. Gattuso up to second place from 8th on the grid.
Big wiggle there from the 33 car over the curbs into a little bit of the gravel on the overrun, but it's not stopped him. He's kept his position, and in fact the 81 car has lost a position to Ian James in the 27. Car 77 is going to get a drive-through penalty. That's the Mustang incident with the 78 Lexus. That would have been at the final turn. We saw that go off the road.
Here's where the passes started with the Mustang. I malign Stefano Gattuso. He didn't start 8th, he started 9th in LMGT3, splitting the difference, trying to go underneath the McLaren as it ran out wide into turn 1, and he made that pass stick. So 9 seconds in front now, Will Stevens. This is a big lead for the number 12 team over their sister car, the number 38 Cadillac, in second place. 009 Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen lies third by not very much at all, ahead of the Peugeot Paul di Resta. But the race leader, Darren Turner, nobody in front of him, nobody behind him, just checking to make sure with the team that there's nothing, no red flag that he needs to know about or something.
It's a really nice place to be for Will at this point. You know, when he gets up to the slower traffic, he's just having to deal with it on his own, not have to worry about being in a battle with someone else next to you, because that always takes a bit more time. So yeah, he's going to be able to cut through the traffic a little bit more efficiently than the guys that are scrapping.
Ryan Hardwick in 11th in the turquoise Porsche, looking for 10th from car number 10, Tony McIntosh. McIntosh started on the front row of the grid. They had pole position, that number 10, Aston Martin. They're down to 10th place, but the race is still long. 5.5 hours still to go.
Remember, yes, a long way to go, but that is a point-scoring position, the difference there. Meanwhile, Julian Andlar and Marcus Sorensen under investigation for an incident in turn 1. We saw that. That was the Aston Martin side-by-side with the Porsche.
Change for the lead in LMGT3. The Mustang is out front. They came within 2 laps of winning last time out, as we see a battle under brakes between the 20 car of Rene Rast and Lawrence Vantor. Rast trying to go around the outside of Vantor. That didn't work. He's got Fred Makovici and Ferdy Habsburg right behind in those 2 blue Alpines.
Well, remember we were talking a little while ago about the 83 in the Drivers' Championship. The 6 is still in there, and it's making massive progress here. These could be important moments. Look at this battle. Oh, there's contact there too.
There was contact and a big panel flying off the back of the Porsche. That is going to need replacing. These cars are very sensitive aerodynamically, Darren Turner, and when bits go missing, even at the back, or perhaps especially at the back, then that can be a big issue.
Yeah, generally, I'm always more worried about the front. You start losing the like a little aero flick on the front or something in the front splitter, and you start getting the understeer, and you just lose lap time. With the rear, you're going to, if you lose some components of the rear with like aero, you'll just end up with a bit more of an oversteering car. And generally, that tends to be less of a drama as the stint goes on. So, yeah, I'm always worried about the front than the back. So.
That's a real racing driver. Never believe in a rear view mirror. Some teams have already been complaining about the left front tyre giving up, which is bad news because they're going to have to double stint up most of those.
A bit of a battle pack here with the number 20 BMW. Both the Alpines are recovering after being involved in that incident. Turn 10, number 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen. But this one is not letting up, is it? Some cracking racing this afternoon. We're only 26 minutes in.
Not too far behind Lawrence Vantor in 8th place either. Well, 77 Ford is having a tough time. Let's catch up with the team.
It's already been a very character-building weekend for the number 77 Ford crew, as they've had to replace the engine before we even had qualifying, so the car not being able to run then. Ben Barker, you took the car out for the shakedown lap effectively to make sure everything was okay. The car was okay at the start, but a little bit of contact has thrown something off and the pace just isn't there. What are you hearing on the radio as far as, is it fixable?
Yeah, we're not sure at the moment. We're having a look at the car. There's definitely some visible damage to bodywork, so the splitter on the front left is hanging quite low, so that'll need to be changed. Yeah, not sure what happened. We don't have the onboard, so I think there was obviously contact, and we've just had a drive-through as well. So, yeah, we just need to assess the damage and see why the pace isn't there. Hopefully it is just sort of cosmetic and not nothing to do with suspension, but we'll see. So, yeah, not the greatest start, but we'll fight to the end.
A drive-through is recoverable when it happens in the first 30 minutes of a 6-hour race, though, right?
No, exactly. It is recoverable. Let's say that's not really the major issue. The issue is the lack of pace. So that's obviously some damage somewhere. So hopefully it's not too terminal, and we can just push to the end.
A lot of Ford Racing fans cheering for you. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Just a brief shot of the pink Porsche of the Iron Dames. They started in 17th place on the grid. Celia Martin has already worked them up to 13th place. She was hot on the heels of Vista Air Corsa Ferrari number 54. Back in our hypercar field, the yellow Ferrari car number 83 there. Down in 15th place, Mike Conway, the number 7 Toyota. Ahead of him, the better placed of the 2 Toyotas at the moment in 14th place. Never count Toyota out, especially here in Fuji. Their ability to operate the car is absolutely second to none. But now, Peugeot number 94, Loic Duval, under pressure from the better of the 2 Penske Porsches. Number 5 car, if it hadn't been knocked off across the gravel at the start, might well be a couple more places up the order.
But remember, that 94 car started outside the top 10. It's another car that's come through the field Lead change again, by the way, in LMGT3, because James Cottingham is back to the lead in the McLaren. We saw that position change with the 88 Mustang, certainly significantly less troubled. To translate, by the way, for non-technically versed viewers, what it was that Ben Barker was saying there, roughly speaking, what he was saying there, Darren, was damn!
politely sort of saying that, yeah, it's game over at this point, and they need everything to go their way to get back onto anywhere, you know, even onto the back of the sort of 16th, 17th position. So yeah, they've got a long afternoon, especially when it's so early in the race. Absolutely. That's the most frustrating point. You know, you've got another 5.5 hours to go.
Replay there of Mike Conway slingshotting past the 83 Ferrari. Again, not really sure why the team told Phil Hansen to let the 50 car go.
He's not got the pace.
Make them fight for position though.
No, they told him to let the 50 car by, not everybody else. He's not got the pace, but they're clearly looking at the moment, as we've got Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car under investigation, full course yellow procedures, an emergency pit stop. He didn't pit again, and he should have done. He should have pitted again when the race went back to green.
It's already too
Just got so much understeer behind this car.
Play with the bars if you need.
Man, maximum slow, maximum speed. I do everything.
Yeah, copy.
Well, a spin there from the number 60 Mercedes, the yellow car of Andrew Gilbert, and that split the difference here, and the one who lost out was Loic Duval, got first to the scene of the incident and lost more ground. And Darren Turner, sometimes being the hunter is hard, but being the hunted is often much harder.
Yeah, absolutely. I always prefer to be sort of hunting someone down and using them as the pace, but you can see this is a real drag race down into turn 1 here between the 5 and the Peugeot. Yeah, I mean, that move's taken 3 corners to make that happen, hasn't it? It's basically, and it's still going on.
Yeah, the Peugeot back down the hill underneath him, and he's going to be run into the back of the Lexus. And that's how you use traffic, isn't it? You box in your rival.
Watch the 6, though. That's given the 6 the opportunity to get on the back of the Peugeot. This run back up through the field from Laurens Vanthoor, and he now is given a little bit of light relief, if you like, to his teammate the 5 by putting the Peugeot under pressure from the rear.
A little bit of something flapping on the left rear of Vanthoor's number 6 Porsche.
Red remand for car 36. That was a use of the diff investigation.
Yeah, so it will have been spiking, and oh, look at this, a 3-way contest in LMGT3, being chased by a 3-way contest, and Laurens Vanthoor finding himself in a box full of neutrals there. The number 6 car came to a halt, trying to get through that traffic, and couldn't quite make its way further past. So that was the Iron Dame's Celia Martin and the Akkodis car of Petru Umbrarescu and Martin Berry in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. And Celia Martin actually came out on top of that little group. There she is. So she benefited from that quite significantly.
She did. We're just going to see this from the inside. I think heads-up stuff for the GT drivers here, Darren, because that could have been very naughty indeed.
You've got to have eyes everywhere at that point. Turn 10 in particular, it's so tight and twisty down there at turn 11, turn 10 to 11, and the change of direction, and it's really hard to know exactly where the cars are around you. You've got obviously your mirrors and the camera in the car as well, but at some point when you've got 3 or 4 cars around you, it's easy to lose position in terms of where they are and understanding what they're going to be doing.
And let's remind viewers, with the bronze drivers in the car, that's even more of an issue. Less experience, using more of their available brake power just to drive the car as well as the peripheral stuff.
And generally, the bronze drivers are less experienced, and they're not used to so much of this sort of multi-class racing. You know, most of these guys that have got to being here in the World Endurance Championship have got decent experience under their belt. But even so, that type of scenario that we've just seen into turn 10, very tricky for everyone to be able to navigate through that.
Yeah, and there again, that's where the 60 car spun, and you see everybody go, whoa! Bomb burst formation like the Red Arrows. And of course, what was going on there, going down into turn 10, is that Petru Umbrarescu was trying to make a pass on the Mercedes. So they're having their own race, and turn 10 is a classic overtaking opportunity. So this corner last lap, the hypercars are coming whizzing down the inside, and then the Lexus is trying to get by the car in front of him. So they suddenly go 2 wide, and you get 3 wide going into the tight first gear hairpin. It's always going to be a crunch point here. Well, the stewards are still working through video of lap 1, more investigations from contact in that. Right on board with Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. This car has already had to go through the pit lane to have a new tyre after contact from behind the 007 Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell. 007 is now at the tail of the field. Buemi is 17th, and still that flapping bit of bodywork on the left rear. Not sure that's going to last for another 5.5 hours.
But the key here is look how quickly he's caught Phil Hansen. Pretty clearly the 83 crew are trying to get Phil through a fuel stint they believe they're going to be compromised if not. 80 plus appearances in these 100 races, the WC from Seb Buemi, Ricard Leitz and James Collado, the only drivers to make 80 plus appearances with a single make. Congratulations to them today.
The 83 car's really struggling, isn't it?
Yeah.
With it's roughly about 2 seconds off the pace at this moment, and that's a big hole. And it's not even on the clip. You know, they can't replace the rear clip, they can't replace the nose either. It's down the side. It's one of those parts that they've got to use the tape, and hopefully that holds it together for the rest of this race.
Drama's coming for a number of cars, and some big significant runners, not more significant at the moment than the 009 Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen, plus the 54 Ferrari, the 60 AMG and the 81 Corvette. All will be getting drive-through penalties, full course yellow procedures. Side by side here, Seb Buemi and Phil Hansen are going to go. No, they can't quite go other side of the 54. The 007 right there as well with recovering Harry Tincknell.
Yeah, there's also an investigation ongoing for whoever biffed off, I think it was the 81 Corvette, biffed off the 54 on turn 1. So lots of turn 1 investigations on lap 1 and 2 still coming.
Let me know if you share the same opinion as me. I think the only chance we have is to have a really good second stint management tyres. So we don't have pace anyway now.
Phil Hansen, you know, despairing now. He's down to 17th place.
Well, the aero is badly compromised. Clearly, much of the top end, the whatever that is in the middle of the road, just been run over by one of the BMWs.
And Hansen just been passed by Buemi, and the last car in hypercar 007 Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell is right with him as well. It's a massive hole in the side pod. Why is he going so slowly? Because it's causing a phenomenal amount of drag, and that is just holding the car back at speed. It's not affecting the handling so much, but it is definitely affecting his top speed.
It might even have an impact on the balance of the car because of where it is on the side of the side pod. It could be affecting the rear diffuser, so losing a great deal of downforce at that point. So it could be a double whammy, drag and obviously balance in the car.
And then you've got to worry about cooling as well, because it's disturbing the airflow probably all the way through that side pod. So lots of potential penalties coming our way after the first couple of laps. But Graham, the challenge for second place now, Marco Sorensen, with a penalty over his head.
That's the point, it's going to be interrupted, isn't it? So Marco's looking to make progress as quickly as he can and then take this probably as late as he possibly can to retain as much position as possible in this 009 Aston Martin.
.007 Harry Tincknell, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, after a drive-through penalty for spinning out 2 cars, trying to close in on Phil Hansen. Tincknell with issues with 007 as well, it seems. It's got damage on the left front corner. Look just to the inside of his left headlamp. There's a hole there, and that won't be helping their airflow either.
And that hole was from the contact with the 83, so they're both doing their best to get these cars around the circuit and get it to the checkered flag.
One quick correction, no drive-through yet, no result from that investigation into that 4-car incident. Can tell you though, the instruction at the moment for Marco Sorensen is to push. That's about managing where he is on track when he comes out against GT traffic. That's what the game is right now. He is going to lose positions for the overall, but they're looking at where those gaps are.
Yeah, getting my 009s and 007s confused. Battle of 54 Ferrari, Thomas Floor. No, that's the 21 car, isn't it? So 21 Ferrari, this is Francois Heriot with Yasser Shaheen behind him. Heriot's already been passed by the 46 car of Ahmed Al-Hati, and Shaheen in the BMW trying to go through. And the problem there for Heriot is that if the BMW opens the door, that turquoise Porsche behind and the number 10 Aston Martin will try and slot themselves through before it closes.
Yeah, strong period of the race for the BMWs in LMGT3 at the moment. You're absolutely right, 46 going well. Here's the 31 trying to do likewise, and looking like he could have made it. So car 95. I was looking to see if we could get a replay of that jump start for the United Autosports car. Now, Darren, we saw as the cars came down into turn 1, Darren Young was already well clear of the pole-sitting Aston Martin. I did wonder whether or not Darren had been a little bit trigger happy.
I thought it may have been the other way around, as in car 10 not going at the right point and just sort of bogging down off the line. So yeah, that now makes more sense, doesn't it? Why Darren had such a big lead on the run down to turn 1 on the first lap.
Big time, 31 car makes it through on the inside of the car 21, and there's contact there from the Porsche on the 21 Ferrari. And that's bad news for the 21 car. Could turn into bad news for our championship leaders in the 92 Porsche as well.
Yep, they could ill afford that if they want to tie up the championship here. That is a little less likely to happen now. And also, Ryan Hardwick under pressure now from Tony McIntosh in yellow-green Aston Martin, the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car.
We'll tell you, by the way, that Marco Sorensen has made that drive-through penalty just to show how closely behind the leading car this field is grouped. That has dropped him from 3rd to 18th place.
Yep, 3rd to last. And he's just behind 007 of his teammate Harry Tingle. Again, you can see the Porsche there just defending the middle of the road to turn 10. But Darren, that means that you're not going to be quite as comfortable up the twisty stuff.
Thing is, on the way down to turn 10, if you take the middle of the road, you're actually not in a bad place because of the fact that you can't make a move up through this bit. Only part you can make a move is when someone makes a mistake, or into this turn here, turn 14. If they're running wide for the faster line, you can sneak it, sort of send it up the inside and just take the apex away from them.
Clouds a little heavier and darker. Here's the Aston Martin duo and the 83 Ferrari.
Yep.
3 cars that have had some pretty rotten luck so far in this race.
Yeah, well, 2 very beautiful cars, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, both sporting damage, and that is Marco Sorensen behind. Remember what we said just 5 minutes ago, what were the team trying to achieve the 009, staying out and contesting positions, stay clear of GT traffic. They've done that, they've done it beautifully, and he's now in a battle for 2 positions he can grab back.
Okay, Marco, 7, let us go as soon as they sorted out the 83. Keep pushing, head down, man. It's like qualifying every lap now.
That's a good message as well. He knows that 007, as soon as he's sorted out 83, which he seems to do, will let the 009 car through. That means probably down the straight here, Darren, 009 should have the legs on the Ferrari and will go past both of the cars in front of him.
Yeah, when you look at the damage on the front of the 007 there, it's quite extreme. I mean, it's not just the nose, which will be given a bit of an aero effect on the rear wing, but actually the front splitter as well. So I can imagine it's turned into a bit of an understeering monster, but it looks like Marco's now got the run on 83 to make a pass on the way into turn 1.
Further up the order, Kevin Magnussen ahead of Sebastian Buemi. The Aston Martin having to dodge a bit of debris, and that's the other problem with cars driving around with damage, is that it doesn't always stay together. So Sorensen has got by the 83 car. He's now up to 17th. He will chase down Harry Tingle, probably try and make that position swap at turn 10 on the lap.
Final turn, by the way, slippery surface flags being shown. Give you an idea how closely spaced this entire hypercar field is after 42 minutes of this race, as the leader, Will Stevens, was coming through turn 1 last time around, almost 8 seconds ahead. Marco Sorensen was coming off the apex of turn 15. It is effectively the length of the start-finish straight covering the whole field.
42 minutes, 43 seconds covering hypercar. We are going to full course yellow.
Virtual safety car.
20 seconds for virtual safety car.
See. So there is a significant amount of debris on the track.
In less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
So to explain virtual safety car, this phase is effectively full course yellow. You can see, by the way, the rear of the 15 BMW, significant damage there as well. This will be for a fair amount of debris clear up at 3 or 4 different places on the track.
Slippery surface flags there at the start-finish line.
So this is from the 15 BMW, I believe, on the start-finish straight. That's now which bit was that?
That's the exit of turn 1. That's been there for a few laps,
Yes,
but
it has.
it's off the racing line. But while they've got the whole thing down to virtual safety car, this is a good time to do a bit of a clear up.
So 15 comes in, there'll be a rear clip change, I'm sure, for that car. So we'll stay under virtual safety car conditions for at least 2 laps to give everybody an opportunity to pit. That's good news for people sporting damage. We will then go to a safety car.
That is good news. The bad news is that the 8 seconds that Will Stevens had built up vanishes, because we will go into a queue behind the safety car and they'll be nose to tail, or relatively nose to tail again. But you're right, that means that damage can be fixed, and it's probably everybody's now going to take this on as their first fuel stop.
That is massive damage to
That
the
is
side pod
a
of
lot
that
of
car.
damage.
The number 83 car.
And if
There's
it was in practice, you'd bring it in and you'd spend 5 minutes repairing it. If you spend 5 minutes in the pits now, then your race is effectively over.
This, though, may be relatively lucky. That is, I think, just the rear clip that's going to be required. So this should be a relatively quick stop. And burning it this one, they look like they're going to change the rear deck as well.
Maybe that they're worried that the mounting points aren't quite secure. Here is the enormous blanket of gaffer
if you remember
tape that's going on. They need to have a second one, otherwise that'll peel off before the end of the first flying lap.
Darren?
The biggest problem there is the lance that does the air jack is also in there. It was dangling out. You could see, they put it back in there, but it was dangling out, so that could have also been damaged. If that had been damaged, then they wouldn't have even been able to get the car up in the air to change the tyres.
Now there is a secondary system you can use with an airbag. We've seen it used a couple of times at WC to chuck an airbag under the car and lift it, but that takes time. You're right. I mean, I'm not convinced, by the way, that repair's going to hold.
Absolutely not going to hold in a million years. But the question is, they didn't take tyres. Did they take fuel as well? In comes the race leader. Tyres only, we're hearing. So no fuel but tyres? That sounds...
I swear they took fuel. I swear they were taking fuel and hanging off doing the repair. Fuel and tyres, yes. In comes the race leader. Before we forget anything else, by the way, what a start from Will Stevens in the number 12 car. We shouldn't miss that. Drove away from this field while everybody else was actually packed up behind and having their own squabbles. Will Stevens got his head down and put 7 seconds on a field.
And Darren, sometimes people say, well, pole position in endurance race doesn't really matter, it's just a thing, but actually it allowed him to be clear of all of the other carnage.
It is a thing. It really is. I mean, I think when you have a 24-hour race, it's less vital. But on a 6-hour race like this, certainly on a circuit like this as well, track position is vital. He's managed to keep his nose clean throughout this stint. Like 45 minutes into the race now, and that pole position that Alex achieved yesterday was all part of the building up of their position out on the track right now. So they're having what would be classed as a lovely clean race.
Hearing, by the way, from the Marshall's representative down at the campsite there, they're hoping to have enough pieces to make their own hypercar by the end of today.
A bit like Johnny Cash.
Bit of a moment there for the 6, needed to be lifted and just shifted around the number 5 car. Will cost it just a couple of seconds on pit lane. That might be significant in terms of position.
But unlike the 83, at least they got it back in the box for the first time of asking and didn't take 30 seconds to get it done. 20 BMW, is that a full set or is that left sides only? Looks rather like left sides only. And Darren, on a clockwise circuit, it is the left tyres and particularly the left front that take all of the brutality. So left side only is quite a common change.
Yeah, it will be. The biggest problem with this circuit is turn 4 and turn 5. It's you're pushing on that front left all the way through that corner, and then again you've got 13 and 16 that really put the pressure on that front left. So yeah, I can imagine that it's always going to be changing that side, and then you'll just be changing the right side as and when.
One to watch, by the way, is we've got both Toyotas on pit lane at the moment. 93 Peugeot at this point has not pitted, therefore leads the race. It's the only hypercar not to have made its way down pit lane. It does still have time to do it. The pit lane entry will stay open until we see the message safety car deployed.
And we just saw the reason why Peugeot didn't bring both their cars in together, because Toyota did, and one of them had to be pulled back and the other one had to be squared up in front of it. So that makes a lot of sense. You've got a 2-lap window. As you said, Darren, look at that. It looks like it's been a proper James Bonded, that car, doesn't it?
Every car seems to be sporting some kind of damage, probably with the exception of the number 12 Cadillac. It really has been physical, this race. It's a mark of just how close it's actually been in both classes at that.
I think it's also the nature of the circuit. The fact that everyone ends up tripping over each other, certainly in Sector 3, with it being so tight. Also, the difference between hypercar and GT is less through that phase because it's all low-speed corners, so they tend to trip over each other.
Turn 1, turn 10, turn, yeah, you name it, just about everywhere, really. So, this phase with under the virtual safety car, we are here with the number 93, Will Pitts. But this could prove to be actually a really smart move from Peugeot. All the rest of it is aboard the 9X8. He's coming in now
into a relatively empty pit lane. And so they just don't give away time in the pits now. You can see both of the Manthey Porsches there, the turquoise one and the pink and white Iron Dames car pitted, but they were a long way apart, so that's fine. One arrives, the other one arrives in the pit box behind, and that's important as well. What's going on with the fuel man? Get off! I'm still doing my job.
Well, peel the LMGT3s now. We'll wait for safety car to be deployed. So again, just to repeat, 2 laps under effective full course yellow conditions with the pit entry open. Then the safety car is deployed, and the second we see that on the screens, pit entry will close. Doesn't mean you can't leave the pits if you're already in there, as we'll see with the number 93 car that now makes it a full set of hypercars having run a stop. Peugeot go to work. They can sniff a possibility here.
So left side's only there again. I think we're going to see a lot of that. And sort of half gives you a fresh set of tyres. But the other thing is that only 2 of your tyres are cold. So you've still got some grip as well.
Yeah, and also when you're going out in this period of the race under a virtual safety car, you've got all of that ambient temperature coming up from the brakes and everything else. So the warm-up will be sort of less of a drama when it goes back to green.
93, by the way, has made it out and will still be ahead of the 51, so it's order restored there.
Slow motion race there, wasn't it?
Great stuff from Peugeot. Called it beautifully, and there will be no loss here, even though the Cadillac is almost literally out of sight, because they will close up.
83, they're preparing more tape. Safety car board being shown now, so everybody has had a chance to pit. Everybody has taken that opportunity.
We'll wait to see exactly how the safety car is deployed here, but if it does pick up the leader, I think we are going to see a wave by. What does that mean? That shouldn't affect the hypercar grid, but it may well affect the LMGT3 grid. If you are ahead of the race leader in the queue behind the safety car, you will be waved by to rejoin the queue. What does that mean? It means you're not penalised just by where you're on the track and the safety car coming out. Past years, I'm sure you've been both the recipient of good news and the unwilling victim of this, Darren. In a mixed class race, it can have a dramatic effect.
It can absolutely kill the race for you if you're in the wrong place when the safety car comes out. So now with the new regulations, it just makes it a lot fairer for the second class of racing in terms of the GT3s, in terms of their pace. So it does really help with the new sort of regulations on the safety car.
And at the moment, because the safety car is relatively early, we hadn't had pit stops. All the hypercars are in order, but if it's in the middle of the race, and particularly in Le Mans, they can be anywhere on the track and they just pick up the next car. And so then you do end up quite often with the leader having come out of a pits or whatever, some way back down the queue, and anybody in front of him does get the wave by. So it should be a fairly short wave by. And there won't be anything happening in hypercar. Now, of course, what we have is some hypercars, some GT cars, some more hypercars dotted around. So they're not in class order. What we don't do is take all the LMGT3 cars out and make them go to the back of the queue and close up all the hypercars. They're just in the order in which they get to the line.
So Pedro Cachero in our Porsche safety car will pick up the race leader. We can see Will Stevens there, having backed them up. And so that will be the first part of the task completed. I'm hearing, by the way, from, I think it was Shea down in pit lane, that there is damage, it's believed, to the floor of the 83 as well as the side pod. That's very bad news.
Wouldn't be at all surprised. 53 minutes in here, and Fuji, and we are behind the safety car. Huge crowd on hand of passionate Japanese fans, close to Toyota's manufacturing plant here, so lots of fans from Toyota Gazoo Racing, and lots of colour on the grid as everybody prepared for the 100th race in World Endurance Championship history. Who's going to come out on top? 6 hours of Fuji to decide that. At the start, Cadillacs, who had qualified 1-2, controlled the run down to the first corner. Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin having to fend off the Peugeot of Loic Duval. There was a little bit of contact, lock up from the number 7 Toyota on cold tyres, cost him a position. And in LMGT3, an ambitiously fast start from Darren Leung in the 95. McLaren saw him take the lead, but unfortunately he had started the overlap on the front row men before the race began. 81 Corvette, knocking the 54 Ferrari off track. That's still being investigated, costing last year's race winner several positions. The McLarens were strong very early on, going by Tony McIntosh's Aston Martin to make it 1-2 at the front of the field. And then a change of position, James Cottingham taking the lead away from teammate Darren Leung as the Corvettes moved up ahead of the Aston Martin versus Mustang battle. In hypercar, the speed of the Aston Martin down the straight produced the goods. Little gravel trapping moment for the number 5 Porsche cost him his position, and then a mistake by Harry Tingle damaging his car, the 83 Ferrari. And then the 35 car, Ferdi Habsburg, puncturing the left rear of the number 8 Toyota as he got caught out in traffic as well. Three-way battle, under-braking into turn 1 at the head of the LMGT3 field, and the Mustang from 9th on the grid, moving through to take the lead. A sparkling opening start from Stefano Gattuso, using the speed of the Mustang to muscle his way through the field. Drama as the 60 machine, Mercedes, spun in front of the hypercar field. Drive-through penalty served for the 009 Aston Martin for full course yellow infringement. And then virtual safety car to clear up debris allowed a number of the cars to come and have body panels replaced as we headed into the safety car just before the first hour of the race. Skies darkening overhead, but it is still Cadillac 1-2, Peugeot in third ahead of the championship leading 51 Ferrari. Their closest rivals in the championship may now not be the 83 Ferrari, but the team in 10th place, the number 6 Porsche, who lie third in the standings. And those are 2 of last year's world champions. 83, it seems, with a lot of damage, potentially the floor as well as the aerodynamics on the side pod. And 007 Aston Martin and the number 8 Toyota should now be back with a whole host of others with fresh bodywork. United Autosports McLaren leading the field from the 88 Mustang, the 95 McLaren in third, the 33 Corvette still a championship contender in fourth, ahead of the better of the 2 BMWs, and the championship leading turquoise Porsche Manthey First Form is in 6th position. So LMGT3, ironically, has been by far the cleaner of the 2 races so far, despite the fact that they have to deal not only with 17 other rivals in their own class, but also the 18 hypercars making a nuisance of themselves. So the fans are watching trackside, wherever you are, thank you for joining us. And don't forget, if you're enjoying the racing, there are still tickets available for the season finale in Bahrain in November. And next year's calendar is out. Go and buy tickets. With the arrival next year, Graham Goodwin, of yet another hypercar manufacturer, this is only going to get better and better to watch trackside.
One more next year, Genesis. They'll be very welcome with their beautiful looking car. And then the year after, we're beginning to hear more and more news about McLaren's effort and Ford as well. Let's have a listen in to the number 93 car, retained third place.
Obviously, with cars around us having new tyres, do we want to fight them, or we let them go, or what? You tell me the game plan, I'll do what you say. And then also, let's stay on top of when I can warm up the tyres and brake speed. Let me know when.
Yeah, copy that. At the moment, we save maximum energy behind the safety car, and with the cars around us, we fight them. And we have a better tire situation for the end of the race.
Again, he's looking for guidance for the team. I think the only thing there is you've just got to fight tooth and nail for every position, Darren, because in 5 hours you never know where you're going to be.
Yeah, exactly. And where they are in the championship, it's why would you not be fighting all the way through now? You've got everything to play for. It's just really unfortunate, isn't it? They're second in the championship, and they've had a bit of a disaster, or actually a big disaster in the first 30 minutes of the race, and now they're having to play catch-up.
And again, no fault of their own. And sometimes, even with the best team, the best drivers and the best car, you need luck to be on your side. And that contact from Harry Tinknell was very unfortunate for the 83 crew, but 5 hours to go, it is definitely not over.
The worst part, though, is it came in the first hour, and it's a performance compromise on that car for 5 hours. 2 points of order, by the way, in fact 3, to pick up while we're under this safety car. The first is we have had to pass around, and there's half a dozen or so LMGT3 cars making their way back around. The second is, again in LMGT3, pretty much the standard order we've had in the second half of this first hour for the top 3 or 4 cars, but behind, it's look at the BMWs and the number 92 Porsche. They're making progress. The final point of interest to point out is what happened in that pit stop round for the number 6 Porsche. That was in the middle of the top 10 before. They had that damage to the rear of the car. That's compromised them in track position. And that car, having spent about 20 seconds longer on pit lane than some of the cars around, has dropped back down to 10th place, but has got pace. And with the problems for the 83, their position of the Drivers' Championship is going to be critical.
Well, Peugeot currently lying in 3rd position and 6th place. What a chance for our French pit reporter to catch up with France's team.
Jean-Marc, it's a discreet but still strong beginning of the race. Are you on target with the lap time that you're heading for the beginning of the race?
Yes, we are in the good window, but it is still a very good pace. So we didn't expect so much, but it's feasible to follow. So far we are in the pack, but we will keep on.
Usually you end up very strongly, as we saw in the US. Is it going to be the same here?
I would love.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good luck.
Okay, thank you so much.
Well, Graham, the team certainly took a massive boost from their performance in Austin, where they were 3rd and 4th. Their tails are really up. They now properly believe the car can do fun things.
Safety car coming in this lap, you're absolutely right, and the smile is back in the eyes of Jean-Marc Fignot, and it's great to see a team that's had its struggles coming back into the fight as they come into another element of this long-term programme.
Okay. Let's wind back to February, Qatar, first safety car of the race, Cadillac 1-2.
Stop it.
Here we go, Cadillac 1-2 again. They will be very, very careful about accelerating, braking and heating their tyres. Will Stevens ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. Paul di Resta in 3rd place in the Peugeot. And as he is in front of us, we ride with Antonio Giovinazzi in 4th. Everybody nose to tail, and effectively, pretty much the entire hypercar field is running again as one. It's almost like lap 2 of the race. We just had an hour going by. Here comes the number 5 Porsche trying to go around the outside of Antonio Giovinazzi as Paul di Resta has a little look at the back of Bourdais. Lock up from the Porsche of Julian Andlauer. Did he get through? I don't think so. Everybody else clean, and the 009 Aston Martin, 007 rather, trying to go by, no, he's 009, trying to go by the 83 Ferrari.
That was actually, I think, Harry Tinknell under pressure from the 83, but it's all sorts of action happening here. It's going to take a lap or 2 to sort it all out.
94 Loic Duval, the second of the Peugeots, attacking Andlauer and Giovinazzi. The Peugeot drivers with their tail up. And look at Paul di Resta all over the back of Sebastian Bourdais' Cadillac for 2nd place. This is perhaps the best position di Resta's been in during a race. He looks around the outside, Darren, and that makes it the inside for the next corner. That's a good move.
And now he's got the drive out of turn 11. As he goes up to turn 12, he's made that move happen, and the Ferrari now is getting underneath. So this could be a point where the Cadillac drops down to 4th.
That bit of debris flying up there. I don't think it came off a car, rather from under a car, but the Cadillac struggling for traction up the hill. He's out wide. Giovinazzi giving him absolutely zero room to manoeuvre. He hangs on though, Bourdais, but he's not going to be quick onto the straight, and the Ferrari will be right in the tow. Will Stevens leading the restarted race after half a dozen laps of safety car. Here's the battle for third. Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari on the inside of Sebastian Bourdais. Bourdais was second at the restart at the end of lap 1 of the fresh race. He is down to third, down to fourth now, and behind you can see another of the Ferraris moving up. That's the number 50 car. Nick Nielsen went by René Rast in the number 20 BMW.
Behind Toyota on the Proton Porsche as well, doesn't make it by there. All sorts of moves underway here.
Nick de Vries trying to go by Nico Pino in the 99 white Proton Porsche. That was for 13th place, but racers are going to race. Here's the battle for 9th, the 20 car with the yellow and red rear end. That's the BMW, just ahead of the number 6 Porsche.
That 99 car, by the way, is making up positions, but principally doing it as others have problems around. So by keeping it clean, Proton are making progress up the field.
And behind that BMW Porsche Alpine battle, suddenly there's 009. That's Marco Sorensen, who was 18th as after the pit stops, and after his drive-through, he's now up to 12th and on the back of the battle for 9th.
Darren Young, by the way, as we've gone back to green, has taken the drive-through penalty was dealt out before. That puts Ben Keating up in third place. These are the virtual positions in the Manufacturers' Championship.
So right now, Ferrari need one more position to clinch the championship. There's 38 points in Bahrain for the win and 1 for pole.
No, sorry, Manufacturers' Championship is both cars.
Both cars, so they still, okay, yeah. You're right.
Watching side by side, Aston Martin Alpine this time, and then in the background, the Toyota trying to go around the Proton Porsche, and the Aston Martin to the outside of that.
And 007, I think they're both catching 007, Harry Tinknell they are, and so that's 2 places made up by Nick de Vries. He got by the 99 and 007 in that one move down the straight. And the number 8 Toyota down in 17th, can't get by Phil Hansen. Hansen is defending with all he's got. Actually, the key thing on that graphic that I didn't point out is that Cadillac are now up to 2nd in manufacturers ahead of Porsche. So it's going to be a tough end to the championship for the manufacturers.
In terms of the Drivers' Championship, by the way, the maths is pretty simple. If Ferrari outscore Porsche here, they're champions.
51 team, that is, ahead of the number 6 team, and then 83, yeah, we're counting them out at the moment, but let's not do that till the final hour.
The BMW and the Ferrari in the background here.
Oh, okay, that move may have been completed by going off track. That might have to be given back. You can see here on board, Antonio Giovinazzi looking over to his left. He was not given a lot of room, so the stewards will look at exactly how far over the white line all of his tyres were or were not. Meanwhile, back in LMGT3, the battle for third. The yellow car, the 33 Corvette, that is Ben Keating. Right behind, Ian James, the Heart of Racing. He's been passed by Ahmed Al-Hati in the 46 BMW. So that is now up to 4th. Ian James, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in 5th, car number 27, and behind Yasser Shaheen. So the BMWs, which didn't show much pace in free practice or in qualifying, seem to have a little bit more race pace.
Still battles underway in LMGT3. Car 60, by the way, will get a 5-second stop and go for pit lane speed. That was Martin Berry, I think.
Andrew Gilbert,
Andrew Gilbert.
The 60 car. That was the yellow car that spun earlier on. On board with Ahmed Al-Hati, challenging Ben Keating for 3rd place. The Corvette is quick in a straight line. The BMW is going to have to try and find a way of getting by that doesn't involve out dragging him down the straight, because that's not happening.
Sorry, I was right but wrong. They could put up 60. They meant 61. It was Martin Berry in the 61. 5-second stop and go. And I can correct me from correcting you from correcting me, which is the Manufacturers' Championship, not the Drivers' Championship, and it's not, the Cadillac is sort of immaterial in this. It's about Porsche. They need to be outscoring Porsche here. If Ferrari outscore Porsche in this race, they win the Manufacturers' title. Cadillac cannot win it. It's a virtual position we're being shown.
Yeah, Cadillac 2nd in the championship. But okay, we'll wait till the end and see how the maths works out. Let's not do that live on air. 009 Aston Martin, Marco Sorensen, absolutely with his tail up, charging, moves by Rene Rast, and he's now back up into 9th place. Don't forget that the Aston Martin pitted for a drive-through for full course yellow infringements, yellow flag infringements, when he was in 3rd place and challenging the second of the Cadillacs for second.
And an extension of that point, when he emerged, he was 18th. He's now 9th. He's got real pace.
Really has. Ooh, the BMW on the inside. Ahmed El Harty having a little run at Ben Keating, and that's slowed Keating. And here on the straight, this time, Darren Turner, this is El Harty with the head of steam that he wanted.
Yeah, last time round, even though the BMW sat in the Corvette's toe, it looked like the Corvette just had a little, even now it's starting to come back a little bit. It just had a couple of kilometres an hour quicker. The Aston behind getting a great double toe off the pair of them, but the BMW is making that move into turn 1. Actually quite a clean move at that point.
Yeah, he had that advantage in traction coming onto the straight and didn't want to give it away. Ian James was sort of not quite deciding which one to support there. Could have gone the inside channel. That would have helped Al Harty. Might have helped him as well. Bel Keating drifts a little wide in 3. Ian James almost overlapping around the outside. There's Yasser Shaheen with the white and blue BMW as well. And a little wobble from the Corvette, from the Aston Martin. And the BMW moves up. And this is, we talked about earlier on, if you try a move and it doesn't work, you lose a place. Contact with Shaheen there on Ben Keating.
But that's compromised into Ian James, who's alongside 3 wide into the corner, can't make it all through there.
I think it's going to be 4 wide by the time they get down to turn 10 there.
Yeah, Tony McIntosh was conservative early on, but I think he wants to make some places back up. Don't forget the number 10 car started on pole. Rubens Barrichello on the left, Eduardo Barrichello on the right. Watching that, it was Eduardo who claimed pole position after Tony McIntosh had put the number 10 car into the lead group. And 21, Francois Heriot going ahead of Ryan Hardwick. Hardwick, the points leader in 9th, and he is now being caught by Celia Martin in the other car run by Manthey, and that is the Iron Dames car. They're up to 10th from 17th on the grid.
Ben Keating in the middle of this, only driver in these 100 WC races to win with 3 different GT marks. Porsche and Aston Martin GT-Ab, Corvette in both GTE and LMGT3. Astonishingly, through all of that, with the exception of that switch with the Ferrari and the Porsche, they stayed in the same order. How? I have absolutely no idea.
Well, here comes Celia Martin. The Iron Dames didn't qualify strongly. They told the crowd this morning during the autograph session they were hoping for a much better race, and they are definitely having that. Celia right up behind the Manthey 92 Porsche of Ryan Hardwick and looking for another place up the top 10. Meanwhile, Yasser Shaheen all over the back of 33, the yellow Corvette of Ben Keating, and behind him is 27, Ian James, the heart of racing Aston.
Yeah, Francois Heriot on the move here, 009, and the Ferrari, that's the 50 car, that's a move up to 8th place, but I think I saw a penalty briefly up on the screen that the 009 is going to get 5 seconds on its next pit stop. I didn't see why, but I'm pretty certain I saw that penalty pop in.
All right, we'll have to check on that. That will happen probably in about the next 30 minutes. So we are 4 hours and 48 minutes of the race. We're an hour and 11 in.
And this is now where the hypercars are coming back onto the tail end of the GT. So they've had 3 or 4 laps where they've had clear track, not having to worry about the different classes from both sides. And now we've got the same scenario where the hypercars are trying to cut their way through the GT field.
Well, the good news is there's hardly any battling going on in LMGT3.
Well, I have to say, at this point, by the way, fantastic battling with the LMGT3s. And again, reminding you, this is the bronze, the non-pro drivers aboard all these cars at the moment, and they've been doling out some real entertainment, Darren.
It's been great racing, absolutely fantastic racing, and it ebbs and flows, doesn't it? You can tell one person makes a move into this corner, lose momentum, and then someone else going to make a move at the next corner. So it's been fantastic, especially like this Sector 3. I don't think it's every driver's favourite point, but for racing and for the spectacle, it's fantastic.
And we will have hypercars in this lap, hypercars coming from the back.
And that's Celia Martin in the pink and white Iron Dames Porsche right behind Ryan Hardwick. She's having a little look at the back of the turquoise car, and as predicted, all the hypercars arrive. And again, because we've been released from the safety car, they all come in a solid lump. not after 3 or 4 hours of racing where there's 1 or 2 at a time or 2 or 3 at a time. There's all 18 going to be coming through in this one lap.
But that's Paul di Resta, not doing as good a job through traffic as Will Stevens did, but look how close he was coming into that traffic. The Peugeot is in this for the win, make no mistake about it.
Yeah, it was only 3/4 of a second behind race leader Will Stevens, and it's how the traffic falls. Sometimes, no matter how good a driver you are, changed for third. Giovinazzi has gone by Sebastian Bourdais.
We're going to have more drive-through penalties. Keep an eye on this battle for the moment, but 4 LMGT3 cars.
Yeah, Giovinazzi in the red Ferrari gets up behind Ben Keating's Corvette, and he clears that as well going into the straight. 21 facing the wrong way, so that's bad news for the 21 Ferrari.
That's one of the cars that will get a drive-through as well, included in that total. Car 60, the AMG, car 20, the BMW hypercar, 31, which is the 5th place BMW at the moment, 78, the Lexus, all for virtual safety car procedures, all will get a drive-through penalty.
Good news is we saw Francois Heriot moving again. There's the 20 BMW, and just ahead of him now is the number 6 Porsche. So Lawrence Bantor made that move stick. And 009 Aston up to 7th place now, Marco Sorensen, and flashing the headlights at Loic Duval as he tries to have a look down the inside, can't get through there. So has Sorensen got 2 gears more than anybody else? What is going on?
It's a great fight back from 18th, just prior to the safety car, and already made his way back up to 7th. And it looks like he's going to be hunting down that Peugeot very soon as well.
And right from the beginning of the season, the Aston Martin has been quick in a straight line, but they have had trouble keeping their tyres alive. This is the second stint of the race, and he's still got pace to attack some of the front runners from earlier on in the race. So Loic Duval hanging on to 6th ahead of Marco Sorensen, and not too far ahead of them is the number 5 Porsche of Julian Andlauer, who is in 5th position. So this is shaping up very nicely indeed. Paul di Resta lost about half a second to the leader Will Stevens. The Peugeot still in 2nd place. Let's hear from the Aston.
Good job, Marco. Good job. Leader 8 seconds in front. Leader 8 seconds in front. You're flying. Your pace is fantastic. Keep pushing. Keep pushing.
That was a significant pat on the back, wasn't it? That you're doing everything right. Just keep going.
Well, because he needs to keep his head up, because he'll have been told he's got a 5-second penalty to come. So he wants to keep him on this. So Marco Sorensen up to 7th place, 8.5 seconds off the lead. But remember, with that 5 seconds to add, virtually that will put him down to about 11th place, Darren. What's his mindset going to be like now? It's going to be push, push, push.
They might not have told him about the 5-second penalty at this point. So, I mean, if you're in the car and you get a radio call like that from your engineer, it's a lovely thing to hear. And it just keep the motivation going and keep pushing. Not that Marco needs any...
Oh, it was the 36 on the 21. That turned around the Ferrari. 8th place, as you can see on the new panels for this year.
And look at the slow-mo. And how do you miss everybody? Never mind how does contact happen, how does contact not happen?
Good drive-through penalty, by the way, for the other Aston Martin Valkyrie hypercar, the 007, for instance, turn 10. An hour ago now, that would be the triple contact.
Now, I wondered whether there was a left rear damage, because that car was smoking a little bit as he came up the hill after that contact. He's in the pit lane now. Who's in front of him?
That's
it's the 60
These
Mercedes.
Are the drive-throughs being
these
taken.
are drive-throughs, okay.
Yeah, these are the drive-throughs.
Yeah.
So there's the gaggle of these. Watch for the cars coming through here, but it's been a rotten couple of laps for the 21 car to make its way back up the order.
Yeah, Francois Heriot in the same Italian as we were last night, because when you're in Japan, of course, you go for the Italian. Drive-through for 007 being notified to the teams and now to the audience. So that is for that 3-car incident with the 83 car, and the significant damage for 83 is a real championship changer with 009. This isn't going to be 2 for the price of 1, but he is going to get by Loic Duval. Loic in that Peugeot, also closing in on the Porsche of Julian Andlauer.
Yeah.
And Sorensen, I'm sure, does it. Am I? No.
It's not over yet. There was a bit more of a, on the way out.
Peugeot
a bit more traction on that initial sort of application of power, so it wasn't a done deal until we got to turn 3.
Yeah, Viking versus Gaul, and the long ship comes through, doesn't he? He's going to be looking for another one with the Julian Andlauer's next target. He's on fire here.
So Julien, the most important thing you have to focus on is track limit. You have to focus on this. That's why we are leaving you in the car for one more stint.
He's had a warning for track limits, and that gives another advantage here to the chasing Marco Sorensen. Car 8, meanwhile, it's a 3-minute stop and go. Full course yellow procedures, emergency pit stop. To explain, he came in for the repair because he did with the puncture. He needed it. He should have stopped again. The lap after the race went green. He did not do so, so it's penalising him for that. That's why it's so severe.
It's astonishing that Toyota make an operational error like that. They're not a new team. If we know that it's a thing, they should do.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. Car 8. Car 8. 3-minute stop and go penalty for virtual safety car emergency pit stop infringement. Car 8, 3-minute stop and go penalty for virtual safety car emergency pit stop infringement.
Again, I'll explain that. There was the damage for the Toyota after the clash with the Alpine, principally the rear puncture on that car. They came in under full course yellow, which normally you're not allowed to do, but you can. You can see again the number 8 here. This is coming in for its stop. You can do that if you absolutely have to, if you're absolutely bone dry on fuel, or if there's damage like a puncture. But because you've effectively then taken a potential advantage from doing so, you must stop again the moment the race goes back to green.
There are two ways of doing the fuel thing. It doesn't apply for tyres. You can either take that 5 seconds of fuel and come back in again, or if you make an entire full fuel stop, you don't have to come back in because you've already served a massive penalty by doing that there.
But the only circumstance in which that happens is if you lose a lap.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was well under. I mean, what did I do? I'm in the box.
No, it's on your side. It's on our side. You did nothing wrong. I'll explain after the race. It had to do with the emergency stop we did with a puncture.
So Buemi in the pit lane, and the number 8 Toyota has gone from nearly last to absolutely last.
And that speaks, by the way, to exactly what Darren was explaining earlier. They've not told him. They just told him to come and make the stop, keep the motivation up. Here, though, is the charging Marco Sorensen.
Didn't quite get Julian Andlauer's Porsche that lap. He's having a look down the hill, around the outside in turn 3 down. Is that a goer? It is. It isn't. It is.
It is this lap. But it's made sure he's got the inside now for turn 4 and 5, and it looks like the move's done. But hey, let's see what happens. Yeah, it's done. He's made that move.
He's giving it back. Gained a lasting advantage by going off track would be the problem with that. He went off track, all 4 wheels off, gained a lasting advantage. See, if you're in the pit box now, give it back, do him on the straight.
Was it? He has, yeah, exactly. They've given it back. Well, you know what you're talking about, Martin.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Even a stop clock is right twice a day. So Marco Sorensen gives the spot back. There's no way he would defend it by being on the right-hand side, and he knows that he's got the speed to attack the Porsche. Do it clean.
Darren, you've known Marco for quite a while. He strikes me as this is exactly the kind of car he's been waiting for in his career. It's like a great pair of running shoes. This is the 3-minute stop and go for the number 8 car. This is why full course yellow it's been called. Pit lane is closed. They have to come in because of the puncture.
It does feel harsh, though, doesn't it? You've already lost out because you've got the puncture. You've dragged the car back. It feels like that's the punishment already. The rules are the rules,
if
aren't
there's
they?
one team I wouldn't have expected to be error, it's this team.
100%. I'm absolutely slack-jawed, and I think Buemi will be as well. Big lock up there from the Julian Andlauer driven number 5 Porsche. Really under pressure from Marco Sorensen. And again, the problem for Andlauer is if Sorensen sticks his nose in, the Peugeot is right there to take advantage as well. So they go around Martin Berry's black Mercedes. And look how close the Peugeot is. Loic Duval is going to try and use Marco Sorensen as a can opener, isn't he? Wait for the gap to open up and jump in as well.
But from Marco's point of view, seeing obviously the Porsche have the lock up into turn 1, he knows he's got him on the sort of the ropes at this point, and it's only a matter of time, I believe, before Marco will make a move on the Porsche. Porsche.
Next penalty coming is going to be car 35. 5 seconds stop and go. Incident turn 3. I think that's the hit on the Toyota.
Yeah, absolutely is. So Ferdy Habsburg will have to serve that, and so that is a penalty. It's actually probably not as severe as the penalty of the number 8 Toyota, but that's what the rule is. Now then, lead battle in LMGT3. United Autosport's James Cottingham is 16.8 seconds ahead of this pair.
That's what
so this is for second place.
That's been some stint from him after we've gone back to green flag racing, Martin.
Astonishing stuff. Ahmed El Harti ahead of Stefano Gattuso, then Ian James, the yellow car Ben Keating. They're spreading out a bit, or rather, they have been spread out as the hypercar field came through. Behind Ian James is the number 10 Aston Martin. Then this battle, this is now for 7th, not for 9th. So Manthey first forms Ryan Hardwick ahead of Celia Martin, and for 9th place, for 8th place, a change as the Ferrari moves up into 8th spot, and that is Nick Nielsen ahead of Fred Makovici. Has to have a bit of a wild weave, Darren.
Yeah, that was very aggressive, wasn't it, on the run into turn 3? But managed to keep the position.
We've seen over the last couple of years, although turn 3 isn't, quote, isn't an overtaking position, we've seen a lot of dives on the inside, and again, we saw what happened with the Toyota when that happened. Contact, instant puncture. I think right there, Nick Nielsen was going, no, you're not coming to ruin my race.
I think it's one of those corners, if you've got a great exit out of turn 1, and you can take a bit of momentum up through 2 into 3, either on the inside or outside, there's a chance of a move. But if you're just nose to tail, it's not the type of corner you're going to slingshot yourself down the inside and try and take the move.
On board with Lawrence Vantor, let's hear what the team have got to say.
I know it's not easy, but you are doing a mega job. You don't have tires and you have the same pace as the others around us. Good job.
And you're in the top 10, and you're in the points. Both Porsches are in the points. They're 5th and 10th, and that's important for the championship.
Right, I'm going to make a big correction here. My apologies, because we messed this one up earlier. Some poor notes for us here. Ferrari, Cadillac and Porsche are still in the fight for the Manufacturers' Championship. Caddy 4 points behind Porsche, set to gain on Ferrari as things stand at the moment. Caddy is 68 points behind Ferrari after qualifying, 66 left to fight for in Bahrain. If they finish where they are now, the gap will be 50 going to Bahrain with Porsche out of it. So it's the relative positions between those 3 factories that matters for the Manufacturers' Championship. Remember, the key thing to remember there is both factory cars' points counting that. There's a separate issue to do with the drivers' points, and we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that in about another 4 hours and 35 minutes, once we know who's won what and where the points fall. But you're right, at the moment, Cadillac making big inroads into the Manufacturers' Championship. So back to the battle in LMGT3, and this is the tail of the queue that starts with Ben Keating in, well, not even with Ben Keating in 5th, actually, with Ian James in 4th, just ahead of Ben Keating. And then you've got Ian James, you've got Tony McIntosh, then you've got the Porsche moving up the order, Ryan Hardwick and Celia Martin, and both the Porsches are climbing the order. The Mustang right in front now. So Celia Martin chasing down the Mustang that Ryan Hardwick has got by. A little bit of replay at turn 10. That curb on the inside, very big. The Corvette Racing guys were looking at it their first time here. The American crew, they're looking at it and going, that's a real sump remover, isn't it? Which is the best description of a curb I think I've heard in a long while.
Martin, we're 3 minutes away from the 25% mark of this 6-hour race. This is turning into an absolute classic.
Good job with the Mustang. The Corvette will start falling back more and more. Be patient.
Well, that's good news for the driver. Tony McIntosh, I think, played it really well. It's only his 2nd World Endurance race. It's his 1st race here in Japan. He was on the front row of the grid. He started on pole, and he said before the start. You know, there will be probably guys that are trying to win it on lap 1, and that's not our plan. He was cautious, he was conservative. We've seen Ben Keating do that year after year, not take risks in the opening half an hour, and then actually when the car's underneath you, then you can start to really race it. And that worked for the Aston Martin. They're coming back up the order, but the Porsche right behind now, looks like Ryan Hardwick and Celia Martin have both got a little more pace than the front runners, because Darren, the Porsches are coming right back into it.
Yeah, they are absolutely coming back into it, and it's one of those things during the stint. It's going to ebb and flow with performance between the different cars. Regarding Tony, you can imagine this first time here at this circuit. I know there's a number of drivers out there. It's the first time coming to Fuji, but that first sort of laps when the hypercars come through, that must be just overwhelming at that point.
Talking of which, now there's been a change in position, because Loic Duval has gone by Marco Sorensen, and Sorensen did not get by the number 5 Porsche.
The Marco leader is 10 seconds in front, 10 seconds in front. You're doing well, you're doing very well. We still got the 20 laps to go, 20 laps.
Cracking battle at the moment. There's another one. This one is for the overall lead. Will Stevens half a second ahead, and of all the cars in the field, that safety car served him the least well, or the more badly, whichever way you want to look at it. Cadillac have been nearly 7 seconds ahead, and it's half a second now between Will Stevens and Paul di Resta.
Was the caddy just leaving a big black stripe off the right rear as he turned the corner, or was that already there? And certainly Will Stevens is feeling the pressure. The Peugeot within just over half a second of him, 8/10 back. So this is a very close battle. Will Stevens has sort of settled the rot a little, but in traffic, those gaps open and close despite the performance of the relative cars. Now, third place is the 51 Ferrari, and that could be really important. They need a good race here to try and tie up the driver's title. But what about this? Are we going to be able to say Paul di Resta takes the lead in the Peugeot?
Yeah, but at the moment, just looking at the track map, these guys have got a clear track. Other than the 59, they've got a clear track now for a few laps, basically. So this can be just an absolute battle between the two of them. No traffic influencing what's going on, but it certainly looks like Paul's got the upper hand in terms of pace. It's very close between them. Obviously, it's a couple of tenths here and there, but it looks like it's working more in Paul's favour at this stage of the stint.
And part of that is the performance of the car itself, but part of it is what it gives to the team, and especially the drivers. When you're fighting a car the whole time, then it's a little harder to be inspired every lap of every stint. But when you've got a car that you know is capable of a podium and has done it last time out, then suddenly there's there's more ambition in the driver.
If you drive within the tyre, don't slide it. The car is really, really good.
Trying to avoid sliding, and that's so hard in this final sector, Darren, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tricky. The sector 3 is super tricky, and it's one of those places where you think, oh, I'll just try a little bit more, just try and get the car in there a bit deeper, and suddenly you've lost the rear end, or you've lost the front, and you've missed the apex, and you've lost a couple of tenths. And it's one of those places that it just sucks you into trying to do a better job, and then it's unlikely that you're going to find any more time. So it's just being patient through that last sector. And that was obviously, I think, maybe Paul giving some help there for the next driver coming in. A bit of, hey, this is what I'm learning, this is what I think is going to be good for us going forward, just take it on board.
And we hear little bits of radio traffic, obviously, but there will be a constant conversation about working with the brake balance, working with roll bar settings and so on, lap by lap, to try and balance the car and to try and reduce some of those left front tyre temperatures, reduce some of the lack of traction and so on. So there's various different things that the drivers can play with as we see the battle in LMGT3 with the number 10 car. Tony McIntosh, Ryan Hardwick right alongside him there. Tony McIntosh just hanging on to 6th place, ahead of Ryan Hardwick and Celia Martin. And behind them, starting to close in again, is the 81 Corvette of Tom van Rompuy.
This is, I think, a picture building here of who's doing what to manage the rubber on these LMGT3 cars. We heard a little earlier about the Corvette will be coming back to you. That's all about how they're perceiving the resource at each corner of this car is being used up by the variety of different LMGT3 configurations we've got here today.
And this battle just passing our LMGT3 leading McLaren. So this is Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Marco Sorensen in the Aston, Nick Nielsen trying to catch him in the Ferrari. And that's it's a long way from where they were in Qatar for the Aston Martin crew. Now then, Ryan Hardwick, the run down the hill, just has to have a little breathe out there as they start to climb again. And Celia Martin.
Celia looking racy. She's looking racy in this phase of the race. I think she's got a better car underneath her at the moment than Ryan Hardwick does. I think she's just looking, waiting for the next error that might come the way of either the cars ahead. And I think at that point you might see the Iron Dames back in contention and climbing back up the field.
So this is the battle for 6th place. Ryan Hardwick right there. Celia Martin picking up a double toe now, Darren Turner.
That's always a treat, yeah, that's always a treat if you get a double toe, especially on a long straight like this, and it might mean she has a possibility of a move down into turn 1.
Kevin Magnussen, the 15 BMW, now ahead of Phil Hansen. So they were closing in on the top 10, the 83 car. They won't get any points outside the top 10 for the Drivers' Championship. So they need to fight for every place. And you just saw the second BMW, that's the number 20 car. This is René Rast ahead of Ferdi Habsburg. This is the battle down in 16th position. Sebastian Buemi after that 3-minute hold and the time lost in the puncture in 18th place for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Nick de Vries, the better of the two local cars, only in 11th. Number 6 Toyota, I beg your pardon, Porsche under investigation for a pit stop infringement.
We are with Alex Lynn, driver of the number 12 Caddy and pole sitter from yesterday. Alex, at the moment, Will is doing a great job. Do you think he prefers to chase or to lead?
I think it's always better to have clean air and to be in the lead, but I agree. I think Will's doing an amazing job because the Peugeot is very fast behind, and it's been quite a chaotic race. Yeah, look, I think we've got good pace, but I think it's about maintaining track position and trying to extend the lead if we can.
How is the degradation with the tyres?
I think ours is better than Peugeot, but still they're surprising me as how fast they are. So, yeah, hopefully we can just keep edging away ever so closely, but also Ferrari's very fast as well.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Wow, an LMGT3, it's all changed during that interview. Both Ryan Hardwick and Celia Martin got by the Aston Martin. And Tony McIntosh looked like he was just losing a place to Tom van Rompuy as well. Back with the BMW versus Alpine, and that is a change of position. 35, Ferdi Habsburg has moved ahead of René Rast, and here is Tom van Rompuy, end of the straight inside Tony McIntosh. And McIntosh lost 3 places halfway through Sector 3 and towards the end of Sector 1. That was a tough half a lap for him.
Might be able to claw back the position on the Corvette, but now it looks like the deal's done in turn 3. But it's one of those, you get, again, it's all down at Sector 3, isn't it? It's those corners there, you get out of position on one, and then you're a sitting duck for someone else to make a move as well. And also, as the race is going on, we're getting this racing line that's clear, and it's obviously got the grip, but you've got the marbles coming into effect, so you don't have to be pushed offline too far to suddenly lose a lot of grip.
The other thing to point out here, guys, is we've got a differing level of experience, not just in these cars, but at this track. This is Tony McIntosh's second WC race. I gather we did come and do a bit of testing a couple of weeks ago in a GT4 car, but pretty much everybody else in this group around him has been here before in an LMGT3 car, will know the way transitions happen on this track. There's a leaping moment from the BMW.
Yeah, only 2 wheels onto that curb, otherwise you're going to leave half your transmission behind with it as well. That's the 46 of Ahmed El Harti, and that car is currently in 2nd place ahead of Stefano Gattuso in the Mercedes Mustang. So it is McLaren at leads, BMW in 2nd, Mustang in 3rd, Aston Martin in 4th. Back with our hypercar crews battling for 9th place. Fred Makovici, the Alpine, at the front of this queue. Then Lawrence Van Tor, beg your pardon, in number 6. And now Nick de Vries starting to close in on a points-paying position.
It's the next 4 cars ahead of you.
Well, that's slightly encouraging, but also quite frustrating. What would be nicer to hear is we are faster than the next 3 cars in front of you, so he's going to have to make it work in traffic. He goes underneath the 21, and he's going to try and ease the number 6 car out onto the dirt, box him in. Didn't quite manage to box him in behind the Lexus. And that was Nick de Vries really getting his go-kart race ahead on.
Yeah, it was heads-up stuff from Nick de Vries, an opportunist move he attempted, nearly paid off, might still pay off. On the inside here, down into turn 1, has a good line here. I think he's going to get this done.
Yes, he is. Darren, that was really aggressive racing, trying to make something happen in traffic.
Yeah, you want to use it to your advantage all the time. Sometimes you can use it to defend, and sometimes you can use it to actually make a position up like we've just seen, sort of thing. So every time you come up to traffic, there's an opportunity, and hopefully it goes in your way.
Better news for Cadillac, worse news for Porsche in the Manufacturers' Championship as Vanthoor gets eased out of the points. Both caddies, both Ferraris still in the county, but here he comes. To take to the grass to get inside the Ferrari, Darren, and then
just lost a little bit on the traction on the way out. But the move into turn 16, that was a really good move. Seeing the GT car there, the gap opening so he could take a dive, and obviously at that point the Porsche probably isn't even aware that he's coming underneath him. And yeah, that was nearly a fantastic move, but he still made it happen by the time they got down to turn 1.
And Lawrence Vanthoor, as they came onto the straight, saw the danger with the GT car in front and just made enough space for him to get around that Lexus. And here again, Lexus featuring this battle, Petru Umbrarescu coming up behind car number 10, Tony McIntosh, as the leader works his way through. There's Will Stevens, car number 12. He's working his way through these battles.
Say, by the way, there are multiple incidents now under investigation, so they may come to nothing. There may be more penalties coming. There are for cars in both classes in some significant positions in this stage of the race.
And some of them are still from the first quarter of an hour, 20 minutes of the race, so they're still examining the first hour.
It's been busy.
It has been very busy indeed. I think the first couple of laps would have taken them about an hour of the race to go through, because they're not just looking at the video, they're then going to all the traces from the cars, see who was on the throttle, on the brakes, whatever.
Yep, but it shouldn't take away from the fact we've had some stunning racing here. Stunning racing in both classes, and when the traffic's come into play, some real heads-up stuff, particularly from the GTs, that has allowed the hypercar battles to be retained at parts that get even more exciting. Here's the 15 car, delayed with that rear damage, now in a battle for, what is that, 12th position.
Yeah, Nico Pino in front, the white and green highlights on the 99 Porsche. That's a privately entered car, so not a manufacturer's championship point scoring entry.
92, by the way, that is our championship leader. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That's an incident at turn 1 an hour ago. I'll say again what I said a little while ago about the 99. They're keeping it clean, and they are continuing to climb up the order here. 12th place.
Well, there is Ryan Hardwick in car number 92, and he is closing down. In fact, has he just been passed by the Corvette? No, he's closing down Ben Keating, and this is a challenge for 5th place. Ben Keating 5th in the yellow Corvette. The turquoise Porsche right behind Ryan Hardwick in 6th place.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. Car 92. 92. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for incident at T1. Car 92, 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for incident at T1.
Okay, that's the Monza first form car. That's going to mean this battle is even more important. Will you want to get back by this Corvette and pull away to offset some of that 10 seconds that we know for certain now they're going to lose?
What was that? Who was he in contact with? I have to say I don't remember. It looks like left front corner might have taken a little bit of a biff as the leader goes through again.
That was back with the Ferrari, wasn't it? Just tipped him into a spin on the apex on the way through.
Manthey first form, the team's championship leaders from the 33 of TF Sport. And losing ground there, Ryan Hardwick drifts out a little wide.
Behind for car 1 back and another 2 back. Hardwick behind does have a 10-second penalty. Trying to keep him behind.
Right. What has happened there? Suddenly Ryan Hardwick looked very slow, almost looked like the Iron Dames going to catch him and pass him, but he's come back off the corner.
I think he was compromised through that turn with the hypercar behind him, looking to get by. I think there was the hypercar traffic coming through. He was trying to stick with, if you look behind him, It's a gaggle of hypercars, and I think one of those compromises run through the final turn. As we've heard from Darren, that's a critical point. 38 caddy, I'm hearing it was. No one's done anything wrong, it's just unlucky.
We also saw in that hyper slow motion, the left front dive planes have been rubbed off that car. What's the tyre that takes all the wear? Left front corner, you need that extra little bit of aero if you can keep it. So that's going to harm their tyre life. Now then, here is the Porsche versus Peugeot battle for 5th position. Julian Andlauer under real pressure again from Loic Duval. Up behind the Mustang. Can he get around the outside? And right behind them is Marco Sorensen.
Doing for your info, you're doing pretty good in terms of degradation, quite better than the car in front.
So Loic Duval being aggressive but also careful with his tyres, and that's a hard combination. Darren, how do you do that? How do you attack and somehow save the tyres?
Oh, it's such a skill, isn't it, to be able to do both of those. That radio message is like, obviously, it's semi-encouraging from him to sort of say that you're doing a good job and what you are doing is exactly what we're expecting you to be doing. But yeah, it's just minimising the slip, and that, you know, any sort of power down and braking traction is just damaging the tyre. You can also just turn up the TC to try and help protect them as well, and think about what the tyre's going to be like at the end of the stint.
Moment of V12 audio action for you there as we rode on board with Marco Sorensen, and trouble for Julian Andlauer, potentially the number 5 crew, team manager being summoned to the race directors. Now, back in LMGT3, the Iron Dames are up from 17th to 7. How are they taking that in the garage, I wonder?
Michelle starting dead last after a pretty tough qualifying for Celia. She's doing super well. She's now up to 7th, making the biggest progression. How is it going for you?
Yeah, like you said, it was a pretty disappointing quali, but we knew that we could come back in the race, climbing up the order like we're doing now. We are pretty good on tire deck. Celia is doing a very good job. So let's see how far we can get up in the order. We hope that we can do well towards the end, but we have a lot of fast cars behind us as well.
Okay, good luck. Thank you very much.
They're always looking for a little bit more, the Iron Dames, and from 17th on the grid, because of course they were the slowest of the qualifiers, but the 77 Mustang didn't go out at all because of an engine breakage, up to 7th place. Really strong double opening stint from Celia Martin. She's right on the tail of the championship leading car. Their sister car, if you like, Manthey first form. Manthey running the Iron Dames here as well. Meanwhile, this is Alpine versus Toyota for 9th place. Looking down the inside, Nick de Vries tried to close the door on him, the 36 Alpine, Fred Makovici. Nick de Vries was having none of that.
That was a full send, wasn't it? Not even from a long way back, but to sort of make one move and then another move and still keep it together. They run wide on the apex, giving the Porsche an opportunity as well to try and have a run on the Alpine.
Yeah, Lawrence Vantor would love to do that because that's a position in the points. All right, we've still got 4¼ hours to go, but being out of the points hurts a lot more than being in the points. Car number 60, that is the yellow Mercedes Vandrew Gilbert. He'll have a penalty as well for issues with track limits. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for pit stop and driver changes. So towards the end of the 2nd stint for our hypercars, and they're in the Alpine garage, you can see that they're getting ready.
Watch also for the opportunity being taken for the LMGT3 cars to pit, because we've passed the hour and 45 minutes mark, which is the minimum driving time for the bronze drivers. It's still all the bronze drivers aboard these cars. They will likely, if we stay green, fulfill a full fuel stint here, but any opportunity for them to be down pit lane, I think you're going to find it's going to get very busy indeed for Bruce and for Shane.
Well, even if it still stays green, it'll get very busy because almost everybody filled up on the same lap, so almost everybody will be in on the same lap at the end of the fuel stint. Here's the Corvette, not the Cadillac. This is Ben Keating hanging on to 5th place, and still with Ryan Hardwick, the turquoise car, and Celia Martin, the pink and white machine right behind. So the 2 Porsches hounding the Corvette. It's still James Cottingham's McLaren that leads from Ahmed El-Harty's BMW, and Stefano Gattuso's Mustang. Into the pits comes Andrew Gilbert for his penalty. Into the pits also for a penalty comes Ryan Hardwick. Now the 54 Ferrari rather, having a bit of a torrid time of it. Let's catch up with the Vista AF Corsa team, who lie 10th.
Davide Rigon and the 54 AF Corsa Ferrari has won this race 3 times, although the race seems to be very different than it's been in years past. You were just giving some advice to Francesco Castellacci. What were you telling him besides bring the car back clean?
Yes, no, honestly, Thomas is doing a great job. We got a drive-through, but thanks to the virtual safety car, we catch back. Now we are 43 seconds from the lead. I just tell to Francesco to give the best. Looks like the car is fine. We are not the best on pace, but we are decent. So just now try to give the best. We know error. Let's see in the end if some other safety car group us back, and they do the last part, and we will give everything. Let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Right, now then, with that pit stop penalty, the 10 seconds they had to spend before the stop-start, Laptide brought Ryan Hardwick in out of schedule to get him out of the car the instant his drive time finishes. So they're now going to put their silver or higher graded drivers in to try and give the car as much speed as possible. That's a pretty decent decision, actually, given that they had to serve a penalty as well. A couple of other cars came in. 87 Lexus came in, so that has come and gone, and there's been a driver change there as well. Pedro Umbraresco is out, Jose Maria Lopez is in. He's their platinum superstar driver, obviously, and Alpine in as well with a 36 car. Fred Makovici, there has been a driver change there as well.
Yeah, I think the 87 Akodis ASP Lexus, they're looking to recover ground they've lost early in this race. That's why I think they've shuffled the pack a bit and put Pachito Lopez aboard the car. Behind Dames also on pit lane. Tyres going on the Alpine.
Investigation into an incident between Francois Heriot, Fred Makovici's Alpine, and Marco Sorensen, the 009 Aston, because of course they haven't had any problems so far in the race. Sorensen, by the way, back up to 7th.
Well, we saw that the hit on the Ferrari from the Alpine didn't see where the Aston Martin was involved in that, so maybe there's some doubt around what was going on there. Meantime, by the way, I don't think we commented on the team manager for car number 5 being called to race control. These are important moments in terms of the potential championship positions. It's one to watch. Track limits under investigation for Julian Andlauer, and they did warn him. We heard that, and I think that's going to be a penalty coming the way of the 5th place car, and that's going to be good news for the battling Peugeot and Aston Martin behind.
And that'll be why the team manager was summoned, because they had warned him. He had his final warning, so he'll be investigated for track limits, which means they will go through the procedure because he has exceeded track limits.
Yeah, 6 is the car. The 6 is on pit lane now for what I believe is a routine stop. The same for Sebastian Buemi, now way off of that 3-minute stop and go penalty for the well, rather muffed response to the emergency pit stop for the team. Absolutely out of character for Toyota Gazoo Racing, but that, I'm afraid, for this afternoon puts them completely out the reckoning. Jules Goudon has been in and out. We saw that pit stop underway. And Dames Rahel Fry climbs aboard the Iron Dames car. That car cycles down to 14th, but will recover back up the order as others inevitably pit. James Cottingham, meanwhile, 28 seconds up the road from Ahmed El-Harty. Now, Darren Turner, you know Ahmad, he's no slouch at the wheel of a GT car. To put 28 seconds on him in a couple of stints is quite something.
It's not even a full stint, really, is it, with the safety car that we had earlier on? So, yeah, that's an incredible stint by James Cottingham in the McLaren to be nearly 30 seconds up. Your teammate who's about to get in will be delighted with that buffer of 28 seconds. It just means you can have a little bit more caution in certain places. You don't want to be giving away time, but those sort of moments when it's a 50-50, you can just go with the safer option.
It's half the pit stop. It's half the time of the pit stop you've got to serve. And he's picked up an enormous amount of time, so kudos to him and to United Autosport coming off the back of the win for the other car.
Certainly when you look at the gap, it's now 29 seconds. 29 seconds is more than what it is from 2nd to 10th on the track at the moment. So that sort of shows the performances he's put in.
By Reminder on track limit. Reminder on track limit.
Yeah, copy.
Yeah, I think it may be a bit late. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I think Julien is going to be getting some bad news fairly soon. We're just 8 minutes from the end of the second hour. This one has not quit from the get-go. It's been a cracker so far.
They've had a couple of hypercar stops. Brendan Hartley has taken over Toyota number 8. They're now last. And Kevin Estre has taken over Porsche number 6, and they're now second last, because the field, after that safety car so punched up, basically if you lose 20 seconds, then you go from first to last. So Will Stevens is still our race leader. And actually Cadillac and Hurst Team Jones have made a habit of sort of stretching out an extra lap or more. Hello. What's that? Is that 38 with the loose rear bodywork? Yes, it is. That's the 38. The rear clip has come loose on the left-hand side of Sebastian Bourdais' car. Now, that might not give them too much problem during the pit stop, as long as it stays attached. Because, Darren, when a bit of bodywork comes loose and you're doing 170, 180 miles an hour down the straight, the wind tends to have a bit of an effect.
Yeah, I mean, that would be concerning. I guess the guys from Jota will be on the pit wall, getting the cameras out to have a little look, see how much of a risk it is, because they're coming close to their pit stops, aren't they? So are they going to try and just push it and see if they can get to the pit stop and then make the repair, or it looks like a repair sooner and get them in and just take the risk out of it?
Phil Hansen, Harry Tinknell now. That didn't end well when Harry Tinknell was behind Phil Hansen in the first few minutes of the race. That's why there's a big yawning hole on the side of the 83 Ferrari. New nose on the Aston Martin, so that is probably handling properly now. But the Ferrari, that big black patch just behind the right front wheel arch, that's a hole with a bit of gaffer tape over it. Quite a large bit of gaffer tape, which astonishingly has actually stayed stuck on there, so they know where their low pressure zones are on the car.
It's flapping away now. We got a good look at the right-hand side of the 83. You'll see, I'm sure there's going to be another repair done when they come in for this pit stop. Just about to note, by the way, is we've got the 88 Mustang running 4th and the 33 Corvette Ben Keating running 5th in GT3 on pit lane. Pretty good progress from these two cars.
Just saw how the Aston's lap time got murdered by getting stuck behind a Lexus in just the wrong place. Let's get down to the pits and hear from Porsche.
Lawrence Vanthoor had a very good vantage point during the entirety of that opening stint. Lawrence, you were picking off cars out there. Started further back than you wanted, but moved more up. Do you think Kevin has a car underneath him to get up into the front of this fight?
Difficult to say. I hope so. Was frustrating though, because I was happy to make my way up to, I don't know, P7 or something, but then some Mr. Russ in the BMW decided to kind of on purpose of my feeling touch me on the back on the straight and broke the tail, and then we had to change the tail in the pit stop because it was broken. So we dropped back again half of what I made up, and yeah, we're a bit eyeing to be quick at the end of the race tire-wise, so I had to fight a bit and swallow the pill now in this stint, but hopefully it pays off at the end of the race to be quick. But the car is good, but it's still, yeah, it's not easy to fight from the back to go to the front and then stay out of trouble. There was a lot going on, but I did my best.
Bit of a break before you have to get back in?
Yeah, 2 hours, Kevin, and then I'm back in. So.
Good luck.
Thanks.
And of course he has to get back in because there's only 2 of them, as there are in the other Porsche number 5 and the 2 Aston Martins. Now, a whole sea change going on here in LMGT3. It is basically whole field pit stops. James Cottingham in from the lead, Ahmed Al-Hati from second here, James from third, etc., etc., etc. So we will reset that in a moment or two.
This is the remainder of the LMGT3 teams having completed pretty much their full fuel stint now. So James Cottingham comes in. It is a full 30-second gap that he's built up since we went back to green flag racing.
And if they're all coming in now, that means that stopping a couple of laps earlier was not much of a hardship for Ryan Hardwick in the first form car. Up behind Sebastian Bourdais. Take a look at that bodywork. You can clearly see the left-hand side raised up compared to the right-hand side at the rear. There's a big gap where it's come unclipped from the main part of the body. It is hanging on there, but any turbulence, I mean, these cars spend time in the wind tunnel for a good reason, Darren. Anything that's causing drag is reducing your speed.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the pace is still so strong because it's lifting on that left-hand side. It's going to affect the rear wing as well. Plus, there's more drag at this point. So, but when we just saw it on the left-hand side, when it's bouncing around, it doesn't look like the wind sort of catching it and pulling it up. It just looks like it's loose and just bouncing around.
Meanwhile, Aston Martin versus Ferrari. Marco Sorensen holding off Nick Nielsen still. One of them is pitting this lap. Sorensen.
So Sorensen, remember, has got a 10-second penalty to be added on this stop, so he will drop back from this battle. But picking up on the point you made at that time, his pace since that was doled out means he's only going to drop 1, maybe 2 places. At the point at which that penalty was doled out, it was going to be 5 or 6. So Marco Sorensen's pace since that penalty was doled out has served him very well indeed as the harder racing Aston Martin team go to work.
And Alex Riberas will take over. There's Antonio Giovinazzi. He's handed over the 51 car as well. Who gets in? I would guess James Collado at this stage, but we'll wait to see who it is. 007 has stopped as well. Tom Gamble has taken over from Harry Tinknell. So both Astons on the same lap as the 51 Ferrari, the 15 BMW and the 36 Alpine, all in the pits together. But that does mean that both Cadillacs have gone a little further on fuel, and so have the Peugeots, and so too has the number 5 and 6, or have the number 5 and 6. I know 6 Porsche changed already, but number 5 is still out there. So full tyre change, full set of 4 for the 51. Nobody yet venturing onto a medium tyre. There's quite a lot of heavy cloud overhead still. It's not particularly a hot day, but track temperatures are high enough for the medium to be the tyre of choice.
On point on pace, by the way, the fastest lap of the race so far has gone to Will Stevens on lap 2 of this race, but the fastest first and second sectors of the race both going to Marco Sorensen in the 009 Aston Martin. So that thing phenomenally quick in the first and second sectors. And in comes the 5. Marshall compromised there to 94 coming in. Like the 5 car, the hands of Julien Adler, struggling to get the car down to speed.
And he will hand over to Mathieu Jaminet. Again, that's a 2-car entry. 51 car with Alessandro Pierre Guidi at the wheel, which frees up Antonio Giovinazzi for a chat.
I am with Antonio Giovinazzi, driver of the 51 Ferrari. 2 things. I saw you checking the tire there. What happened? There's a bit of orange.
Yes, I think the GT3 traffic is quite difficult to manage, especially because it's a lot dirty on the track, so you cannot really go really outside, so you need to be really close by side to the GT3. So yeah, some contact there, but yeah, really happy from P6 to P3. I think our pace in the race is a little bit better. We're missing speed on the straight, but yeah, I think we take it a long race ahead, but we are in a good position.
Your pace is more than okay. On the last few laps, you're actually the fastest car on track.
Yeah, I think we are better in terms of degradation, and this is why in the end we were the fastest. So I think we have a good opportunity. Let's keep working and keep doing like this.
Well done, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Big crash for Raffaele Marcello. He's just taken over the number 15 BMW. This is his outlap. He has put it in the wall hard, and this will be a safety car, I think, where he's going around the 99 Porsche and loses it on cold tyres. You see brand new tyres on the right there, so it looks like he had a full set. He did. Now, he's complaining about a brake test from the 99 car. The Porsche came in front of him there and looked like a stop. However,
double yellows at T8.
All right, we're going to prepare for a virtual safety car because we're right in the middle. And that means I do get to say
seconds.
Paul di Resta leads for Peugeot.
No, mate, the car is destroyed.
Okay, sorry, mate. It's yellow. Please be safe. Please be safe. We saw everything. So not your fault. Are you okay?
Well, it looks like he was okay.
We are under virtual safety car. We are intervening in the area of T8. Drivers left. You will have a double waved yellow flag in that area.
So, leader Paul di Resta in the pits, Sebastian Bourdais in the pits, Nick de Vries in the pits, Nico Pino in the 99 Porsche remains out. Norman Nato took over the number 12 Cadillac from our race leader, Will Stevens. New body rear end going on, or the rear clip coming off. Are they going to change that engine cowl as well? They are. And so it is a full-scale attack on the pit lane now as the virtual safety car is out. Lots of wheel spin from Nick de Vries as he leaves the pit lane.
This could be critical for that Peugeot, Martin, because he served part of that pit stop under the virtual safety car when the car that should have been chasing him for the lead did its full stop at green. I think this is going to swing it Peugeot's way.
There is the very sad side of a wrecked number 15. I was talking to Thierry Tassin, the man who masterminds their hypercar program, and he just said, we need a break.
Yes, we have everything on tape. We have everything. Sorry for that, mate, but this is not racing. This is a shame.
Real disappointment for Raffaele Marcello and the 15 BMW team. They've still got one dog in the fight, the number 20 car, but they could have done with a little bit more luck. Look at this incident. Darren, cars are so close together, aren't they, at certain parts of the track?
It's an odd one, that seeing the Porsche come around the left-hand side. It looked like, you know, he had the drive out of turn 6, and he would have had the run down to turn 10. BMW coming out of the pits on obviously colder tyres, so it's just a really odd accident completely. But the damage now to the Armco, that's going to be the one that's going to take the time for a bit of a tidy up at this point.
We might be into quite a long safety car. If the posts that hold those barriers are damaged in any way, they'll have to be reset. Just saw Vincent Vos. This is motor racing. Last weekend, Team WRT were jubilant. They won another championship in the GT field, not in World Endurance, but in the Europe with Charles Weerts. And then, you know, you're seeing one of your two prototypes getting wrecked. Let's hear a little bit more from the team.
I cannot open the left door for info.
Okay, understood. We'll let the marshals know through TT.
All right, so he couldn't open the door from the inside. The marshals have done so, though. Car was safe. It's not gone red, so able to climb out of the car. But that's a very disappointed Raffaele Marcello. It'll be a very disappointed team. Nico Pino finally stops the 99 car from the lead, but again he has had to come in with the pit lane open under virtual safety car, so he's surrendered that lead. In LMGT3 again we'll have to wait for another lap for sort of everybody to come through and sort themselves out, but it looks as though the entire field taking this opportunity, whether they've done driver changes or not, to top off with fuel. And Darren Turner, that's all part of what happens here, is even if you stop the previous lap or 2 or 3 laps earlier maybe, you will come in and just top off with fuel when you get the opportunity to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's a free pit stop basically and you're going to gain an advantage, it just stops you having something coming later on the race. And the worst thing is with like 5 laps to go and you've got to do a splash and dash just to get to the line.
Proton are going to retain this lead. It's going to be very close because of the virtual safety car. That is the number 93 Peugeot, and I think Proton are in and out the pits, and they are, and will retain the lead with that pit stop. So they've cycled through those pit stops just because of where they were on track, having not pitted. The irony of that incident is they've taken the lead of this race.
Nico Veroni has taken over the 99 car, Jean-Eric Verne the 93 car. Well, you know that Jean-Eric Verne will only be thinking of one thing, and that is how and where he's going to get by that 99 car to lead the race. Behind him in 3rd place, again, never count them out, Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. Now, he's not immediately behind on the road, but once we go from virtual safety car to safety car, then he will close right up behind. Toyota never out of it.
So be very careful with front left tire at the beginning, T4. Try to not stress it in the first 15 to 20 laps.
Just to explain why we've got to such a topsy-turvy form with this virtual safety car. Safety car will be deployed, by the way, fairly quickly. The difference here in this running order is coming from those cars that stopped fully under green, partially under virtual safety car, or totally under virtual safety car, and there are big wins. How big a win is displayed by the position of the cars in 4th and 5th. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota's Jenson Button is up to 4th place, despite the fact, with that rear bodywork change, he spent, 30 seconds longer on pit lane. Because he did it with the virtual safety car, he's leapfrogged the number 12 car.
And that's the thing of it, is you're not spending any less time in the pit lane, it's that everybody else is going very, very, very much slower while you're stationary, and as a result, it's a net gain.
It most certainly is. And the 12 car, which has dominated this race, is down to 5th. Back in for the 83. They may as well do this if they've got further repairs that they wish to make. They're taking off a bit of the tape that they thought was causing a problem. 83 has been in for service, but it is the number 99 Proton car, the other car that was involved in this incident. And you know what? I'll wait and hear what race control are going to say about that, and the stewards are going to say about that, because we've not got all the information. We heard it from the BMW driver. We saw what we could see from the cockpit, which was not everything. That's going to be a really interesting decision.
Yeah, and the stewards have access to all the telemetry from the car in real time. They'll compare that lap with previous laps and make a decision. Peter Dumbreck, the driver steward's advisor, is a very busy boy today.
What an opening stint that was from Paul di Resta, taking the car from 4th up to 2nd, battling for the lead the whole time. Paul, Peugeot got the first podium the last time out. Do you think maybe a win is on the cards today?
It'd be very difficult. We're obviously in the mix. Cadillac were very strong. Ferrari looked very strong over the distance. The way the pit sequence has worked, I think it's favoured us again. We've managed to jump the cars we were racing there. Of course, the Proton Porsche is slightly in front. I don't know how. But we're in the mix, and I think that's the main thing. We've been strong all weekend, and I think, well, you still have this long to go. The car's feeling good. It's reacted very well to everything we've done overnight. So I think we're in a reasonable position, but you never know what the competition's got available still at the end, but we'll keep fighting.
There's a lot of fans here cheering for Peugeot and around the world. I mean, it's such a cool thing. You've got your own Hot Wheels car now even. The fan support, how has that egged everyone on within the program?
Yeah, it's obviously a market for Peugeot. Our CEO's here this weekend, so it obviously helps when you have the support like that. But I think coming to Japan is anyway very special. Reminds me a bit like going to the UK to race. The level of passion is quite unique. They follow obviously their own championships, but to come and do a World Endurance Championship always keeps growing. So it's key that we come to places like this for the markets. This is what keeps the interest and keeps us all doing the job we love.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Martin, I'll explain to Paul, I think you might as well tune in to WCTV, why our Proton competition in the lead of this race. They've had a clean race right up until the point of that incident with the BMW. Yet to be determined who is at fault for this incident. There's a race-ending crash for the 15. That brought out the virtual safety car. There is Raffaele Marciello mercifully walking away from that wreck. Big, big shunt for him. That went to the virtual safety car. Proton competition, we were in the pit stop cycle, had not pitted. They were able to gain fully from that virtual safety car, serving their entire stop under full course yellow conditions, with the rest of the field going much, much more slowly. In doing that, they leapfrogged effectively 10 cars.
And how much more slowly? Well, a lap time behind virtual safety car is 3.5 minutes, not 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
So if you spend 2 minutes in the pit lane, effectively a pit stop is 0 seconds taken out of your race. Now here is the incident again, on board with the number 15 car. It does look as though the Porsche comes in front of him and maybe even just has a tiny lift because he's not sure he's going to get through. Don't forget, he was out of the pits as well on cold tyres. And there was just, no saving that one for the BMW driver. They're coming into that corner much too quickly.
We should remind viewers, by the way, that amongst the arsenal of things that the race control and the stewards have got at their disposal, the driver advisor Peter Dumbreck, who's been part of our team at Le Mans for many years on the Le Mans TV, will have all sorts of data sources, live data, which will show them about exactly what happened aboard both of those cars, as well as GPS systems that shows millimetrically perfectly exactly where those cars were.
Safety car is out. Proton Porsche leads from the 93 Peugeot, the number 7 Toyota in 3rd place. Yes, you read that correctly. Then the Cadillacs, 38 and 12. So there is the safety car queue.
So Nico Veroni it is that leads the queue. John-Eric Ver, Nick de Vries the Toyota Gazoo racing car, another car that's profited mightily from this period of the race. And then from there on in, Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, Jensen Button's 38 car, leapfrogging the sister car, again with that same trick, if you like, that sometimes can be played on the order with the 38 car, despite needing a bodywork replacement, managing to get ahead of the sister 12 car.
And that's not clever calculation, that's just the way the cookie crumbled. Two hours down, 4 to go in Fuji. Cadillac led from a dominant qualifying performance that saw them lock out the front row of the grid. The 009 Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen making itself felt in the first corner. A little lock-up from the number 7 Toyota. Managed to avoid the gravel trap on the exit of turn 1, but lost ground. In LMGT3, Darren Leung took the lead at the start, but he'd gone across the line a little too early, and as a result he would serve a jump start penalty. 81 Corvette knocked the 54 Ferrari off into the gravel on the first corner. Both survived, and they were drama-free. And early on, James Cottingham moving up into second ahead of the pole-sitting Aston Martin in LMGT3. Tony McIntosh playing himself in his first race here in Fuji very cautiously. As Cottingham took the lead from Darren Leung, the Corvette of Ben Keating moved up into third place. The second Aston V and James was right there. Porsche across the gravel, lurid moment for the number 5 car, which it survived, but then trouble as the Aston Martin of Harry Tincknell ran into the back of one of the Alpines and the 83 Ferrari, damaging that. Puncture for the number 8 Toyota after contact from the Alpine from behind. And Toyota would later serve a penalty for not taking a second pit stop. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, all arms and elbows as Stefano Gattuso's Mustang dived through in traffic to take the lead of the class. Drive-through penalty for 009 Marco Sorensen, dropped him from third place to 9th, and then a first safety car to clear up various bits of debris. About half the field had body panels replaced during the virtual safety car pit stops that preceded the safety car. Back to green, and Loic Duval in the Peugeot making the move on Sebastian Bourdais at the restart to take second place. Bourdais then losing third to the 51 Ferrari of Antonio Giovinazzi. And Peugeot harassing the lead Cadillac further back. The Ferrari trying to make a move. Giovinazzi alongside the caddy for second place, third place, making that move stick. 51 Ferrari looking strong. Marco Sorensen with seemingly 2 gears more than anybody else after his drive-through penalty, working his way from 17th back up to 7th. As the penalty, a 3-minute hold in the pits for the number 8 car for taking that emergency service. We're under safety car because of this. Raffaele Marcello's BMW swapping ends on stone-cold tyres out of the pit lane after near contact with the 99 Porsche. The BMW is out. The safety car has picked up the field. Under virtual safety car, some of the cars had already stopped under green. Some were in the pits as virtual safety car came out. But the big gainers, the 99 Proton Porsche and the number 7 Toyota, stopped fully under virtual safety car, and they have jumped from nearly nowhere to the top 3 with the 93 Peugeot in between them. And our front-running duo, the 38 and the 12 Cadillac, who started second and first, are currently down in 4th and 5th places. The number 15 BMW is out. So far, the only mechanical retirement or accident retirement of the race. So 17 hypercars remain and 18 LMGT3 cars. At the front of the field remains the 59 United Autosports McLaren, and James Cottingham's handed over to his teammate Sebastian Bourdais. The Iron Dames are up to second, having started 17th. What a great run through the field from Celia Martin. Rahul Frey's taken that over. Valentino Rossi third in the Team WRT BMW, ahead of Gianmarco Leverato's Proton Competition Mustang, the 88 car that was ahead of the field earlier on. And that's where we are.
Well, you can take a breather because it is the 100th WEC race in its history since 2012. Delighted to be joined in the booth by double FI World Endurance Champion Timo Bernhard. Delighted to see you again, sir. This is quite some race.
Thank you, yeah. And if you mentioned the 100th race, I was in the first race at Sebring back in 2012, finishing second, just missing out on the win with the Audi Sport Team used.
Fantastic stuff. Audi, a big part of the story, of course, at the start of this this journey with Tota, still with us now, and then you with the Porsche and the fabled 919 and all the astonishing racing we got in the LMP1 hybrid era. It's a very different era. The cars maybe not quite as blindingly quick as those LMP1 hybrids were, but we've got a heck of a lot more of them, and what we're seeing with that is far more drama on track.
Yes, no, for sure. I mean, there's always different eras in sports car racing, as you know, and now we have an era with a lot of competition, and this is what I like, and it's a tough competition. But today they are quite a bit rough out there.
Well, I am with Pierre Alves, Endurance Program Manager. We're here to speak about Fuji. Fuji is well known for being a track with low grip, which is not always easy to manage for the tires, because low grip means high degradation.
Yeah, correct. Here we have a circuit that is, the surface doesn't allow to the tires to work very, very hard. So that's why we have a lot of sliding on the surface, which creates wear on the tires. So when we create wear, there's less rubber left on the tire, so there's degradation, so the lap times will be slower at the end of the stint.
So what was the strategy this year? Because I know it's different from last year. Also, the weather is a lot cooler. So what was the philosophy this time?
Yeah, correct. Last year, for the last 2 years in Fuji, we always choose to provide the medium and the hard. So this year we make the choice to have the soft and the medium. So it was a deliberate choice, because for the last 2 years, even the hard compound was not playing in the strategy for the teams, even with hard conditions. So that's why this year we decided to bring the soft, the white one, because at this time of the year it's a little bit later than last year. So we expect to have a cooler temperature. We see it today. And hopefully, maybe we will see the soft play the strategy for the teams tomorrow for the race.
We saw teams using the soft already at the front right, not on the front left. Why is that?
Yeah, there's a lot more energy on the left side. The left side suffers a lot here with the corners, so the soft will be struggling. They will be overheating too much. So definitely the medium on the left. After on the right side, maybe we can see some teams using the soft on the right side.
Well, that will be interesting to see. Thank you very much, and see you later.
Thank you, boys.
Well, back live here in the booth, and back with Timo Bernhard. Timo, it's a Porsche leading the race at the moment. It's probably not the Porsche want to, not because you're going to go against Proton competition, but because of the World Championships up at stake here. And the critical part of where we are today is, will this go to Bahrain? Where will you guys be against the two other marques that are still in contention for the World Manufacturers' Championship, who are Cadillac and Ferrari? At the moment, it's been pretty topsy-turvy stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We're still fighting for the Manufacturers' Championship, which is a very important championship for Porsche, as you know. And last year we missed out, just by a couple of points against Toyota. So it's definitely a championship. We want to be in contention also for the last race. So, but let's see, it's still 3 hours 40 to go, and that's a beautiful thing about endurance racing. There's always things happening, and now we have cars leading that we'll not predict it before, but it's still, everything's possible, and now the whole field is close together again, and when it goes green, it's back to pace.
We've got some barrier repairs, we understand, underway. Part of your era has been part of a kind of a change in the way that motorsport has seen endurance racing. We had in 2015 Nico Hülkenberg coming and taking the win at Le Mans. Mark Webber, of course, part of your story in the FI World Endurance Championship, and now into just things that are happening around the world this weekend, with Max Verstappen making his GT race debut. Sports car racing is on the up, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is sexy as ever, because for me, I like this. I like this, and actually, heads off to Max Verstappen to tackle the Nordschleife, and I like this. When the platform which gets the most attention, which is Formula One for sure, when they try to also other disciplines, you mentioned Nico Hülkenberg, Fernando Alonso, Mark Webber was in my car, or we shared the car for 3 years. We had great fun. I mean, these are great race car drivers, and they like to experience other things. And endurance racing has so much to offer. So you see, I'm emotional. It's a great racing. I love it.
Well, let's catch up with the Lexus team in the garage. 87 machine currently lying in 6th place. Bruce Joanny with Clemens Schmidt.
All smiles here in the Acodis ASP team garage. I'm with Clemens Schmidt, driver at the 87 Lexus. How is it going? We haven't spoken to you so much since the beginning of the weekend, but how is it to race in Japan?
I mean, it's always great to be here, especially with all Toyota fans around, and we also get quite a lot of support here with the Lexus. Yeah, after quali it didn't look that great, but Jose and Pedro did a great job. We started P15, now we're P6, so it's going in the right direction.
Yeah, it looks like it's going the right direction. Can you read the race a little bit and the degradation, or not really at the moment?
Yeah, we are suffering with quite a high tire degradation, but I think the biggest challenge is to stay without any mistake. We saw so many cars already with penalties, so our aim is to get the race without any mistakes, and then we see where we end up.
Okay, we wish you a clean race then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just going back to the point with Max yesterday, blinding stuff from him in the GT3 Ferrari. Got a little bit of a way to go to beat your lap time on the Nordschleife, though, in a very different car. I'm making this 2.5 minutes quicker.
Yeah. You need to change cars for sure.
So maybe next time in a Porsche for Max.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's great, and I mean, I don't know him personally, but you know, hearing things about him, that for sure he's a racer, and I like it. You know, the way he tackled, and he has a, you know, I mean, he has a huge talent, as we know, and I mean, Nordschleife is something special, and he really honors his place. Also, that's something I cherish. I like.
Good stuff. So we've seen the barrier repairs underway now. Timo Bernhard's going to stick with us for a little wee while, I hope, while we work through this kind of period. Shame that we are stuck with that.
See Eduardo Freitas, our race director down there, supervising the work. Not supervising, but making sure he knows exactly what's going on so the circuit remains safe. Great aerial view over turns 5, 6, 7 of this Fuji circuit, and that's where the BMW went off, where the trucks are repairing the barriers. Now let's catch up with the car that came into the garage as the lead, the number 59 McLaren. James Cottingham taking the lead early on and holding it all the way to the end of his stint.
It's hard to think that we're going to get a better GT3 drive than what we saw at the start of this race from James Cottingham. James, you and I were just chatting a little bit about racing at Fuji. Last year, it was a bit intimidating in practice and qualifying, but something switched on for you in the race. This year, it's been full out the entire time. Were you enjoying that stint?
Yeah, I loved it. You know, these races get neutralized so much, so you just cross your fingers that there are no safety cars, and wanted to build as big a gap as possible because it was going so well, and it was, dare I say it felt relatively cool and calm and almost easy. So, yeah, just wanted to keep my head down. And I'm one of those people that if I back off and ease off, I make mistakes. I've got to go flat out the whole time in the race. So, yeah, really pleased with the way it went. And the car was great. And United have done a great job because we've had such a rotten season in the middle of it. Great start, but the middle of it's been rotten. And things have just come our way here. So everything's come together. So we've still got, 3.5 hours, 4.5, whatever we've got, 3.5 hours to go yet. Still got quite a bit to go, but we can do it, and we just got to cross our fingers.
No matter what series United Autosport is racing in, it's known as a very family team, family-oriented. You actually had a bit of help from your teammate out there. The 59 let you by at one point, and that allowed you to clear off into the distance. How important is it to have the two-car effort and that you're both working together so well?
Yeah, I mean, we have a very open book debrief policy, so we share our debriefs, we share our strategies, and that really helps. It's not that much running, especially for someone like me that comes from a day job. I'm working the whole time, and I don't have that much time to go on the sim, go testing, things like that. So we've really got to make the most of our weekends, and here at United, they really do that. We are pulling everything together into one pot. And so, racing and working with Darren this year has been really good because he is absolutely one of the best bronzers in the world. And so to have him as a teammate, we've worked really well together this year. And we've both shown that when the car's got everything going to its advantage, that we are the quickest team. So yeah, it's been great working with United and McLaren, and just got all my fingers crossed for everything.
Still a long way to go, as you said, 3.5 hours, but fingers crossed the rest of the way.
Yeah, thank you very much. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, great stuff from James Cottingham. Absolutely stellar opening stint. Some more cars coming onto pit lane. Now, I don't think that's early enough. This must be only, yes it is, emergency service for that car, just topping up fuel.
Well, it's just a top-up. I think maybe they're hearing that...
We had 3 laps. It's a short circuit. We have had 3 laps of safety car, haven't we? We saw those 2 intervention vehicles, one of which very clearly was putting the piles in for the support, so it's going to be a little wee while. You've been such a part of the Porsche story for my entire career, I have to say, Timo. Working with the drivers here, but also working with Porsche's most valued customers. What's been the reaction to sports car racing and to the resurgence, if you like, of top-class sports car racing amongst the Porsche family?
Well, Porsche and Le Mans, they go together, and Porsche has such a rich history in endurance racing all over the world. And this is what we feel. Every country we come to, I mean, I did media hot laps yesterday, today, and you just feel the fascination about Porsche, about the racing history, about the road cars, and you can relate to it, because what we learn in racing, we use in the production series cars and vice versa. So I really still feel this over my entire career. As you say, I'm 26 years with the brand, so I'm very lucky. And this is great. This is unique.
This is the what caused the stoppage we've got at the moment, or stoppage the other safety car at the moment. The incident that you can see the damage there to the barriers. Whether or not it's been in the GT classes, whether or not it's been in LMP1, whether or not it's been in LMP2 with the RS Spider in North America, and for that matter at Le Mans, or now in Hypercar, you guys have never been too far away from the action, certainly not too far away from the silverware, and you're pretty close to it now as well.
Yes. Yeah, no, I mean, this is for sure. Porsche is doing this as well, you know, to win, yes, to learn, and for technology and everything, but also for the competition. You know, you want to compete, you want to win, and it doesn't matter if it's in class or if it's overall. It's sweeter if it's overall, but this is something which I can, you know, relate to, and over my whole career, I always had the feeling that Porsche was giving me the best what they have, you know. And
whether it's with the 911s and LMGT3, whether or not it's in Hypercar, we hope you guys are with us for a lot more years to come. Timo Bernhard, we're going to say thanks and enjoy the race from the comfort of the garage. Not that it seems too comfortable at the moment, but fingers crossed we get to as good an end to this race as we've had at the beginning. But a delight again to be joined by Timo.
Thank you very much, and all the best back to the fans in Europe as well. Enjoy the racing.
Well, they can hear that on tape. I don't think they're awake yet in Europe, unless they've got up very early or stayed up very late. And of course, Timo himself, a team owner, he runs a GT Porsche team, 75 Bernhardt, and in the GT category, Porsche looking very strong indeed, in second place with the Iron Dames currently, and the Manthey First Form car in 5th position. So mates that have competed in every 100 of the races. This is the 100th race, as you saw there. Aston Martin have been through with us from the start in the GT classes, but of course now, for the first time this year, in the top class as well in Hypercar. And that's a major feather in the team's cap. And I know back in Gaydon and in Wellsbourne, Aston Martin's base in Warwickshire, they are very, very excited about seeing the car on track. And they should be rightly very proud of where it is at the moment. 009 is down in 11th place, 007 down in 14th. But that's just the way that the cookie crumbled with the safety car. Those cars have got an awful lot of pace. Now, into the pits again is the number 8 Toyota, and this along with the 83 Ferrari. Again, this will be a top-up for tyres, clean, making sure there's not too much rubber debris in the air vents and all that sort of stuff. Topping up the driver's bottle as well as the car's fuel tank, just to make sure that everything is ready to go. Looks as though the barrier repairs were close to being completed, and hopefully that means that we will be soon getting back to green flag racing. Well, the 83 car comes out still with that hole in the side of it from contact earlier on from the 007 Aston Martin, and that car second in the championship. This is a race they needed to go their way, and this unfortunately might be just the bad luck that has taken things away from them. Flying over the Fuji Speedway Hotel, a view down there of the final corner and the enormous mile-long straight that used to lead to the banking. We don't see that anymore. That was last used in the late 1970s for safety reasons. It was a bit of a bumpy set of banking, but yeah, this was once a bank corner at both ends of the track.
Well, on the safety car, for those barrier repairs after the incident involved the elimination for this race of the number 15 BMW. Well, we switch effortlessly from racing royalty, Timo Bernhard, to actual royalty. I know he's tapping me on the shoulder saying, no, Sheikh Salman Al Khalifa, the man behind the fabulous Bahrain International Circuit, where we will be in just a few weeks' time for the finale for this World Championship. You're here and taking a very active interest in this. Your home country always makes the championship phenomenally welcome. We're here to encourage more people to come and watch on site. The welcome at the circuit is always fantastic. Lots of things for people to do. This is a pretty high bar, what's going on at Fuji. Tell me, from your experience with coming to Le Mans and some of the other races we've seen you had down through the years. Just exactly what are you looking to provide for people who are going to get on a plane and come to the Kingdom of Bahrain?
Well, first off, thank you for the opportunity, and it's great to be here. It's my first time in Fuji.
Is it really?
And it is, and it's great. I mean, to visit venues, to see how we can learn from each other has been great. And obviously, they've done a phenomenal job here, and you know, the hospitality has been amazing. So I thank them for that. I mean, for us, we're ready in almost a month for the final round. It's going to be hopefully amazing, and looking forward to everyone coming. I mean, we try to bring a family atmosphere. This year we've got a lot of stunt shows, monster trucks, all of that off track, and obviously on track the racing has been great, and it's great to see so many world-class manufacturers in WEC. Obviously we started in 2012, so we've been part of this journey since that, and we're honored to be part of that, and hopefully for a long time to come.
Plenty of places to stay, plenty of ways to get to the Kingdom of Bahrain. Weather is usually fantastic. We haven't rained at Bahrain before now, and I've personally been caught out monumentally by the fog coming off the desert of an evening. But generally speaking, it is a very chill place to come and experience World Championship level motorsport.
It is, and you know, with the weather we can never know, but hopefully it will be good. It won't be that cold, but you know, if rain brings excitement, then let it be. The fog that year was also one-off, so that was crazy.
So famously, by the way, you will always come into the media room and the TV compounds, and you always ask us the same thing every year, and that is, what can we do to improve? And we do take the mickey a little bit, and our ex-colleague on pit lane, Louise Beckett, famously made a difference to the stockage on the tea points, having requested, I thought quite rudely, for English breakfast tea, but hilariously that was provided. Looks like repairs are pretty much there, so it won't be too long before we get back to green flag racing. But you guys are very serious about upping the ante. There is massive pride in your country about that facility.
It is. I mean, for us, you know, we started. Motorsport does go back to 1952. However, as a racetrack, when we started in 2004, we really wanted to bring motor racing to the region, bringing world championships. I think the World Endurance Championship is the pinnacle of endurance racing, and other championships as well that we have beginning of the year, Formula One. But for us, it was really important to stay the course, to be with the ACO and WEC all through this journey, and now you see how great these manufacturers coming, 27 more teams, and it's looking amazing.
We get a fantastic welcome when we arrive, and pretty famously, we've not always, but most often, we finish the season there with a fabulous send-off, which I know the entire paddock looks forward to. But it is that kind of welcome that's available for the paying fans as well. I don't know of any other venue that puts on as much entertainment. I mean, it's a cultural thing. We take care of our guests, whoever, even the paying fans, from the moment they land to the moment they leave. So the airports will have that, the shuttles, all of that. And we want people they're there to enjoy a great championship and a great race. And our job is just to make everything simple for them and that they enjoy it. Well, we're going to say...
I was going to say, to help with that, we've made sure that never have we come to Bahrain with all the championship tied up, and it's just been about driving around in a circle for a bit.
It's 3.5 hours. I am looking at... you never know with endurance
Even if
racing.
one title is done here, everything else will still be up to be decided. So, yeah, can't wait. I have to say, I'm personally angling for double races in Bahrain. The 6-hour, 8-hour fortnight, that was nice because you got a little holiday in the sunshine in between the races, but yeah, always great to go. And don't forget, tickets are still available for the 8 Hours of Bahrain, the season finale, so you can book those now online. And for the rest of the 2026 season, the dates are now published, so you can start booking it in advance for that. And if you want to go somewhere, then Bahrain is at least as good a welcome as anywhere else you will find, and a thoroughly enjoyable season finale as well. So yeah, combine a little bit of winter sunshine with some top-class motor racing.
And some great hospitality from the region. Sheikh Salman, it's been a delight to see you.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you more than once a year, and enjoy the rest of this event, because this is about to get lit up again, and we've got just about 3.5 hours to go. Not quite yet ready for the safety car to leave us, but when it does, This is going to be Formula Bonkers again.
Yeah, I was just waiting to see if the lights went out on the safety car out of turn 10. I think they might have done. Safety car is coming in this lap, so the barriers are completed, and we are about to go back to green flag racing. So thank you very much to Sheikh Salman. Looking forward to Bahrain already, but let's not wish things away. Raffaele Marcello there with Thierry Tassin and the man in the cup, Vincent Vos in the cap, just explaining what happened with the 99 Porsche that is our current leader. I'm sure that will be investigated, but we are ready to go back to green. Nico Verone with Jean-Eric Verne under pressure from Nick de Vries. Jean-Eric not quite as close to the tail of the 99 Porsche as he might well have wanted, and so Verone escapes, and we're on board with Nick de Vries chasing the Peugeot down the straight. That is the top three, with the Cadillacs in 4th and 5th. The championship leading Ferrari in 6th place with a sister car in 8th. Ferrari looking strong in the championship, but Cadillac currently outscoring them at the moment as they work their way down into turn 1 with the LMGT3 leading United Autosports McLaren in the thick of all of this.
Yeah, Nico Verone took a quick look at the instructions he'd been given, and letting cars by wasn't on them. Aboard with Mathieu Jaminet, and it's side by side. It's a big mix-up here.
Yeah, Jaminet trying to get by Antonio Fuoco. That didn't happen for him, but look at the Cadillac. That is the 4th place caddy of Norman Nato, car number 12, that led until the safety car, the virtual safety car pit stops. They stopped under green, and they have cost, or that has cost them time as a result. And Alessandro Pierguidi, I beg your pardon, Antonio Fuoco, we're back with him, but Alessandro Pierguidi ahead. He's trying to get by the closest of the Cadillacs as we run up behind the second Peugeot. That's Malte Jakobsen, and he's in 7th place.
It's a big mix-up in the order where we were before this latest safety car after the barrier repairs. But it is Proton Competition leading side by side here between the 7th and 93.
Yeah, this is for 2nd place. Jean-Eric Verne on the outside. Nick de Vries really with the visor down, attacking hard, didn't get through there. And Darren Turner, he's in the slipstream, but he lost a little bit of momentum coming onto the straight.
Yeah, trying to make a move on the way into 16, and if it doesn't work, you're just going to lose it on the way out, and that's what's happened now. But he's got the whole straight to use the toe, claw his way back to being on the tail of the Peugeot, and then attack again.
Cadillacs weaving to heat their tyres. 51 making a move on the Peugeot of Malte Jakobsen. Alessandro Pierguidi licked the stamp and sent it down the inside. That didn't work, so Malte Jakobsen holds on in 6th, Pierguidi in 7th. That's Mathieu Jaminet ahead of us as we ride in 9th place with Antonio Fuoco.
That was a change. Car 51, meanwhile, championship leader under investigation. Pit stop just under an hour ago. All sorts of phenomenal stuff happening at the moment. Darren Turner, this one's lighting up again.
That's just amazing, isn't it? Always the same after a restart, isn't it? When you get everyone bunched back up, people are scrabbling to get the temperature back in the tyres. It's starting to settle down now in terms of what the drivers are expecting from the car in terms of the performance of the tyre, and now they can just focus on going head-to-head with the other cars.
Virtual standings of the Manufacturers' Championship. It is all about who finishes ahead of, in terms of the point scoring tally between the 2 factory cars of these 3 manufacturers. At the moment, Ferrari would go in the lead of the championship to Bahrain, but the championship would not be done. 3 hours 20 minutes to go. On board now with Antonio Fuoco. Sub view. The Peugeot, the meat in the Ferrari sandwich. Porsche, sorry, meeting the Ferrari sandwich. This is the battle for 7th place, but this is the battle for the lead. Nico Verone into turn 1. That gap's come down a little bit for Jean-Eric Verne. It's beginning to see a little bit of daylight with Nick de Vries ahead. The 5 car goes around the 51. Can he make it there? 8th, 7th. Where's he going to come up this corner? Has he got the traction on the way around here? I think he might have done that, Darren Turner.
Yeah, he has. I mean, that was a good move. He just kept him nice and tight on the apex into 1. And then run the outside, got the traction, and then made the move pretty easy on the way into turn 3.
So at the moment, these are critical moments. World Championship conditions, it's a points haul going the way of Porsche. With this move, long way to go quite yet. BMW and Porsche contesting turn 1 in LMGT3 as the number 92 makes its way back up the order. Now with Ricky Berra aboard. That doesn't get done. He's trying to get onto terms with Valentino Rossi ahead. Yes, that Valentino Rossi for 4th place. We're in an era with so many drivers tasting so many other experiences in world motorsport. And Valet, the doctor, after just an absolutely history-making career on two wheels, is beginning to start to make his own history as well on four. That kind of transition, Darren Turner, not simple.
No, I wouldn't have a clue going the other direction. I'm not sure anyone in the whole paddock here could go the other direction and have the same success. So, yeah, I mean, obviously from coming across, most people, he races bikes, but he's been driving cars all his life as well. So on the road, so it's not such a big transition, but I mean, the job he's been doing is absolutely fantastic. It's like he looks absolutely at home in the World Endurance Championship and comparable with all the other drivers around him.
And you know what? He's come here, he knows exactly where he sits in this order, he's looking to climb this order, he's showing massive respect for the talent that sits around him. And I think he's enjoying that challenge. I think he's enjoying the challenge of trying to climb the ladder again. Silver-rated driver in the number 46 car, but it is United Autosports McLaren that leads it out of GT3. Ferrari, 51 and 50, 8th and 9th towards the back end of the point scoring here. Closest contender at the moment in the Drivers' Championship, the 51, is the 83, and they're down in 16th after taking damage earlier in this race, a clash with the 007 Aston Martin. There's the car with a gaping chasm at the side of the car, which is still there, covered by blankets of tape.
Oh, that's a long race. You look at the lap times that Phil was doing in the 83. It was always around the 134. They've got clear traffic at the moment. We're clear track in terms of they're not trying to get through the GT cars at the moment. And again, 83 sitting in the 134 bracket, where the front of the field are in the 31. So you can see they're hemorrhaging time.
Battles up and down the field between pretty much every manufacturer. Proton competition leading Fuji. Yes, you heard that right. Proton competition leading Fuji because of the timing of their pit stop and the timing of the virtual safety car, picking up a massive amount of time and track position on everybody around them, and now they have to be chased. Chased by Peugeot, chased by Toyota at the moment, with the caddies not that far behind.
Okay, Nick, when it helps you, we can reduce cuts. Alpha 9.3 available. Alpha 9.3 available.
So this is about helping him with performance against efficiency, Darren Turner, and that's been a key part of modern endurance racing, particularly in this hybrid era. They're looking to just save energy.
I'd love to know what all the codes are between the teams. They've all got different ways of describing what they're trying to do, and it'd be great if they published a list that we could...
I think we should ask them.
Yeah,
they'd like us to give us more data. Maybe they should do the same in return. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
46 here, though. This is Valle Rossi holding off at the moment. Ricky Perra, the 46 BMW, the dark blue car with the yellow, the highlighter yellow strips at the front of the car, ahead of the sky blue and black car. Our championship leading squad from Montai First Form. Two German makes in the thick of it here, has been all afternoon. As you can see, gaggle of other makes behind this LMGT3 class. Is up the inside, tries to go right hard at Ricky Perra. I don't think he can do it there. Looks to me, lap by lap, Jean-Eric Verne is just gnawing tenths out of Nico Veroni, but at the moment the young Argentinian driver, already a WC champion in GTE AM in its final year, he's doing a cracking job here in hypercar for Proton competition.
It definitely looked like the warm-up after the safety car was a bit stronger on the Porsche, but now with the Peugeot and the Toyota coming back, you can see as they get closer to being on the back of the GT cars, it's going to be more of a challenge for the 99 to be able to cut its way through. Where you look at the pace of Will Stevens, etc., earlier on in the race with the Cadillac.
Side by side in the background there's the number 10 Aston Martin, exchanging places with the Corvette. It's the 81 car. Andrade has gone past Eduardo Barrichello, but we've seen the ebb and flow here as tyre management comes into it as well. Cars dropping back at the early stages of a stint, but then coming back very strong indeed. There is, by the way, Ricky Perra ahead of the 46 car now and up into 4th place. It's the inside line. It's clear now of Valentino Rossi, and under pressure immediately Rossi from the other Aston, the Aston Martin number 27, part of Racing's car. In hands now of Zach Robichon, the Canadian racer. And he too under pressure from the 87 Lexus. Jose Maria Lopez, long time Toto Gazoo Racing factory driver, world champion, Le Mans winner.
It's a mix now. At the beginning of the race, all the GT cars had their bronzes in, but now it could be a silver, it could be a platinum, it could be a gold. So pace will be a little bit different between the cars.
That was the lead change, or the position change. So you get it increasingly dirty offline.
Try your best defending on the Peugeot, but obviously we are more focused on energy.
Yeah, I don't think Nico Veroni is that bothered about energy at the moment. I think he's enjoying his day in the sun.
But this is where you can conserve some energy with the cars. If once you're into this sort of traffic, there's points where you cannot make any progress. So just save the energy at that point.
Absolutely. A couple of minor bits of admin. Car 6 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, a reprimand for a pit stop infringement, and also car 6 involved with car 20, the other BMW hypercar, warning flag for car 20. So that's a driver behaviour warning flag. But nothing further at this stage of proceedings. 3 hours 12 minutes to go aboard now with Norman Nato. And interestingly, Norman Nato in the 12 car has not yet got by the 38 car ahead of Jenson Button. Those positions changed after the latest pit stops. That came courtesy of the 12 stopping earlier under full green and losing against the cars now ahead of him. A phenomenal amount of time and track position. Dominant leaders in the hands of Will Stevens at the start of this race, and lost all of that with the first safety car.
I think the Cadillac's got a little bit lucky in sector 3, closed in a second, both of them to the lead in group.
There's a bit of traffic, by the way. There's Veroni just pulling away a little here.
Okay, so normally Jenson should let you by. Jenson should let you by. He's been asked. He's been asked.
Well, that's an interesting message. Jenson Button in his penultimate race in the FI World Endurance Championship. He's announced his intention to step back from full season motorsport. Lots of other interest, including the one that really matters, his family earned the right to determine when various aspects of his career were brought to a close, and he's made that decision himself. Meantime, Nico Veroni carving through traffic. Limited risk here for him. Quick look up the inside, but no way through up the inside of the Mustang for the Peugeot. Leapfrogging through, and for me, all of a sudden, I don't think Jenson Button's going to be in too much of a hurry to let that car by, because he's making progress. Car 35, the Alpine, 5 seconds added to its next pit stop. Watch for that. The moment that car way down the order, Paul Chatin in 14th place, and it is leapfrog through the LMGT3s. Now, this, Darren Turner, is where you can gain a second or two, you can lose a second or 5.
Oh, easy, absolutely easy. It's a bit of a strange call with Jenson, and it's going to be difficult to sort of give up that position when you're fighting all this gaggle of GT cars. To give away a position and let someone pass is quite a tricky thing to do, unless your teammate is right on the tail of the car on the main start-finish straight. That's going to be the most logical place to do it.
And the other point that had been made as well is that it's very difficult indeed when you've got Malte Jakobsen's Peugeot right up the rear end of the second of those Cadillacs, so giving up the space to allow the 12 to get close might well give the opportunity for the Peugeot to get by, and that's not what you want to happen, because these Peugeots this afternoon are phenomenally quick.
That was a perfect example of just tripping over each other. You had the Aston and the Peugeot trying to go through 10 and 11 together, side by side, and both of them are being affected. Lap times are obviously deteriorating with what's going on there.
Number 5, Porsche, making its way through traffic, and now alongside and outside the Peugeot, coming into the final turn. Can't do it there, tries to cut back, don't think he's quite got it here. We've seen how quick the Peugeot in the straight line manages to just duck out and not be boxed in, but has the Porsche got the pace down this drag strip of a main straight here at Fuji Speedway? Looking to see The two cars going almost to the pit wall side by side. Needs to go to the outside of the Porsche, but that's not going to work here.
Okay, you can push, you don't need to save energy. Don't need to save energy, you can push.
That's the kind of message you want to hear when you report the car. Big smile from Darren Turner as that message came through.
Car 12 getting the opposite radio to 99, and I definitely prefer to be in the car 12 when you're getting that radio message.
Now this car here, the car number 5, running in 7th place. It's been bad news, it's been coming for a while. It's a drive-through penalty for the factory Porsche, track limits for that one, and that was investigated before the red flag. Now the judgment comes. Let's go down to pit lane.
Raffaele, are you okay? First question.
All good, yeah.
Okay. This was a big crash. What's your take on what happened?
I think the video speaks for itself. In a place where you are flat out, it's difficult to see a different speed in between cars, but I mean now we are out, so we will see after the race what happened to the Proton car.
Okay. Actually, in that turn, do you need to brake or not?
No, it's a straight, it's not a corner, so yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much and happy to see you in good shape.
Thank you.
Yeah, probably be a little bit achy when he gets out of bed tomorrow morning, Raffaele Marcello. The number 15 BMW out of the race, the only retirement so far. And this hypercar battle continues to fascinate. Both Aston Martins on the fringes of the points. Don't forget 009 has served 2 penalties. Was in 3rd place for the first of those. Alex Riberas took over from Marco Sorensen. So he'll be doing the heavy lifting in the middle 2 hours. And I'm sure Marco will get him out of the seat as soon as humanly possible to get in and try and put the Aston where it was early in the race, up in podium position. So 009 just ahead of number 6 of Kevin Est, and they will both gain a position at the expense of Mathieu Jaminet in the number 5 Porsche when it serves its penalty.
Tire pressure looks good, all looking good. Keep pushing, head down, all good.
These Aston Martin Harter Racing drivers are so up for this Darren Turner, from having the heaviest, least powerful car at the beginning of the season because it was regarded as being as good as everything else, better than everything else, and had the worst BOP. Gradually that's come off. They've now got a car that they can race, and it's like the shackles have come off suddenly.
They're right in the mix at this point as well. Obviously Alex is under a huge amount of pressure at this point from car 6 to Porsche. Yeah, and looking a little bit, you know, I wouldn't say ragged, but he just needs to get it calmed down and use the pace of what the car is capable of. We've seen that the car's fast this weekend, and certainly it's a quick car down the straight as well. So, yeah, all the guys there are doing a fantastic job. It's first season for them with the hypercar, so yeah, it's a learning season for them as well.
Yeah, and producing the result. Car number 6, the Porsche, we're just looking at under investigation for a pit stop incident at 13:07. That was 52 minutes ago. The previous penalty for car number 5 was over 2 hours earlier, that incident. So the stewards are still working through a lot of traffic and have not yet, I think, got to the 99 versus 15 incident. So that might take a long while to roll out. Meanwhile, back with the action, and here is the best of the Toyotas. The number 7 car in 3rd place. Now, who would have had that on their bingo card that in 3 hours the number 7 Toyota will be in the top 3? It's under pressure though from the Cadillac, car number 12 right behind. Norman Nato having got by Jenson Button, and they managed to exercise that clearly. Under investigation now comes up on the screen the incident between 99 and 15. So they are now, that is currently being looked at. Our race leader, the 99 Proton competition Porsche. And this, of course, was the second of the privateer Porsches that appeared in FIA WEC. Hertz Team Jota debuted theirs in Spa 2 seasons ago, and Proton debuted theirs in Monza. Harry Tingle was driving the car at that stage, now in the Aston Martin crew in 007. Tom Campbell, he's not in it, Tom Gamble, his teammate is, but still in the top fight. And look at this, the 83 car trying to come through a side-by-side battle, and that is Sean Gallel going by Jose Maria Lopez, the orange and black McLaren, moving up a spot, and Lopez with Rui Andrade right behind. As so often happens, faster cars make a difference in the battle, but the leaders, Nico Varone under real pressure from Jean-Eric Verne. I think Verne is getting bored of seeing the back of that Porsche, Darren.
It's right, when they're out of traffic, the Peugeot definitely looks like it's got the legs, it's got the sort of upper hand in terms of lap time performance. And I think just for the last sort of 4 or 5 laps, the Protons just had a bit more luck with the traffic. But at this point, you know, they're pretty clear, aren't they? They haven't got anything ahead of them for the next lap or so. So this is the time for Jean-Eric Vergne to really push and keep the pressure on.
You have the oversteer completely off the brakes, question?
On the brake, on the brake.
I'm not sure AI worked well there. I heard him say on the brakes, so he's oversteering while he's braking, which means the back is starting to sort of drift away from him in the opposite direction to the way that he wants it to go, which is to follow the front wheels. So that's something they'll have to work on with the balance of maybe roll bars and brake balance.
But for the engineer, he wants to know if it's with the brake pressure on or once the releases happen, and it will be 2 different types of changes to the car to advise to try and counter that oversteer that he's got at the moment.
2 battles going on here for the lead. Jean-Eric Vergne having a little lunge down the inside of Nico Varone, but coming in off too much of a long run-up. But right behind, Nick de Vries, the other dev, with Norman Nato now right on his back bumper as well. And he'll be taking away some of the air from the back of the Toyota, as the Peugeot was doing there from the back of the Porsche. So first and second, third and fourth, both right together. Just a quarter of a second between the top 2. And in fact, it looks like Varone is going a little slower than all 3 cars behind, because Nick de Vries in the black Toyota in third, and in fact the 2 Cadillacs are closing in on him. So this is going to currently be a 2-car battle for the lead. In another lap or so, Darren, when they get into traffic, it'll be a 5-car queue at the least.
Absolutely. I mean, the lap times are just dropping off to 1:33 now, and the people behind, they're still banging in 1:32s and 1:31. So this is going to be not just sort of 4 or 5 cars. It could easily be sort of the top 10 all going to be in one big gaggle.
And some of that is having to defend and not using a perfect racing line. The other side of that might be that issue that he says he's having with the brakes, is trying to spin him out.
Yeah, I mean, that last turn, you can see that he's trying to change the angle of attack when he goes into the corner.
I saw Jev, I raised the point. We keep focused, you will make it.
Oh, Jean-Eric Vergne all over the back of him, and behind Norman Nato as well, attacking Nick de Vries in the Toyota. Who's going to get through? Vergne on the outside. Just too much of a run out towards the curves from Nico Varone, so he holds the lead. But you can see from the timing that Vergne marginally was ahead of the line, 58 thousandths. That's probably the nose cone. In the inset, you can see the battle for the lead. Sebastian Bowe's McLaren ahead of the Iron Dames of Rahal Fry. So that is the lead battle in LMGT3 as we watch the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars that are now battling for the lead in Hypercar.
That big advantage that James Cottingham got in the first 2 hours has completely disappeared there. That 30-second buffer when it came around to the pit stops, but now it's down to 0.6.
5 Porsche, by the way, has been in and out of the pits after serving the drive-through penalty for track limits.
And again, because the recent safety car, that means he's gone from wherever he was to last. So 3 hours on the clock, 3 hours in, 3 hours still to go, halfway through, and the 99 Proton Porsche leading this race. Jean-Eric Vergne will have to work hard again to get back on the tail of Nico Varone, where he was at the end of the previous lap. Coming onto the straight, he was very close, but just didn't get the drive he wanted. Behind the black Toyota, Nick de Vries with Norman Nato. Nato in the position, perfectly placed now. He goes to the outside, he's got the overlap. Darren Turner, that looks like job done.
I'm not sure. I mean, ultimately, unless he can dash across now under braking and block off the Toyota, but the Toyota's got the inside line, so he's just going to try and push him wide on the exit. Like that. So yeah, basically push him wide on the exit. The good thing for the Cadillac, it went way past the gravel.
Right behind, Malte Jakobsen up to 5th. He got ahead of Jenson Button in that first corner as we were watching the 2 cars in front. So the first of the Cadillacs did not get by the Toyota, and the second of them lost a place. Malte Jakobsen up to 5th. So Peugeot 2nd and 5th. Cadillac now 4th and 6th. And don't forget, this is all important in the Manufacturers' Championship. As of now, Cadillac up to 2nd place and the closest challenger to Ferrari, but the Ferraris are 7th and 8th, 51 and 50, so they're going to score points with both cars at the midway point. Not that there are points, but in 3 hours, if they're still there, then they will inch closer to a first manufacturer's crown.
It is this point about the points in relation to each other with those three contending championship teams here. That's a change there. 92 with the, I think that's the 88, is it not?
Yep.
It is indeed. Ricky Perra fends off. Gianmarco Leverato. Zach Robichon's still there.
Yeah, Ricky Perra moved up to 3rd place there. So the Manthey cars are 2nd and 3rd, the Iron Dames, and then the first form car. And this is where it happened.
Switch back on turn 16. Yeah, superb move.
Yeah, the Mustang briefly ahead, then Perra retakes it. Again, another attempt by the Peugeot here. You can look at this in 2 or 3 ways, gentlemen. One of them is these are 2 teams that have not won a World Endurance Championship race. The other one is these teams are taking points off the Manufacturers' Championship teams. It's taking points away that Cadillac could otherwise close the gap with. That's why Caddy are fighting so hard here. They don't just want the win, they want the points.
And the other thing is Cadillac are ahead of both of the Ferraris, but Porsche is starting to drop out of the equation. Porsche need a much better second half of the race in terms of not making silly mistakes in the pit lane and not having contact with anybody than they had in the first half of the race. On board with Nick de Vries, you see the battle under brakes for the lead, going through in turn 10 and running out wide behind the 21 Ferrari. A change for the lead. Jean-Eric Verne elbowed his way through. Now, if you're in the driver's room, if you're the driver advisor in the steward's room, are you calling foul or fair?
No, fair. Absolutely. Both stayed on the track, and you know, it was a good move from the Peugeot, and just run him out, a bit of contact, but nothing too bad on that one at all. So it's all turn 10. It's going to be difficult. You're not going to be able to get the super clean move into a corner like that.
And behind him, let's just compress the battle with the 3 cars, trying to get onto terms now with the new second place car, Nico Veroni, and it is Nick de Vries, Norman Nato, Melty Jacobsen, and look at that trade now. That is really the double toe for Melty Jacobsen at the back, but it's going to be the Cadillac again trying to go to the outside into turn 1. Who's going to go to the inside? Not room there for the Peugeot yet.
You know, it is. Yeah, Jacobsen did exactly what he should have done, which is follow the Toyota down the inside channel. They'll both be quicker than the car on the outside on its own. He didn't quite have enough of an overlap to get through, but it might have happened there. The Cadillac had to be very robust, Norman Nato, to get his nose back in front of Jacobsen's Peugeot.
Behind even that, we've still got the 38 car is right there, and closing in on this group as well, both factory Ferraris.
Yep. So Pierre Guidi is right in there. He's fully engaged with Jenson Button. We're right on board with him. And in his rear mirrors, they're full of Antonio Fuoco. Look behind in the rearview mirror, and the next car you can see is Fuoco. Then Fuoco's got about 1.5 seconds to Jean-Marc Gounon in the first of the Alpines. And he's got Alex Ribeiro, Riberas right behind him, right in front of him now, because Riberas in the 009 has now moved up from 10th into 9th position. Again, that Aston Martin seems to be absolutely flying, even compared to its sister car.
It's been a while since we've gone back to green. 10 seconds separates the top 13 cars in this motor race.
Yeah, and how much separates the top 7? It's 3 seconds, and 7/10 of that is first to second. Jean-Eric Verne leads for Peugeot. Now, don't forget, Jean-Eric Verne came closest to podiums at the first podium for a Peugeot team a couple of seasons ago, and the car died 3 laps from the end. Jacobsen around the outside this time.
He's done it. He's got by the caddy into the braking zone, did that beautifully. Very little room to do it.
And behind the Ferrari on the inside of Jenson Button as well, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Wait for it, did he get through? Yes, no, he didn't. So the 2 Ferraris are still behind Jenson Button's caddy. And the caddies in this second part of the race starting just to fall away a little bit in overall pace, and again the pass for the lead, Darren.
Superb move. I mean, he just jinked out last minute, fired it down the inside, a little bit of contact, both fighting for the same bit of tarmac, but the main thing for Veroni is he didn't lose any more places. It would have been really easy for him to get a bad drive off turn 11, and then suddenly he's behind the Toyota as well, so he's done well to manage the situation.
We will put Mikel and 4 new tires. If we have an interruption, we will stay on the side. But you're doing well and you keep pushing.
Now, almost everybody took new tyres during the virtual safety car. I was looking to see if Cadillac had. They did. The car that didn't, they had 2 old left-side tyres, the number 50 Ferrari, so it's at a little bit of a tyre disadvantage. Nevertheless, it's still in the hunt.
On
As
the inside
Toyota
goes the Toyota on the Proton car. The Proton car going off to the outside. Can't keep it there. Can't keep it there.
Digging up the dirt, and the Toyota's got the momentum, and here comes the Cadillac as well.
Here comes the Peugeot too. This is to the outside this time for the Toyota, but the Peugeot's got a good run here. What a phenomenal motor race this is turning out to be.
Malte Jakobsen down the inside. Does he get them both? No, not quite. Nick
He
de Vries
does,
is on the
he
outside,
does,
though.
because there's a GT car there as well. No, he can't quite do it.
Yeah.
Cracking stuff.
De Vries had great traction there out of turn 1, Darren. It was absolutely fantastic stuff. And beside, look, that's Alessandro Pierguidi just behind. He's gone by Norman Nato, so he's up to 5th place ahead of the lead Cadillac.
I mean, that all started at turn 16. Very robust move by Nick there on the exit of 16.
It's the other Cadillac. It's the other Cadillac. It's ahead of Jensen.
Yeah, all right, but look at... Oh, contact! That's Fuoco on button, and he needs to hurry up because right behind him, underneath him actually, is Alex Riberas in that Aston Martin. He's attacking the Ferrari. They've gone by Button's car. Has Button got an issue? Because he's now been passed by the Porsche of Kevin Esch as well. And Alex Riberas up into 6th or 7th.
Yeah, out turn 6 there, and losing all the momentum for Jensen there. Maybe a bit too robust on the exit.
Again, another one for the stewards to look at. Jean-Eric Verne leads for Peugeot as it is carnage behind in the hypercar task. There's the 38 car now down to 10th place, and there is a little bit of breathing space before Jean-Marc Goulon gets to him. About half a second back with Alex Riberas down the straight with 009. This is for 7th on Fuoco. And it's absolutely like it's come off the catapult of an aircraft carrier.
Lead battle of GT3 off the
Chase for the
apex.
lead. Iron Dames are through, and another Porsche Toyota affected that because it slowed down the McLaren, and the Iron Dames managed to jump through. So Rahal Frey leads for the first time for the Iron Dames. United Autosports McLaren down into 2nd as the 99 car goes around the outside.
Wow. This corner here in particular, you can see all the marbles on the outside through 4 and 5. Big risk for the hypercars when they're trying to go around the GT cars at that point. Some contact there, 009 and the McLaren.
Yeah, Riberas trying to fight his way through on the inside, but as you said, sliding around on the marbles. So there's Jean-Eric Verne leading by 1.4 from Nick de Vries in the Toyota up to 2nd. Then Malte Jakobsen up to 3rd. 009, this is Alex Riberas, 7th place.
Yeah, what Ferrari really didn't want today was the Aston Martins being this quick, because they're a pick here, the battle they're trying to have with the Cadillacs.
And the Peugeots, of course, as well, because the Peugeots are ahead of all of them.
No, in terms of manufacturer points, I'm talking here.
Yeah, but it's still taking points away.
It most certainly is. But this is amazing stuff. 4 or 5 brands involved in this battle. Whatever the controversy, whatever the talking points in the background, right here, right now, we got this right.
Now starting to stretch out a little bit. Look at the Aston Martin down the stretch. That's Alex Riberas trying to close in on Norman Nato for 6th position. Nato has to go defensive. Riberas licks the stamp. No, not quite the full send, but a little lock-up from the caddy. Here's the chance to go underneath him.
And head down. There will be no more traffic now.
So Riberas being given the opportunity here, get his head down and get stuck, and he's doing that right now. Here, though, is another look at that change for the lead on the inside, using the Toyota that was actually taking the position, or rather leapfrogging the two LGT3s, cracking stuff on the health road there, heads up, saw the opportunity, went for the gap, sort of carved there, Darren, by the Toyota, and took the position.
Yeah, being in the sandwich is going to be a tricky situation, but held it well, took the lead of GT3, and their pace is fantastic at this point of the race.
99 now under pressure from the 51. Timing and scoring screens, I'm afraid, are misbehaving at the moment, but this is for 4th position now. Ferrari beginning to wrestle back the advantage over Cadillac here. Both their cars were behind the caddies. The 51 has managed to leapfrog past both of them. Peugeot lead the race. Jean-Eric Verne was second ahead of Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, looking for yet another win on home ground for the home team. But Melty Jacobsen is closing on Nick de Vries. Nico Veroni, having led the race coming out of the safety car, now fending off a long train of cars behind him, headed by the points leaders in the World Championship, the 51 Ferrari team.
And Darren, he's still got 33% energy, so probably about another 9 or 10 laps maybe to deal with those tired tyres and that problem with oversteer. But the 51 Ferrari under pressure from Norman Nato, Alessandro Pierguidi trying to hold him off. The problem is now, as they battle, the Aston Martin is going to look to come up the inside because Riberas appears to have inherited the Marco Sorensen gene.
You mentioned the number 12 Cadillac there, and you mentioned the energy. Remember, they pitted under green, so they pitted earlier. They are the car in the lead group that are lowest on energy at this point.
Yeah, let's go for the Proton now. Let's go for the Proton now. Good job. Amazing.
Yeah, because he wasn't going to do that otherwise. But I get the point.
Drive quickly? Ooh,
that's a plan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just having it confirmed by the engineer. Thank you very much.
Now, see, what we didn't hear is possibly an earlier message that say you need to have a few laps, just conserve, get us back into a window. Now, unfortunately, from behind, here comes the Aston Martin, and this is not just an issue for the Cadillac, this is an issue for the Ferrari and for the Proton car, because look at the speed of the Valkyrie down the straight.
Superb move.
It was a monster move from Alex Riberas there.
The good thing from Alex there was like he was going to be pushed to the outside, which was going to make it difficult for him around the outside of turn 1, but he jinxed right, got himself down the inside.
Fantastic stuff. Alex Riberas up to 6th position. Norman Nato down to 7th place. The car that started on pole position. And the Aston Martin, don't forget, has run as high as 3rd place in the first hour of the race, has had 2 different penalties that dropped it right to the tail of the field, and is coming back from both of them. If they'd had a clean race, and this is all part of the deal, imagine where they would be. They would very probably be where the Peugeot 93 is now. But Peugeot, with the Toyota in the middle of their sandwich, are the top 3, and this is the queue of basically everybody else in hypercar apart from the number 20 BMW. So this is a long queue of cars all angling to get by the 99, the white car with the green highlights.
Right now, on the form we're seeing here, any one of 6 of our 8 hypercar manufacturers could win this race. Alpine lagging a little here in this order, but they could come strong in the second half of the race. BMW with 1 bullet left in the gun, and that one has had a bit of cramp along the way. Side by side, down the track strip comes the Caddy. It's got the ponies at this stage. Can the Ferrari come back? No, it can't.
Yeah, Norman Nato judged that one well, didn't he? Here comes the Ferrari back down the inside, the number 50 car, Antonio Fuoco.
I mean, that shows how long this straight is, isn't it? The fact that you can make a move, think you've done, and then the toe's still long enough with the straight to be able to have another move back and take the position again. But the problem for these guys at the moment, you look at how far the leading 3 have pulled away from the Proton Porsche, and everyone else is being bunched up behind that car at the moment. So they need to get past him just to make sure they can keep the top 3 honest to the next round of stops.
Yeah, that's a valid point. The top 3 are covered by 2.6 seconds. It's 7 seconds back from Malte Jacobsen Peugeot in 3rd to the Proton Porsche in 4th. So everybody here could probably go quicker. The problem is they can only go a tiny fraction quicker, and that takes laps of planning and attempting to try and make a difference. And at the moment, there is clear road in front of them. There are 3 LMGT3 cars probably a lap away, but the rest of the LMGT3 field, it's going to be another couple of laps between them and the hypercars arriving. So you've got to make the move yourself.
The key car, I think, in the order at the moment is the 6th place car, the 009 car. They're on the move there.
Running out wide,
12 of the 6.
Nato.
That is a change. That is a change for 8th place. 009, the hands of Alex Riberas, is making progress, catching Alessandro Pierguidi, and we've seen he's got Darren Turner good pace on the straight. Can he leapfrog both?
Cadillacs both had 4 new tyres. I don't know why they're struggling here. The Porsche comes back at the number 12 car to change as Alex Riberas makes that move stick. Let's get down to Corvette and catch up with the TF Sport team.
Ben Keating's job on the track is done, but not yet off the track. You're sitting back there, you're looking at all the data. The 33 TF Sport Corvette still in a position to do well in this one. What are you able to tell them about battling through all this traffic?
Yeah, it's a fun race. It's interesting. All the cars are pretty close on speed, and there are lots of different strategies going on out there. We were all about saving fuel in that first couple stints, so the second safety car kind of ruined that strategy for us, but we just came in to try to undercut, try something a little bit different. So we'll see how that works out after everybody else comes in for a stop. Yeah, I'm happy we've had no mistakes so far. We've got a car that's capable of driving up there, and we'll kind of have to see how it works out with the strategy.
Fingers crossed for you guys.
Yeah, thank you.
First of our LMGT3 stoppers, by the way, is Sebastian Boe, the 59 Aston McLaren. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin, that was at the forefront of my mind, has arrived and driven past Pierre Guidi and Verone and just raced away. Into the pits comes Nato.
That was the car lowest on energy, but 009, as we said just a couple of laps ago, looked likely to be the determining factor here. Watch now the gap to Malte Jakobsen. 8.7 seconds as the pass was made. Now Alex Riberas is off into the distance. Nato on pit lane. Can he close the gap? By how much and by how quickly?
And Darren, the way that the Aston just left the 99 Porsche shows how much Nico Verone has succeeded in holding everybody up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously he's battling with the tyres at the moment. The good thing for the 009 is the leading pack are now catching up with the GT cars, so that's just going to start to slow themselves down.
In the pit lane is the Hertz team chosen Cadillac. They had 4 fresh tyres at the last stop, and that's left sides only. So they were used tyres. They probably had done some laps in qualifying. Won't have used anything that would run in free practice. And 99 still holding up the queue of cars behind him. This currently is the 2 Ferraris, as this is our race leader. So Peugeot out front, and a handy 2-second lead over the Toyota of Nick de Vries now for Jean-Eric Verne. Malte Jakobsen is quicker than the Toyota and is closing a couple of tenths a lap.
He absolutely is. Keeping an eye on the gaps behind. Problem for the 2 Ferraris here is their strong points are not helping them to pass that number 99 Porsche, and they've not got the straight line speed to do it on the straight. You can see it again here. It's allowing the number 6 Porsche, Kevin Estre, up into 8th to get back into contention here, and that again is important in championship terms as well as in this race.
United Autosports McLaren 95 in the pit lane. Sean Gelael has come in from 2nd place. That means Porsche now 1-2 in LMGT3, with the Iron Dames ahead of Manthey first form and Harter Racing's Aston Martin up to 3rd. So Aston really resurgent in both classes. Alex Riberas in 4th place, is closing on 3rd place Malte Jakobsen. He's closing on 2nd place Nick de Vries in the Toyota, who is 2 seconds behind Jean-Eric Verne. But let's hear from the 51 Ferrari.
Come on, mate. Let's not focus on that. 6 laps to go. Let's try to take all the opportunities. Some traffic coming. Let's be close.
Well, this is now the meat of the LMGT3 field that they're going to close in on. So he's got to try and jump Nico Verone.
But behind, Kevin Estre has caught the 50 car. They might want to just put minor contact there as they came through turn 10. It was mighty close with the GT car. There was, yeah, spot on. Just a brush at the rear of the car. Don't think any harm done there. All 3 cars managed to clear the Lexus as they come down onto the start-finish straight. Verone is clear. Not a massive advantage in either direction here between the Porsches and the Ferraris.
That was young Finn Gersitz in the Lexus, trying to hold his line while everybody else in the hypercars cut inside him. 009 passing the number 5 about a couple of hours ago, trying to go by on the pit straight with all 4 wheels off. There'll be no further penalty because he gave that place back, remember. Meanwhile, 99 still in 5th place. I mean, this is a really, really strong. This is perhaps the most convincing outing for the 99 Proton Porsche in 2 years of racing that car. And Nico Pino and now Nico Varone have really risen to the challenge. And their third driver waited to get in, Neil Jarni. Well, he will be really looking forward to try and move that car up the order as well. That won't be probably for another 30 or 40 minutes, but yeah, that's a good lineup.
More traffic coming for this group, but this battle is also closing it up, making an even longer train, because catching this group, which is a moment tailed by Jensen Button, catching is Paul-Luc Chatin in the first of the Alpines, the number 35, and the 007 Aston Martin, the hands of Tom Gamble.
Trouble. 99 car turned around. That's a real shame.
Varone he had sort of bad traction out of turn 11 and just enough room to get the nose of the Ferrari underneath him and then shut the apex.
And the 51 car has been bumped down the order and now 50 under pressure as well. The number 6 Porsche, Kevin Est, bit between his teeth. If you think that Alex Riberas has got the bit between his teeth, Kevin Estre even more. He's going to go the other way round the 21 Ferrari, and he continues with that momentum. He's going to have to cut inside the Cadillac, the Mustang. He finds the room and he takes the place. Now then, can he clean through there? The next car through, the Cadillac, the Alpine, have both gone by the 51 Ferrari. So the Alpine moves up to 8th, the 51 Ferrari down to 9th. Jensen Button and Paul-Luc Chatin taking advantage of that one.
Is the damage to the 51? He's got the 007 all over him now. Let's watch this again. This is the 6 and the 50.
You've got to have a lot of trust in the Ferrari GT car not to move, not to try and jink left, to try and open a sort of more space for the prototypes coming through. But
what a pass!
I just don't want to even imagine what those two GT drivers are thinking. I'm just going straight. I'm just going straight. So it continues then, Ferrari versus Porsche. Don't forget, these are the two marques that are battling, or were battling coming in here as the top two in the manufacturer standings, and now they're both ahead of the two Cadillacs, and so now that sort of swings in the other direction. This is definitely not over. Kevin Est just ahead of Antonio Fuoco, and Alex Riberas a long way up the road behind Jensen Button. In 38, and there is a drive-through penalty being issued to the 36 Alpine. That's down in 16th, so that'll be an irrelevance. But yeah, that's for an earlier incident. 99 Porsche still going in the hands of Nico Varone, but he is outside of the points now.
Big mover, he's been backwards is this car. The 51 was 5th, now 9th, would he be 10th? Because side by side now with Tom Gamble and the 007 Aston Martin. I think he's going to get that done.
Yep, the Aston had the legs on the straight. He turns in on the inside, and Darren, that's going to be hard to defend for the Ferrari.
He's done it,
the Ferrari's still got the inside line now for turn 3. It depends if Tom wants to be brave and hang it out on the outside.
What do you
Which
reckon?
he does, yeah, which he does, makes it all look very easy, completely easy on that sort of move. So yeah, fantastic.
That's why sports cars have 2 seats, because you've got to fit the cojones in somehow.
LMGT3 leader, by the way, on pit lane.
So the Iron Dames are pitted. Manthey first form now lead LMGT3 as we ride on board with Alessandro Pierguidi. This is the battle for 9th place. Pierguidi challenging Tom Gamble. So working their way through the GT field.
Watch these.
There is that battle.
Watch this pair, by the way, can tell you that Malte Jakobsen is with Nick de Vries under half a second back. Wow. Getting close to a Peugeot 1-2. Who'd have written that script?
I know. That's on your bingo card. Well done indeed. Now here's the incident. The Ferrari on the 99, 51 sticks its nose inside. It's on the curbs on the inside. Darren?
Yeah, it's all from the corner before, like out of turn 11, a bit poor traction from the 99, a bit more momentum from the Ferrari, but he wasn't close enough. You know, it was a lunge.
And he was so close to getting taken out by the back of the Porsche. And the 50 car goes through.
You need a left to get into space. I suppose this couldn't for the moment.
Alessandro Pierguidi saying he didn't give me space. Well, that's not his job. It is the job of the faster car to pass cleanly. Proton Competition's 88 Mustang in the pit lane as the Iron Dames go back out. Rahal Fry still at the wheel. So it's still Manthey first form leading in LMGT3, but Hypercar is like a barn fire at the moment. John-Erik Verne leads the battle for second. Nick de Vries and Malte Jakobsen, and there it is. Jakobsen right with Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota, so the black car just holding on in front of the Peugeot. And this is as close as they get as they come into traffic, and Jakobsen losing out there as de Vries lunged the Corvette to get through. And sometimes, Darren, you've just got to be brutal with the GT3 cars because you've got a race to run as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you do have to take the risky moves, like we're seeing with the Toyota at the moment, and just getting it sent, especially in this section, because if you can give yourself a car buffer between you, you've gained yourself half a second going onto the main start-finish straight. That's probably enough to keep someone away from attacking you into turn 1.
007 Aston Martin should be in this lap. We hear that 51 Ferrari is coming in this lap as well. It's got 7% fuel left, but as of now, Ferrari still with a slender lead in the Manufacturers' Championship, but Porsche have crept back ahead of Cadillac.
It's got 7% energy left. It may not have fuel.
Yes, exactly.
So it's certainly, we should be seeing a lot of these cars in at around the same time because they all pitted at around the time we had the virtual safety car. So we should be seeing a gag of them in. In comes the 51, in comes the 007, in comes the LMGT3 leader, Ricky Perra, in the number 92 car. There's the Aston Martin.
So 007 is in the pit lane. Tom Gamble will stay in. And still, Alex Riberas in 4th place in 009.
But he's catching. He's caught, since we said that pass had been made for 4th, he's caught that battle by nearly 4 seconds now.
Right, what bits can we not see on the front? The left front dive plane has been flattened a bit on the nose of the Ferrari. Are they going to change the nose?
I think with a dive plane like that, you'd just leave that, I would imagine.
It's still sort of attached.
The other thing to note here, by the way, Alessandro Pierguidi stays aboard that car and is in a warning flag for track limits now. So that will be a restricting factor for him in terms of where he can battle.
Looks like left side only for the 007 Aston Martin, left side only for the Ferrari as well, number 51. 009 is due in this lap.
Jakobsen here on De Vries, closer. Not close enough, I don't think.
Not this lap, no. And Nick de Vries with a fraction more energy. Now, some of that may be just battery energy difference between the two, the state of charge. And there were a couple of cars that topped off. I'm now trying to remember if the number 7 was among them. Either way, this is a fantastic race so far for the Peugeot team.
Well, I mean, for the home crowd, the number 7 crew have been heroic here. They looked absolutely nowhere in the first part of this race, but Nick de Vries' stint here, no matter what happens from here on in, has been phenomenal.
Yeah, this is kind of Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car in Bahrain last year, isn't it? Oh, and another big lurid spin. That's 27 Harter Racing. And who's that in the dust? That's the 007.
And it's big damage.
And that is out of the race. That is very heavily damaged right front corner. It was Aston and Aston.
It's Harter Racing and Harter Racing, I'm afraid.
Yep. So coming out of the pits, 007.
Straight on the colder tyre.
Yep.
Good handle at that point.
There's
an overtake
and
between the GT cars.
Yeah, he's trying to go down the inside of 27. And the Porsche goes inside him, and he turns in, and it spins. Wow. Lots of drama as the 007 on its outlap loses it on cold tyres and takes out 27, the Harter Racing car that had just pitted from the top 3 in LMGT3.
Okay, gear.
You've got your front corner's hanging off, mate.
That's rotten luck for Tom Campbell.
That is rotten luck for the crew of 27 as well. Innocent parties in that. In fact, had they even stopped the Harter Racing team, I think they had just come in. Zach Robichon still at the wheel. Tom Gamble is going to try and drag it back.
That's going to be really difficult with that amount of damage on the right-hand side and just trying to get around a right-hand corner. Left, you'd be okay going left, but you're trying to get around the right.
What it might do is prevent a safety car, and that might help 009, which has just had to pit under green. And so actually, that might be a really good call from the team. Get moving. Let's see if we can prevent the safety car. He can't. That's the end of it for 007.
Do you want me to continue or not? It's driving, but...
No, stop. Park it. Keep out of the way. Yeah, park it out of the way.
Well, for safety, that's the absolutely correct decision.
I wonder where he's ended up, if he's ended up on the outside of turn 4 entry and found a little slot.
Yeah, there was. You could see an orange barrier. There was a truck there, so they could actually pull him back out of the way fairly quickly. We might obviate the need for a safety car, but poor Tom Gamble, that's just really tough. And don't forget, he had left sides only. Into the pits comes the race leader. So Jean-Luc Verne pits the 93 car, has to come around the 21 Ferrari.
Can't compromise this stop.
Coming around the 21 Ferrari. Actually cost the 83 Ferrari half a minute in the last race.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Well, full course yellow will be to clear up the debris field. The number 7 Toyota of Nick de Vries is our race leader, but look who needs fuel, Graham.
This is massive drama because the pits are closed under full course yellow, and we've got multiple cars on fumes, including cars right at the top end of the championship. And if they come in for emergency fuel, they'll have to come in again, and that's going to be a huge compromise. And look where we're at there. The number 7 car, 3%. Kevin Estra in the 6 car, 1%. Nico Veroni, 1%. They're going to have to pit under full course yellow.
They are going to have to, and that will cost them a lot of time once we go back to green.
That's going to be potentially very valuable indeed for Ferrari.
And for anybody like Peugeot, who pitted under green, who don't have to serve that second stop time.
And Cadillac, by the way.
Yep.
But this is bad news for Porsche.
Well, it's almost everybody, basically, apart from the top 5. Kelvin van der Linde, Sheldon van der Linde should, in the number 20 BMW, if it's not too long a full course yellow, be able to survive. But Yafei, I mean, the 83 has had a tough enough time as it is, being assaulted by 007 early in the race and losing downforce and getting damage. And then this is just coming to kick them in the teeth when they're already down.
Darren Turner, we talk about these races just throwing drama at you from every single turn. There's something you wouldn't have seen coming. I mean, we saw he was struggling on the cold tyres out of the pits, and then that wobble just pitching him into the side of the other team car.
Yeah, obviously coming off your speed limit on the pit lane, he's trying to take the maximum speed he can do with the tyres that he has underneath him into turn 1, and probably mindful of the other hypercar that was coming and trying to defend that. Run a bit deep into turn 1, and then the drag up to turn 3. Just unlucky because it looked like obviously he had a bit of a slide, and then it bit and just shot right. And unfortunately at that point, the 27 Heart of Race Advantage was on the outside of him at that point. So if the 27 hadn't been there, it would have just been a spin to the right, collected it all together. I don't know, maybe lost 10 seconds, but with the 27 being there, that was the consequences were dramatic.
It comes to 6. That will be emergency fuel. They will have to pit again. Remember what happened with the number 8 Toyota when they didn't come back in? It was a 3-minute stop and hold.
Let's catch up in the pit lane with Shay Adams. Shay, what do you know?
I just checked in with the Heart of Racing team to try and find out if their cars are okay, the ones that are still remaining. The gearbox has been acting up here and there for Alex Riberas, but they think they've got their arms around the problem for the 009 Valkyrie. But for the 27, the car that was involved in that shunt there, I checked in and said, is Zach okay? And Ian James, co-driver, said he's reporting it's still driving straight. We might still have a car that can win this thing yet. Long way to go.
A long way to go indeed, and if anything to go by, it's not going to calm down any moment soon either. So in has come 99, the Proton competition Porsche.
Yeah, they're on 1%, so they've taken the 5 seconds of fuel, hence 17%, but are one of the Gagler cars that will now have to, and there are a number of them, the 6, the 99, the 5, the 93 and the 35. This is going to shake this race up again.
And that's why, because under full course yellow, to prevent people doing crafty extra long fuel stops or grabbing an unfair advantage, the pit lane entry is closed. So Tom Gamble in the background there, ruining that moment.
I think this car is going to have to come in on this lap as well. So what at the moment looks a great position for the number 7 Toyota. I think we've gone to safety car. We've gone to safety car.
Oh, wow.
The pit entry will be closed for 3 laps under the safety car. He's still going to have to come in.
He is still going to have to emergency service, and that's because this car seems to be a bit too badly damaged to be dragged in. It looks like the vehicle that was there does not have the lifting arm for lifting these hypercars.
Got to ask the question, I'd be interested exactly where Toyota were on the circuit with the 7 car when that happened. At that point, some kind of intervention was pretty much inevitable. They were that low on energy, why didn't they pit? Were they able to pit? Same for the 6.
But he has pitted now as he's had to, but you're absolutely right, solid call.
Alex, I'll just give you overview. First of all, okay, we got a full course yellow. Tom is all fine, no worries. He had the contact with the other cars, with the other Mustang, unfortunately. So that's it for them. The secondary, reminder about full course yellow release, so to not make mistake as we do that. Just wait until the comes green on the dash here. I will do countdown, but look on the dash as well. We just missed by 1.7 meter for the speed to be illegal, so not much. We need to be just safe. Stay on the safe side, please.
And they're being very, very sharp on the restarts. Now, of course, that was before the safety car was scrambled, so that was assuming that full course yellow would end at some stage. Now we're going to safety car, and so actually a lot of that becomes slightly irrelevant. But nevertheless, 2 hours and 22 minutes of the 6 hours of Fuji remain. Lots of debris being swept up by the marshals. Cadillac dominated qualifying with a third 1-2 on the grid of the season, and they held that into the first corner despite the attentions of Ferrari, Aston Martin and Peugeot, who look very strong. Number 7 Toyota locking up in the first corner and dropping a couple of positions that they could ill afford after an indeterminate qualifying. Darren Leung first into turn 1. It was judged that he'd been a little over-ambitious with his start, though. Made a move earlier than he should have done, and he picked up the penalty for that. But it was clear, certainly, that the McLarens had pace, as the 54 car, last year's winners, got knocked off. James Cottingham taking the lead early on in LMGT3 as the Corvette of Ben Keating moved up to third place ahead of the conservative start of the number 10 Racing Spirit on Aston. Trip over the gravel didn't delay the 5 car too much, but major damage for 83 after being hit by Harry Tinkle's 007, and then a puncture from the number 8 Toyota put them right out of contention, getting clipped from behind by the fast approaching Alpine. A penalty robbed the 009 Aston of third place after a full course yellow infringement, and then it was down to Cadillac battling with the Peugeots. Loic Duval coming around the outside of the second place Cadillac and moving up into a top 2 spot with Ferrari and Porsche giving chase. All arms and elbows in the midfield after being released from behind the safety car. Antonio Giovinazzi in the 51 Ferrari making a move and making up a place. Number 8 Toyota serving a 3-minute penalty after emergency service for that puncture and not coming back in under green. And then the first of the safety cars after the number 15 BMW fresh out of the pit slammed into the barriers. Raffaele Marcello being caught out by the 99 Porsche in front of him. 99 continued with no major dramas. And by the time the virtual safety car and the safety car had gone, it was the race leader from Peugeot and Toyota. LMGT3, all action with Porsche coming through in the second part of their double stints. Their tyre wear seems to be going well. A lunge for the lead, Jean-Eric Vergne easing his way past Nico Varrone to take the lead for Peugeot. And Varrone then being eaten up by the rest of the pursuing pack. Past him went Nick de Vries. Past him as well went Malte Jakobsen, who also attacked de Vries for second for third place. As the Cadillacs and the Porsches battle behind. Rahal Frey used the faster car coming past to get by the McLaren to take the lead in LMGT3. And then drama for the 99 and the 51. Contact. And the 99 going backwards, just avoiding taking out the 51 car. Then the accident between the two Harter Racing Astons. Zachary Rubicon getting knocked off in the LMGT3 car by the 007. Tom Gamble out of the race. We are under safety car in Fuji. So having headed into the pit lane now, the number 7 Toyota had to go in for fuel while the pit lane was closed. They will have to go in again for another stop, and it is therefore the number 6 Porsche from Penske that leads from the 20 BMW because they all stopped earlier. 83 Ferrari in third. Number 7 Toyota will drop way down the order because of this stop. Proton Competition still in the top half dozen, and then the Peugeots that were looking to be ascendant are slipping back because they had stopped a fraction earlier under green flag. Still the Cadillacs with the fastest race lap. Norman Nato on lap 2 of the race. The cars on the move, well, from time to time have been Peugeot, have been Cadillac, and have also been the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Manthey first form, the championship leaders ahead of the Iron Dames. Porsche's 1-2 in LMGT3 from the 33 Corvette and the 95 Aston Martin that led for the first, United Autosports McLaren rather, that led for the first part of the race. Behind them, Proton Competition's lead car in 5th place, and the top Aston Martin is 27, currently in 6th position in LMGT3. We're under safety car here in Fuji with the number 6 Porsche leading the field. Kevin Estre ahead of Sheldon van der Linde. So we ride on board. Now the car in front of us is...
Caddy.
How? Which caddy? Where?
Caddy?
Oh, 38 or 12? Does look like a Cadillac from behind, but it is not the race leader. So the safety, either timing and scoring is wrong, or the safety car has not picked up the race leader.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. It's 38, it's a lap down, and should
have been waved around.
Well, should have passed around. Didn't.
However, we have been told the pass round has been concluded.
I think they may have made an error there.
I think they may have made an error there. Not the race directors, but the Cadillac team, because you have to tell your driver if you think you are eligible for pass around.
If that is 38, and I think it is.
Well,
yes, it is, because the 12 is way further back. I think there may well be a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
So, this has got another phase to go through in this topsy-turvy 6 hours of Fuji, the 100th race in the history of the World Endurance Championship. And that's because we have a number of cars in this train, many of them that have been in race-winning potential contention. So you see the 007 being flatbedded away, that's a very sad sight, that will need to pit again when we go green. And that includes the number 7 Toyota, it includes, was it both the Ferraris? The number 6 Porsche, certainly. So all sorts of potential dramas on top of the catalogue of dramas we've seen so far.
This is the incident. Yeah, Darren, it's really tough
so
to see.
Unlucky for 007 that the 27 was on the outside. It's just back on throttle. Obviously the Porsche came underneath. He's back on the throttle there. And yeah, for sure, if the 27 wasn't on the outside, it just would have been a spin. But what I'm really surprised, considering you look at the damage of the 007, and that car is completely out of the race, that the 27 is still going around there. And
got hit in the driver's door as well, so it's probably damaged that side, but luckily the exhaust don't run around the outside.
Looks like quite a big hole. We've not seen a close-up shot of the left side of the 27. It looks like quite a big hole punched in the side of that car.
Might not even have to open the door at the driver change. They can
see it now.
Well, they might not be able to open the door at the driver change. It looks like the aerodynamic components are still attached.
Has the Cadillac ended up behind the safety car because the other ones have all had to box for them the pit stop under the full course yellow?
No, they haven't done that yet. But look at the energy.
No, I think you might be right. You might be right.
That the Cadillac's just shuffled forward.
Look at the energy here. The Cadillac is not the race leader, no matter how you slice it, so it shouldn't be at the front of the queue. They should have gone for pass around. But look at the energy of the cars that are at the front of the queue, particularly the 20 BMW and the 83 Ferrari. If there's another lap or two of safety car, they might be having to go in, but the pit lane may well be open by that stage.
Martin, I'm going to correct myself and correct you in doing it. I'm wrong. The reason the 38 car is at the front of the queue, Darren is correct, is because the 7 was picked up by the safety car and then pitted. That was the leader, and they did the pass around with the 7 being picked up at the front. So we'd already got pass around. We saw the 2 Ferraris passing around. I'm pretty certain the 38 has just been phenomenally unlucky with the timing of when the leader was picked up and when the pass around was done. He couldn't pass at that stage because the leader was ahead of him, and they then pitted.
That I would say is an error by race control, because they should have looked at where the energy level was.
Just mind the light, but on our screen it's off, so it should be fine. Maybe food service, fuel and food service.
Yeah, the light that normally says pit entry closed is not illuminated. After 3 laps of safety car, the pits open again, and so that is a clean chance to service for the race leader and the second place car. How quickly in this topsy-turvy race fortunes change. The number 20 BMW, absolutely nowhere, pits from second place. Number 6 Porsche, which has been up and down like the Assyrian Empire, pits from the lead. 83 Ferrari, pits from third. 4th place, the 99 car comes in. 5th place, the 5 car comes in. They may not need fuel now, but they will in a handful of laps, so now is the time to take it. And half the LMGT3 field are doing exactly the same. In fact, to be honest, Darren, almost everybody should pit now, fuel, tyres, reset, go again.
There's a load that have already boxed just at the, just before the safety car was coming out, so they're in the pound seat right now, aren't they? They've got the energy now for a long stint, and more importantly, they've got track position.
Here are the crew of the number 6 car. 2/3 of that championship-winning trio still here. Convention one-man tour. The third member of that crew has not left endurance racing. He is the lead tester for the Genesis Magna team, which will be his fourth major manufacturer in the top class.
Well, with triumphs with Audi, reflecting a little earlier today, enjoying the moment as we see the top of Mount Fuji today for the first time.
Well, that means the weather is clearing a little, because that has been deeply embedded in dark cloud for a while.
Reflecting on moments from the last 100 races, and one of them was at Shanghai, calling the podium when Andre with Marcel Fesler and Benoit Treluet were crowned champions. That was quite a moment for them and frankly for me.
Hang on a minute. Audi Porsche
Rebellion.
There we go.
Now, how's this going to be called? He stuttered, and that, oh no, was fine if he'd managed to get the traction down, but he didn't.
It wasn't fine, was it?
No.
That was a very touch and go from the team. They gave it a shot, but again, stewards will look at that. So Peugeot, 93, not at the front of the queue, but the race leader.
Well, to give you an idea just how costly the need to make emergency pit stops were, look at the position of the number 7 Toyota. They were up in the lead battle, they're down 13th place.
Now, conversely, in LMGT3, look who is still at the top. Manthey First Form and the Iron Dames ahead of TF Sport. So the 92 and the 33 car are 2 of our lead contenders for the LMGT3 title in terms of both drivers and teams. The other car that is in the equation is the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, currently down in 11th place and not in even 1 point scoring position. So for the moment, 33 TF Sport Corvette and their driving crew, the 92 Manthey First Form Porsche and their driving crew are looking very strong to ease the 21 Ferrari out of the championship hunt.
So, pretty messy section of this race, just by dint of the timing of that safety car and where people were on energy. There'll be a few slapped foreheads on strategy around that, but such a tough call to make. There's so much up for grabs here. It's the win in this 100th race in the history of this championship. It's the points position and championship places, both for the manufacturers and for the drivers' championships. Hearing now, pass around procedure is under review. Let's wait and see what emerges from that. Now, unusually, in
before
terms of the cars that passed around, it was hypercars, not LMGT3s.
Before we get any further, the two cars at the front of the queue are now 14th and 15th. Earl Bamber and the Alpine of Jean-Marc Gounon, the 36 Alpine, not the 35 Alpine that is currently second. So those should, I said Jean-Marc, did I, Jules? Sorry about that. Our French correspondent corrects me from the pits. So easy a mistake to make for an old fool like me. So those two cars, again, if you're having pass around, but the race leader has got 1% energy, that's not the time to affect the pass around. I'm sure there are rules and regulations of when you do it, but it's down to the race direction, I'm sure, to decide when it is safe to do it, and when the leader's about to run out of fuel and must pit is possibly not the immediate moment. However, we're all human.
I would say just this. What they're looking for is the earliest opportunity to get the race back to green. And they're not anticipating 10 or 12 laps. They're anticipating as few as possible, because what they're dealing with is an incident, as we saw with the charming shot of the marshal with the dustpan and brush, a lot of debris.
They're still running out behind the safety car queue to go and pick up debris.
Oh, yeah.
So the lights remain on the safety car. However, as it is, our race leader is behind a bunch of LMGT3 cars, behind quite a bunch of LMGT3 cars. So the first two prototypes are out of the top 10. The race leader is about 9 or 10 cars back. In fact, he's half the LMGT3 field back in the queue.
I'll be slightly provocative in your point's perfectly validly made, but I'll be provocative in response, which is, had they delayed it, you'd have had people saying, get on with it. Yeah. You sort of can't win in a situation like this. I'd say again, the first priority, the only major priority, is safety and getting the race back to green flag racing in a safe manner. And they would have anticipated doing that as soon as possible and get through the process as soon as possible so that you could then do it at the earliest possible opportunity. And in this case, there's been more losers than usual.
Well, we've got a very busy LMGT3 field there. Not in the action at the moment is the double 77 Proton competition car.
The Akotis ASP team for Lexus is doing things a little bit differently. The silver driver's now in the car. Ben Barnigat, what's the logic to that? Trying to mix it up and just, play different cards to see if it comes out on top?
Well, right now in our car, we're still waiting for Finn to finish his drive time. I wasn't able to jump in just yet and do that. So, it's always how it is in these endurance races, right? You kind of have to tick off the first few things like drive time and stuff, but then you need to start working the race from the back, from the finish backwards. So I think we're looking like we're on pretty good strategy right now. So let's see how it shakes out. We had a bit of a tough start, dropped backwards, but we're kind of back in the top 10 now, and hopefully we can do something at the end.
When it's this chaotic out on track with everything going on, how do you even read the rhythm of the race as a driver getting ready to get in?
Yeah, that bit's tough, especially someone like myself. I'm a bit bad for needing a nervous bathroom break, so timing that's my tricky spot, but that's definitely harder for the engineers than it is for us. Like, as a driver myself, I was actually not sure if I was going to get in the car on the second stint of the race, so I've kind of been ready to go the whole way. So yeah, definitely eager to get out there, but yeah, it's just sometimes the way it shakes out, but looking forward to getting out there. I think the race being chaotic has definitely worked in our favour. We've been struggling a little bit on long run speed this week, so all these yellows have kind of always bunched things back up and put us back in the mix. So quite grateful for it, and hopefully we'll have a shot at the end here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
There's a range of options, aren't there, available to race control in managing an emergency situation. We've just obviously had one of those. I guess one of the questions, well, I know one of the questions being asked is, why did they go straight to safety car when, in terms of visually what you're seeing from the TV pictures, the issue is contained at one corner? Well, the answer, I think, and I've not asked anybody about this, is what we've seen since. They've determined there's enough clear-up required that the only safe way to manage the field is to get them behind in a safety car queue. They've gone directly to that.
Yeah, 100% right.
For the first time, by the way, in this race,
Ferrari shown in gold.
A virtual champion. Safety car is coming in this lap. What that means is, if this race stopped right now, they've got enough of a gap. But they're not there yet, because we've got 2 hours and 4 minutes, and as Plenty of runners have found. Oh, big twitch for the 92 car, and that's going to mean it's a change for the lead.
No, Rahal does not go past Ricardo Pera, but that is the top 6-7 cars in LMGT3. The turquoise Porsche, Ricardo Pera, right behind Rahal Frey. Then Johnny Edgar in the Corvette, looking to have a look at the back of the Iron Dames car. Then behind them, Sean Gallale as well.
Because we were coming out of a safety car.
She couldn't pass.
She couldn't pass that, and that's hurt her to the Corvette behind.
Now here come the hypercars, and that is Mikkel Jensen, the Peugeot. Dives down the inside there. Right behind is Charles Malaysi. So it is two French brands going for the lead of the race here. And the Aston Martin, Alex Riberas, 009, is back up to third place, where it was earlier in the race before penalties. And off wide goes the 27 Harter Racing car. That was almost, he could see that happening again, couldn't he? Unfortunately, Zach Robichon. Oh, not again, I'm off.
He's got wise to that move from the Valkyries.
And this is going to be carnage, because this hypercar battle has to cut through all of our lead LMGT3 cars. There was about 11 in front of them. Antonio Fuoco on the grass, gaining a lasting advantage by going off track. That won't be received very well. He's trying to get by the Aston Martin for third. He does. And right behind him is the 94 Peugeot. And we're behind the 94 Peugeot with Alessandro Pierguidi. So the Aston Martin kept it clean. The Ferrari went off track, got by the GT car, and as a result got by his hypercar rival. In the stewards' room, they'll be going lasting advantage.
Yeah, from all of this, and from absolutely nowhere, Charles Malaysi's second in this race.
I know. Well, again, that's sometimes where you're in the pits or not in the pits, and that makes a difference. And now here comes the 50 Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco, again from sort of somewhere in the 6 to 10 region to battling for second place. Malte Jakobsen down the straight as well, behind the Aston Martin. Now, if he can hoover up some of that tow, then they will both close on the 50 Ferrari, but he forces the Aston to defend deep on the inside. That'll run out wide and a little slow. So the Alpine and the Ferrari in front of them get through. Here's 7 and 99, and that's a change for position as well. Kamui Kobayashi going up into 11th ahead of Nico Varone. Carving their way through traffic. These safety car restarts are always edge of the seat for everybody, Darren.
Absolutely, and it's the worst case scenario for the hypercar drivers that they're not at the front of the field when it goes green under the safety car. They're in the middle of the pack, so straight away they've got to get past the GT cars. And also, when you looked at the two hypercars that were at the front of the field at that point, Ferrari having that moment as he takes third place away from the Aston Martin, they've longer because they were at the front. They didn't have to wait for the GT cars to take the start-finish line before they could start overtaking.
Well, first thing, there's certainly damage to that Ferrari from going off track.
He did leave a bit behind, didn't he? He did have two wheels on the tarmac, though, so that is probably still a fair pass.
Right.
So he was only he wasn't fully off track, so I think that's actually, they'll look at that and go, no, that's good enough. It's a restart, it's carnage. I think you've got to let them have a bit of racing room. However, 009 Aston did get bounced by that 50 car, and now may have to worry a little bit more about the Peugeot behind him and Malte Jakobsen. There's Alessandro Pierguidi, there's 6. The elastic band between Kevin Estre and the front of the field has tightened up again, and it's 3 wide in LMGT3 for 7th, 8th and 9th place. 7th place is the Mercedes, or well, was the Mercedes of Lynn Hordanius, Finn Gersitz. He's just about crept by Finn Gersitz. And then Alessio Rivera behind in the 21 Ferrari, looking down the inside. Gersitz in the middle of the sandwich. And Gersitz in the Lexus is going to pick up a place as well, because the Mercedes drifts out a little wide. The Ferrari moves up 2 spots. That could be very important.
Slippery surface flags at pit entry being shown.
First and second in LMGT3 are our championship leaders. Look at this, 88 and 31. This is for position as well. This was for 10th place. Dennis Olsen in the 88 Mustang, having none of that old nonsense from Augusto Farfus. They've all got their top drivers in now in LMGT3. So it is pro versus pro for the final hour.
Not one place being uncontested in this. This is just nuts. Under 2 hours to go, but still 2 hours to go.
It's full elbows out at the moment.
It really is.
Has been the whole race, to be fair. So Yeah, no one's sort of changing tack at this point.
And this is part of the reason that we keep coming back to Fuji, despite sometimes, you know, in October when we're coming here, some fairly grim weather, coming earlier in September, sort of avoids all that. But this is a racetrack that allows racing. It's always exciting. With Ye Fei down in 11th place, not in the points. And he is trying to close in on Kamui Kobayashi, the number 7 Toyota. In terms of the Drivers' Championship, 51, the points leaders, they are in 6th position. And 83, second in the standings in 11th place, will not score. Now that's not enough to decide the driver's title here, as of yet, but it makes it much harder, even with points and a half in Bahrain, for 83 to overhaul themselves.
Battle in LMGT3, Kelvin van der Linde in a run number 46 car. WRT BMW, this is the train ahead, it's pretty much the entire field.
And don't forget how far ahead 31 and 46 were of their current positions before the last round of safety interventions. They were up in the top half dozen, battling for a podium spot. Here's that three-way battle, 21 on the outside here. Or is that 54? That's 54 on the outside. Davide Rigon now at the wheel, the man who took the checkered flag first in Austin, Texas, getting dive-bombed on the inside by Augusto Farfus in 31. As we ride on board in 46. And Darren, that momentum carried the 46 past as well.
Yeah, and the Ferrari just lost all the momentum by being pushed wide onto the curbs at that point. What I don't understand is 59, McLaren was leading the race for the first half, and now it's dropped all the way back to
timing of its pit stop.
Yeah,
it was. I think it was simply the timing of the pit stop, because they're so close together. Just getting the wrong side of one of these cautions, and it's disastrous. Meantime, side by side almost. 51 and the 6th. This is the battle at the moment for 6th place. And these two cars in championship winning conditions, the Drivers' Championship.
Interesting, when we were on board with Kevin Estre, he was being shown the white flag. There is no slow-moving vehicle on track, and nobody's come out of the pits on cold tyres on that lap, so I'm not sure why that came in. 85, drive-through. That is the Iron Dames for full course yellow procedures as the 54 Ferrari goes wide over the gravel yet again, and a change for 6th position. No, just holding on in 6th position is the 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, but Kevin Estre is in hunter killer mode again.
I think he's got him. I think he's got him. It's a great pass there. If he manages that, he does. Just edges the Ferrari wide. Takes the position, and Alessandro Pierguidi has to lift out of that one.
I don't think he lifted at all. I think he kept his boot deep in, but the traction loss on the grass, you can see how much mud he was throwing up there, as opposed to spray, which it would have been back in October. And ahead, the Aston Martin dive bombs the Ferrari and runs out wide. That was Riberas trying to go by Fuoco. He didn't go up one, he went down one because Malte Jakobsen's Peugeot got by him. So that means the Aston is down to 5th, not up to 3rd. And Darren, we talked about this all the time. If you make a move and it doesn't happen, you're going to lose a place.
Absolutely, with how close it's been with the competition. Obviously, turn 1 is one of those places he probably had a run on the main straight and went for the move, but the consequence is if it doesn't work and you run wide, you're going to lose a place, especially with the Peugeots right behind him at that point.
And of course, everybody is so packed up into the final 2 hours because of that recent safety car that has jammed the whole field together. So the 93 Peugeot, again, we can't say this often enough, I think. Mikkel Jensen leads for Peugeot inside the final 2 hours. Alpine in 2nd place with Charles Malaysi. Goodness me, this would be a podium. Car number 50 and 51 and 94 to the race director.
Were they the cars that pitted? Doesn't include the 7.
That's the 94 Peugeot. We will find out in the fullness of time. That might be quite a lot of fullness as well. We'll ignore that for the moment.
Was about to say, Martin, watch this space in terms of decisions coming from race control and the stewards. Alex Riberas going side by side here.
Yeah, side by each with the Porsche.
And takes the position for 5th. There's a lot still in the in-tray, is what I was about to say.
Yeah,
and because there's been... back up the inside. What a cracking sequence there.
But Riberas lets him do that because he knows he's going to wash out wide, and Riberas crosses the line, cuts back underneath. That's a good...
It's not done.
Yeah, this is the bit he had to wait for, is the entry to turn 3. Did he have enough of a gap so he can just turn in, take the actual racing line? And he does, but he must have lost the spot because he was 5th at the end of the lap, or towards the end of the lap. So at some point in sector 3, he dropped behind the Porsche.
Yeah, you know with Kevin Estre, it's never over unless the car's upside down and on fire. He's always going to come back at you.
I am next to Paul-Loup Chatin, the teammate of Charles Milesi, actually running 2nd at the moment. What was the strategy like? Did you plan to stop before the safety car?
You need always to have a bit of luck in that situation. What is sure is the pace was good, but I was 3rd in the 10th position, so I maximum the fuel saving on the tire management. Thanks to that, we have been capable to do an extra lap, and thanks to this extra lap, we have been capable to have this luck to stop right before that and to have more or less a free pit stop. That's why we are P2 now, but I will not say it was planned, but it's what we were targeting.
Do you think you have the pace to stay there until the end of the race?
Yeah, honestly, I think so. The pace of the car was really strong. Not on one lap. We saw yesterday in quali we missed a bit of pace on one lap. But for a complete stint, I think our tire there is quite decent. And I'm confident Charlie is super fast. So finger crossed, and I hope we will be capable to jump on the podium if it's not better.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Valtteri Jakobsen bounced across the gravel there, trying to shake it out of the car as Antonio Fuoco went down the inside into turn 1. And here we've got a Toyota battling with a Cadillac. Alex Lynn, the man who took pole by a happy margin, trying to go around the outside of Kamui Kobayashi.
Full course yellow is coming.
Now what's that for? We'll have to wait and see, but that was a change for 3rd. Antonio Fuoco really attacking hard. Valtteri Jakobsen trying to hang on the outside.
I'd like to see that again.
I'm sure we will.
I'd like to see that 50 and 94 again. 51, by the way. Alessandro Pierguidi, under investigation track limits, that usually only goes one way. We did say when they came out from those pit stops that was going to compromise his attack and defence, and that might well be the case.
Yep, because he'd been warned, hadn't he?
He most certainly had.
It was Fuoco who had 2 wheels on the grass, making up places right from the restart. And there's Valtteri Jakobsen with Alex Ribeiro right behind him. Somebody shed lots of bits of car on the straight. And there, by the way, was a shot of Ricky Perra, our points leader and race leader in LMGT3. TF Sports, the 33 Corvette, in 2nd place. And that's going to be really critical as we get towards the end of this race to keep the championship alive. Let's get down to the Ferrari team while we're under full course yellow.
Miguel Molina, you've raced here at Fuji many times before. Have you ever seen a race this nerve-wracking?
No. It's going quite crazy, let's say. You can see that a lot of things are happening, and from our side, we don't really have the pace as the front runners, but so far we're doing a good job taking the opportunities. So we will try to keep that and try to finish the race in a good position to score points for the championships.
It's all about the championship at this point and getting the points for Ferrari?
Yeah, for sure. There's the main goal to go for the Constructors' Championship, so we are trying our best to help on that. So far, as I said, we are taking the opportunities. Let's see how it goes, but it's really difficult to fight like this.
You've got a GT win in the past. Good luck getting a hypercar win today.
Well, yeah, the past was with some GTs. We also scored some wins here, so we are in a good position. But the most important thing is to take the car home and to score points.
Thanks to Miguel for talking to me. He actually took his headset off, listening to the pit wall, telling him when to get in the car. So hopefully he didn't miss his opportunity.
Any excuse to sit down in a chair for Shea Adam. Nice work. And the Ferrari team, I mean, both cars, 50 and 51, absolutely determined to try and take that manufacturer's championship for Ferrari and then worry about the driver's title if and when that is done when we get to Bahrain.
And that, to be honest with you, since we went back to green, has been exactly, let's just see this again. No change of line there from the number 50 car.
No, he just ran him over the curbs. Bounced him as well. Shoulder charge.
I'm about to say, when we went back to green, the way in which the Ferraris were trying to progress, that tells the story. They've been told it's about the Manufacturers' Championship. They've been told exactly who the targets are that they need to finish ahead of to put themselves in the best position possible, and that's what they've been doing for the last 20-30 minutes. The final thing to add, by the way, is the absolute disaster story of that last sequence through safety car and the cautions has been for Cadillac, because those two cars, both of which were in contention, are now both outside the top 10, and that's all about when pit stops were taken.
Yep, and that's not poor decisions by them.
No,
that's
just timing.
Unfortunate. You can see there, car number 12, who rode on board with Alex Lynn for a moment. There must be maybe a hand's width between him and the tail of Kamui Kobayashi's Toyota. So that's going to be a fun restart. Kevin Estre and Alex Riberas, that's going to be a fun restart as well. And here's the Iron Dames. Now, have they served their penalty? They have not yet. So they've been handed a penalty for full course yellow infringement. Rahal Froh will have to serve that.
Very, very shortly. But yeah, going back to green from this one's going to be fun and games.
So now this was behind Peugeot. This is the Kevin Estre battle, wasn't it? Yeah. The Aston Martin Alex Riberas going by him. And Estre never wanted to lie down and give up a fight, is he?
No, he's a fighter all the way, but that was a good move from Alex. Got the power down out of turn one.
Full course yellow in 27 seconds.
Quite a specific and very slightly late message from Eduardo.
20 seconds.
Well, once it gets back to green, watch this get
We will
through.
remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
We're back to green, we're back to green.
So Alex Lynn had to pull out to one side but couldn't move until the green flag was lit. Then you can overtake wherever you are on the circuit, and he really made the most of that downturner. They were both on the speed limiter, but Alex just got closest to the zero as he released it.
Yeah, his reaction was just that little bit quicker, but I think he'd been playing mind games for about 3 laps. Just being right in the mirror of the Toyota at that point. So yeah, he knew exactly what his plan was.
And Kevin Estre got back past Alex Riberas as well. Look, there is the number 6 Porsche ahead of the 009 Aston Martin, so we didn't see that happen at the restart. But as we said, with Kevin Estre, it ain't over till the fat lady has finished singing, had a dinner and gone home in a taxi. So he will continue that battle as we look again at the BMWs, 31 and 46. This is battle for 7th place. Augusto Farfus ahead of Kelvin van der Linde by inches.
And that gave a bit of a nightmare for the 36 Alpine ahead, where he thought there was a more than Alpine shaped gap. It certainly turned out to be not the case. It's taken 2 or 3 more corners to finally get that done. Now around the outside of the 46 car and get back on with the game in hand.
Jules Gounon in the 36 car down in 15th place. He's chasing Earl Bamber's 38 Cadillac. Who is that? Just ducked into the pit lane out at the top of the shot. Somebody needed service, obviously, and it's 33, Johnny Edgar.
And the 95.
And the 95 will be to serve a... no, it won't be. That's not them. It's 59 that's going to serve a penalty. 88 down the inside. Dennis Olsen goes by Rahal Froh.
That was a superb move. That last-minute jinx, you know, the driver who's being attacked is basically thinking, I've got this covered, I'm going to make them go around the outside, and then suddenly they're up down the inside and got the apex.
Now, given that this driver's side of the 27 Harter Racing Aston Martin was thumped mightily, enough to rip the front off the 007, actually that survived really well. I'm not sure that that's the car that was barrel rolled a couple of years ago in Monza over the sausage curbs, but that car came back to race again. They build them Ford tough at Aston Martin.
Yeah, I don't know if it is that Monza car. I don't think it is.
I don't think it is, but the Monza car definitely raced again. So pit stops underway here in LMGT3. This is United Auto Sports number 95 car. Sean Gallale brought it in.
Further investigations, Nico Veroni, Alessandro Pierguidi, 14:22. So we're catching up. It's under an hour now.
Yeah, under an hour. And that was the incident. No, it wasn't actually. That, we still haven't had an answer to the 99.15.
I think the 99.50 was where Pierguidi took the lead. Turned the car around. And turn 10.
Yeah. So Kevin Escher still working his way through traffic. No, that's is that Kevin? Yeah, that's Kevin Escher. So who's he got behind? Antonio Fuoco, Kevin Escher right behind him, and Malte Jakobsen behind him. So Jakobsen's gone by Riberas as well. So Alex Riberas, the Aston Martin, not going well at the restart.
No, that's not right. Jakobsen was already ahead of the Aston Martin.
Oh, was he? So they both
making the move on Jakobsen.
So they've both gone by Jakobsen. The Ferrari went by before the full course yellow.
It's very fluid, isn't it?
Absolutely carnage. Number 5 is way down the order, 7th place, Mathieu Jaminet, as he goes. Okay, that wasn't for position, was it? Let's hear from the Ferrari team.
So the Porsche has no target, just so you know. It will go by, they have no target.
No target, Darren, means they're not having to save fuel, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. If basically they're sort of saying, the Ferrari radios are sort of clearly saying, don't bother about getting too much of a fight.
Wow.
He almost shut the door, Antonio Fuoco, then thought better of it and remembered what the message had said, and Kevin Escher had a half thought and then went.
I've got a briefing note for Ferrari. He has got a target. I can tell you what that target is: win the race. Because he wants the points, he wants to be in this manufacturers and drivers championship fight. They were nowhere in the first 90 minutes of this race. It wriggled on the braking, clattered the curbs, got it done. Kevin Escher is being, well, Kevin Escher.
The Porsche on 3 new tyres and the used left rear, both Peugeots on used tyres. Left sides are used, fresh right sides on the 93 car that leads for Mikkel Jensen. But Malte Jakobsen, 4 old tyres on the car from the last stint. So he is fighting sort of with one hand behind his back, and through goes Antonio Fuoco. He moves up to 4th place. So Jakobsen double stinting these tyres.
On that occasion, he didn't try and hang it out around the outside of 1. He learned from the last experience of being pushed through the gravel, so just waiting to fight another day.
And I always wonder, when a car's bounced across curbs and gravel and onto tarmac like that, whether anything gets misaligned, and he might be now starting to have like a little bit of steering misalignment or suspension damage or something like that, even the under tray maybe. Back with Kamui Kobayashi. Toyota trying to fight its way back into the top 10. In front of it is the championship leading driver crew in the 51 Ferrari. Looks like Kobayashi has got more pace than they do, and they are closing in on Alex Lynn, the number 12 car in front of them. Kobayashi on the inside, Darren.
It's a bit like that move earlier on that put the 99 into a spin, but thankfully they both gave each other a room. But here, like, lost out on the corner before, then made the move. And the thing with that sort of move is basically the driver's not expecting it. They feel like they've defended it on the last corner and probably thinking, okay, the attack will come at another stage, but not straight away at the next corner.
Kobayashi really squirted up the inside in a non-overtaking corner.
I'm not sure that Alessandro Pierguidi's got quite the number 51 car underneath him that he wants at the moment.
Doesn't feel like it, does it? It's not heading in the right direction. 50 is moving forward. Pierre Guidi is slipping back, and in fact he's out of the points now, and so is 83, Yefei, the yellow Ferrari. Further forward, Antonio Fuoco ahead of Malte Jakobsen. Jakobsen not being dropped yet by the Ferrari. The only problem for the young Dane is that Alex Riberas in the 009 Aston isn't far behind either.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting points total everywhere in just about 100 minutes time.
Kevin Escher has just set the fastest lap of the race for Porsche number 6. He's in 3rd place. He's 1.1 seconds behind the Alpine in 2nd. There they are as they go through LMGT3 traffic. Kevin Escher, the white nose. Alessandro Pierguidi under investigation for a 6th track limits infringement, and that could be a drive-through penalty.
He's been under investigation for a 5th penalty, track limits. Yep. This is now a 6th. It could be worse.
Could be bang to rights, could be a stop and go. Iron Dames and Iron Lynx both in the pit lane together. So the 85 Porsche in for service. Rahul Frey will hand over to Michel Gatting for the final hour and 40 minutes. And the Iron Lynx Mercedes, Lynn Herdenius, I think his time at the wheel will be done in that one as well. So he will hand over to, who has not driven that one? Maxime Martin, of course, has not driven it. So
shaping up here. We all remember Bahrain last year for the extraordinary display behind the wheel of the Toto from Sebastian Buemi, but also for the fact that number 6's season fell apart and they found themselves scoring nothing in pursuit of the championship.
Sort of fell apart, but they still were champions, so not really.
For the manufacturers.
For the manufacturers, yeah.
It's got the air of that with the 51. 51 just looks a bit chaotic at this stage. We've got an investigation underway, more than one investigation underway. One with the 99, two now with track limits, all against the 51.
Yeah, it's not been the cleanest of races, has it?
So Alpine in front, we're fighting with them for P2. It's Charles Minesi on board, same strategy as us, 4 new tires.
Sort of 80% of the proclaimers here, what, 400 miles?
Or was that 4 new tyres?
Yes. 4 new tyres, there we go. Oh, AI, don't you love it? So Mikkel Jensen is the race leader, pulling away, now 4 seconds away from the Milesi-Estra battle.
I think that's mainly because of the pace, when it's got side by side, 50.
Jacobsen coming back at Fuoco, this is for 4th. Fuoco is going to have to try and hog the inside line because Malte Jacobsen not going to trust him going around the outside of that Ferrari again, is he?
Well, two of the young guns of the World Endurance Championship in this era, and great to see them side by side, nose to tail in any which way they care to be.
I was just going to say he's not going to go around the outside. He very nearly did at 3.
This is a good day for the CEO of Peugeot to be here, because what a day they're having.
Yeah. Well, let's hope for the sake of Peugeot and its fans, its team, its drivers, its morale, that they actually hang on to another podium finish. They were 3rd and 4th at the end of the Texas race. Half an hour from the end, they were 2nd and 3rd. They could have had a double podium, and it's not beyond the bounds of possibility here either. Malte Jacobsen has definitely not given this battle up. Antonio Fuoco's Ferrari might be 4th. Alex Riberas might have closed and brought Mathieu Jaminet with them, but Jacobsen is still fighting hard for this. Ignore the cars going up and down on the timing pylon. Your Mark 1 human eyeball will tell you that that's not actually what's happened. And here comes the Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet looking inside Alex Riberas. Is the Aston Martin starting to burn through its tyres earlier than its rivals?
Yeah, this battle, 4 cars, Ferrari, Peugeot, Aston Martin, Porsche, in a battle for 4th place overall. 4 different makes, 4 different ways of building a hypercar. That's what this formula's been about from the very start. And this is a race that shows it can really, really deliver.
Riberas at a tyre deficiency. He didn't have new tyres on the last stop. So Malte Jacobsen again trying to crisscross over with the Ferrari of Antonio Fuoco and Alex Riberas. The 009 have. 009 had a used left rear, a new left front, but the right side tyres are the ones that have been on for the previous stint as well. So everybody else on fresher rubber. Malte Jacobsen attacking hard here.
Car having to go defensive. Jacobsen squirming around to try to find a way by. Riberas closes in again. Great drone footage here. Magnificent stuff from that team. But
nice little bit of onboard with the Aston, Darren, as well. It just shows how frantic everything is in that braking zone.
Yeah, I mean, it is really difficult to be coming down from the speed they are into the slowest corner on the track, but you can see this fighting that they've got going on. They're dropping over a second a lap now from the leading 3.
See the Aston having to take a little dab at the brakes mid-corner there, otherwise he's going to run out onto the grass. Mathieu Jaminet behind him had a little run up the inside, but that means he can't get on the gas quite as early, so doesn't have that slingshot effect onto the straight. And the Aston, we know, is good on top speed. he closes on the tail of Fuoco and Jakobsen. Lars Vantor watching the progress of his teammate Kevin Estre, the number 6 car further up, still trying to get by Charles Milesi. The two Porsches, as the race has progressed, have looked more and more competitive.
And they're edging their way back into this, aren't they? Kevin Estre will be, I'm sure, frustrated, wanting to find a way past Charles Milesi, but that car too is going very well. Car 51, a drive-through penalty, track limits 5th. And let's remind you, there's another investigation underway for the 6th.
Yep. That's not going to get better in a hurry.
It really, really isn't. This is a disastrous day at the moment for the 51 crew.
The only thing that helps them in terms of
information to the pit lane, car 5151 has a drive-through penalty for continuous abuse of track limits. Car 51, drive-through penalty for abuse of track limits.
The only thing that makes it slightly better for the 51 crew in terms of the Drivers' Championship is their closest rivals are in 83, who are behind them and also not scoring. But, Chaminade all over the road there. Attack, defence, tripped over his own shoelaces, and through went Alex Riberas.
Well, he's been making that attempt at that move into the last turn for the last 3-4 laps. And again, Alex was out on the sort of normal racing line. Porsche fired it down the inside, but then lost momentum on the way out.
GT car on the apex here, though. That's going to compromise Alex's run through. He's got just enough, I think, but a better run off the corner there for the Porsche.
Yeah, but Alex had to run out wide to go around that McLaren as early as he could, so that he was clear down into turn 3. You don't want any chance of the Porsche coming along the inside. Alessandro Pierguidi serving his drive-through immediately in the 51 Ferrari, so that is dropping further back down the order, and that means it is suddenly a little bit more game on for the 83 team. All right, their car's got damage. It isn't anything like as quick as it should be, but if they can get into the point-scoring positions before the end of the race, that could take their championship title race all the way to Bahrain for the driver's crown. Dennis Olsen and Augusto Farfus for second in LMGT3. Olsen in the Mustang, and Farfus right behind him in the 31 BMW.
Investigation. If you watch side by side, almost, not quite. 54 Ferrari, Francesco Castellacci and Ben Tuck in the 77 Mustang under investigation.
As if Augusto Farfus wasn't disgustingly talented enough being able to speak English and Brazilian Portuguese. I heard him in fluent French conversation yesterday as well, so he's not just a quick race driver, he's got a lot going on between the ears. Dennis Olsen's view from behind. Robbins Racing, especially in a GT car. Farfus making sure that Olsen is very well aware that he's there.
BMW, that stands for bump my wing. It doesn't normally. Great stuff from these two.
And Darren, this is all part of GT racing particularly, it is a little bit of the touring car element comes in. You've just got to make sure that you're doing something to unsettle the guy in front.
Yeah, it's all about track position, isn't it? You know, trying to outfox the person, trying to put them in a sort of more difficult on the back foot position, and then you can get like a decent move on them. So Farfus is just trying all the tricks in the book to just get that forward out of sync on a corner, out of position, and then hopefully make a move.
Well, as the sun has come out here, the cloud has moved off. That's because the wind direction has changed as the Cadillac comes through this battle. Gives Dennis Olsen maybe a corner of breathing space, but look at the minimum speed of the BMW. He almost ran into the back of the Caddy there. The wind has changed, Darren. We've now got a tailwind down the front straight. So is that going to make life more difficult for the drivers?
Yeah, 100% more difficult. It just, you know, you want a headwind if you're going to have any wind direction under braking. So just having it from behind, it's just going to make it a little bit more unpredictable. Not that I don't think that, you know, with the wind speed that we got here today, it's not like it's going to change the braking much, but it just makes it just slightly more difficult to totally know what you've got when you get on the pedal.
This might get more interesting still, not because of the battle between these two, which is engaging enough, but because the car ahead of them, the Vista of course, at 21 of Alessio Rivera, 4.5 seconds to good, by the way, under investigation for a pit stop.
Yeah. So another infringement potentially coming to the stewards' room. On board with Alex Riberas, once more riding in 6th place in the hypercar class, right behind Malte Jacobsen. Malte Jacobsen, the Dane, the 94 Peugeot with 4 older tyres, 4 used tyres. But they may not have done quite as many laps as those on the Aston of Riberas. Now, what that does mean is Alex Riberas is fighting a little bit with his hand behind his back, so to Malte Jacobsen perhaps, but they are clearly keeping some fresher tyres in the locker for the last 90-odd minutes, and that means the final driver going through might have a bit more tyre to play with. Of course, everybody else will be trying to do the same as well, because these 6-hour races tend to be about surviving for 5 hours and trying to win it in the last race. Now, hearing reports of debris late in the lap.
Turn 13.
13.
Yeah. All
seemed to be too much in the track there. Nobody having to swerve to avoid it, unlike that bit of BMW that was on the front straight earlier in the race.
Something over the last couple of laps has meant the number 5 Porsche has just dropped off the back of these guys a few seconds. Maybe it was just traffic, or could it be pace as well?
The other change, by the way, that's the process of happening, and it's this battle, the 1, 2, 3, now 1.3 seconds between all 3 of them. There is the Peugeot. Alpine still under pressure from Kevin Estre, but the 2 of them have closed in. I think this is going to be for that debris. We're going to go to full course yellow in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, they've halved the gap to leader Mikkel Jensen. Jensen's 93 car. Estre having a look and trying to get by the Alpine before we go full course yellow. And the team will be telling him, you've got 10 seconds. You've got 5 seconds.
We will go under full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
It coming and
full course
blocks
yellow
the inside of turn 10.
9, 8,
He's just got to hold him off now until they get to the top of the hill.
4,
Estre's going to try and lunge, but there's not enough
1.
time.
Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Kevin decided discretion, the better part of valour, rather than risk the penalty.
Now, interestingly, Charles Malaysia looks like he closed a little on Mikkel Jensen there.
He has. Oh, well, I mean, as they went into the full course yellow.
Yeah.
He was closing in any case on pace, without a doubt. So, this is an intriguing 3-car battle now for the overall lead. Peugeot, Alpine, Porsche.
And behind them on the track, I think, is our LMGT3 leader as well, the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari. So he is right there.
He is indeed. So both leaders, well, within that camera shot.
Okay, now then, just going to have a little quick look at who's got the need to come in. 36 Alpine has only got 6% energy. And he comes down pit lane. So he's in, 5-second fuel stop because the pit lane is closed under full course yellow, so he will have to come back in again the lap after we go green. And Marshall running out to grab another bit of debris. Very keen on having a clean and tidy country, the Japanese, and there's no reason the racetrack should be any different. Let's hear from the Peugeot team.
Marshall's on track at turn 13. Mikel, the situation is clear. Alpine, same strategy as us. Porsche, 3 seconds less refuel and 1 stop to go.
This is shaping up to be one heck of a finish
in
here
less
at
than
Fuji.
15 seconds.
And what's nice in all of that is that Peugeot
9,
are trying
8,
to figure out how to win
7,
this.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed.
Back to green, good jump away from Mikkel Jensen. And by that I mean that, not that, of course they're trying to figure out how to win this because they're leading the race. It's the fact that they're leading the race and trying to figure out how to get the best of the Porsches. Kevin Estre dive bombs. Charles Malaysia runs out wide, out, breaks himself. He just didn't quite have enough grip there, but he really had a big lunge. Got inside Malaysia, who was not expecting that to come, and nor was Darren Turner, who sat bolt upright in his seat as it happened. But that's Estre all over. He doesn't obey the rules.
It was looking like a great move, and I was like, oh my God, that's, you know, he's attacked right away at the beginning, but just went a bit too deep into turn 6 there.
That's Kevin listening to the devil on his right shoulder without shadow of doubt, and there's some part why we love watching him.
I think the angel only ever appears once he gets out of the car, to be fair. Kevin Estre is missed the maximum attack. So there is your lead trio. Mikkel Jensen, the white Peugeot, Charles Milesi, the blue Alpine, and Kevin Esch, the white and red Porsche. And all three teams are trying to win this race. Now, for Penske Porsche Motorsport, they've done it before. They've been in this position a lot. For Peugeot and Alpine, this is new territory. So this is dealing with the pressure of not losing the race. That's really hard.
A fabulous storyline for the championship of both these teams. And you don't like to say whatever happens now, but I'll say it, and whatever happens now, they've made a hell of a fight of this. 35 major bit of luck for them in terms of the timing and the way the pit stops and the cautions went through. Full course yellow procedures drive through for car 85, by the way. We were wondering why that Rahel Fryan pitted the car. No further action. The drive through is cancelled, so they've obviously appealed that. But,
that was on the restart with the other Porsche, wasn't it? Like
I think so.
Getting into turn 16 a bit too hot before it went. Got to the line on the safety car. So,
but then, and so there was an overlap, and she'd started to overlap, but she backed out again. So they'll have gone through and say, look, no, he slowed down. She was doing what you expect, which is the car in front's going to speed up, so you speed up. And she got caught out, knew what was going on, and dropped back. And so they'll have looked at the data tracing on, oh yeah, he did lift there, and that's why there was the overlap. So yeah, no harm, no foul.
36 car, by the way, I think maybe in some trouble. Saw in the background that car emerging from the pits as these cars pass by the previous lap, and it's back on pit lane.
Yeah, so Jules going on back in the pit with Alpine, but Mikkel Jensen, Charles Milesi and Kevin Esch, the top three. Jensen just dabs a bead of sweat off his forehead. Charles Milesi, eyes wide open. I asked him what his karaoke song would be, because they had little stages outside by each of the teams in the autograph sessions. They could stand up and do photos for the crew. And I said, oh, come on, what's your karaoke song? He doesn't have a karaoke song, apparently.
Doesn't?
No. So in the meantime, I was expecting him to say something by the Sex Pistols, but
he's got a good run off turn one, though. He's closed that gap. Kevin Estra just drops a couple of car lengths through the traffic there.
And this is real pressure for Mikkel Jensen. Darren Turner, you've been in this position a lot, leading the race and trying to find your way around slower cars without giving up any time. It's almost impossible to do.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the beauty of multi-class racing, isn't it? It's this traffic management and enjoying it. This looks like Kevin's tearing him up.
That fuel advantage that Porsche had just went. Kevin Estre with a 5-second penalty added to their next pit stop. And so that means that they're going to take 2 laps less fuel, but they're going to spend 5 seconds more stationary. So it's on the inside then. Goes through on the inside of Charles Milesi. Again, catches Milesi in a position where you normally don't get past, but he just threw it in there.
Well, the problem now for Kevin Estre is got to get to and past the Peugeot and pull away to offset that penalty. So now it's urgent.
Well, his plan will always be to catch everybody and pass them and pull away.
Do you think right tires can do a double stint?
I think so.
Now, does that mean they've only got 2 tyres left, or do they mean they're going to give up new tyre for less time in the pit lane?
I suspect the latter.
And again, now they're in that position where they're not just trying to finish the race and finish the race well and battle with one car in front of them, which has been their entire story so far in WEC, but they're trying to strategize an advantage to win their first race. And Peugeot will be having exactly the same mental gymnastics in their strategy thinking. And Porsche, well, it's second nature for them. And Kevin Estre is closing on the leader, Mikkel Jensen.
This is the other battle. This is the 5 and the 94. Melty Jakobsen under pressure from Nico Jaminet.
Chasing Mathieu Jaminet with Alex Lynn. And in front of him is Malte Jakobsen. So Peugeot first, Porsche second, Alpine third. Then there's the 50 Ferrari. And then it is Peugeot, Porsche and Cadillac. The 009 of Alex Riberas really fading now down to 8th position. He's been passed by half a dozen cars. More investigations going on in LMGT3. LMGT3 at the moment is the 21 Ferrari that leads.
I also think with that message about from Alpine is if they're only doing one set of tyres, the outlap will be quicker. So they're going to take less of a disadvantage with a whole new set of cold tyres. So that could be a double whammy in that sense.
And since Spa last year, or 2 years ago, with the Ferrari going off on cold tyres, everybody has sort of adopted only changing one side, unless you're on the safety car, in which case you get a chance to bring the heat in when everybody else is not at full race speed. So that's why there are a lot of full 4-tyre changes in the last set of pit stops.
So still, by the way, the 94 and the 5, this is the battle for 5th, not the battle for the overall lead, but Kevin Estre is just about a second back from Mikkel Jensen ahead of this battle. Big finishing positions still being contested here, and they're going to be till the checkered flag.
Down in 13th, the 51 Ferrari, and they've just been handed a reprimand for a pit stop infringement, so no penalty for that.
Mathieu, just a reminder to go stiffer rear on the high speed if you can.
Yeah, I didn't get that either. Stiffer rear bar if he can, apparently, is how that translated. Now then, back with our battle for second place in LMGT3. Dennis Olsen in the Mustang, Augusto Farfus in the BMW, two front-engine V8 cars that sound very different indeed. And another V8 behind is closing in. That's car number 81. So it's no longer the 33 Corvette that is challenging the leaders. It's Charlie Eastwood in the 81 machine as we go back to our lead battle. Mikkel Jensen from Kevin Estre by just about a second still, and they've hardly dropped Charles Milesi either.
Yeah, the LMGT3 battle, Alessio Rivera 6.5 seconds clear, but after that it's tenths for the next 4 or 5 cars in the battle. So again, yet again, coming closer to the final hour, the final pit stop cycle, LMGT3 is beginning to light up.
There's a lot of fingernails being nibbled in a lot of garages right now. Got an hour and a quarter still to go.
And remember, the 21 car is under investigation.
Yep, which might give Proton Competition a shot at a second consecutive. Oh no, it wasn't. They were second, weren't they? They could have won.
The first win
in Texas. Our leaders, Mikkel Jensen, white Peugeot still ahead of Kevin Estre, the white and red, Porsche, and the Alpine blue of Charles Milesi just behind them in third place. Then there is a gap back. That's another 3 seconds back to the fourth place car, Antonio Fuoco, and he's a second and a half ahead of the battle for fifth, which is Peugeot Malte Jacobsen, the Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet, and the Cadillac of Alex Lynn. Alex Rivera sagging towards the end of the top 10, but once they fit new tyres, fill it with fuel and insert Marco Sorensen, I expect that car to come back up the order again.
Peugeot's gone deep into turn 1. Suppose the gap up another couple of attempts at that point.
Jaminet all over the back of Malte Jacobsen. Jacobsen will not want the Porsche coming down the inside in turn 1, because he remembers what happened when Kevin Estre did that to him and bounced him off the track.
Well, Malte Jacobsen doing 2 jobs here, isn't he? The first is to hold his position, the other is to stop anybody from passing and getting involved potentially in a lead battle further up the road with the sister car.
But the other thing is, look how close he is still to Antonio Fuoco, 1.2 seconds behind that Ferrari. Is the Ferrari going as quickly as it might? Well, it's just set its fastest race lap at 1:31.7, so he's opened up a fraction over Jacobsen.
But he's dropping back for the lead 3.
Yeah, Jacobsen had been closing on him, so the Ferrari, what's that got? That had 2 new left, so it's got older right tyres, so they will change the right sides probably at the last stop. Are we going to get one more stop only?
All of a sudden, Jaminet looking like he's getting racy again here with Malte Jacobsen.
Yeah, a little bit in traffic here. This is second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth positions in LMGT3. It is the Mustang, the BMW, the yellow Corvette, the second BMW, and the 54 Ferrari, last year's winners.
And if you're looking at the LMGT3 class, get engaged with it right now. Look at the Instagram page, FIA_FIWC_official. You can help to choose the driver of the day. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award will be awarded on the podium here in Fuji, and your votes count. There'll be a selection of options there, selected by an eminent panel here at Fuji, but you get involved because your votes will be the determining factor. Please do.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not over, although you're going to have to choose some nominees for the vote. So Dennis Olsen at the moment holding off this train, and they are dropping away 8.8 seconds now behind the 21 Ferrari, which is lapping a second a lap quicker. Olsen the Mustang using all the roads, really widening out the corners, but Farfus can't do that because right behind him in that yellow Corvette is Charlie Eastwood, who will go by him given even a sniff of the barmaid's apron. On the other line, coming into the pit lane, is the 46 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde, so that will be for the final round of pit stops.
Too early, they're going to need a splash. And here we go to the three wide into the turn, and that was a touch on the Mustang as that, and another, and up the inside comes Charlie Eastwood. He just has a bit of a wiggle on, can't get the power in.
I wondered if there was a tiny touch between the Corvette and the BMW before. There was a couple of touches between the BMW and the Ford. The BMW's been into the Mustang a couple of times already. This is the view back from Dennis Olsen's car. Boy, mind our camera.
Also making Farfus go around the long way. This is where they started to actually trade a bit of paint, and then I do believe the Corvette just gets underneath and sort of into the back of the BMW right at the apex.
There you go, down the straight.
Yeah, a little bit of trading paint on the way down.
Hey, Farfus made his living in World Touring cars for a number of years. He'll be perfectly happy with that. He's raced in many endurance races since then. He won't worry too much about a tiny bit of contact. So back with Peugeot versus Porsche, and this is 94. Malte Jakobsen versus Mathieu Jaminet. So this is the battle for 5th place. Don't forget that the 2 Porsches and the 2 Aston Martin Valkyries, although only 009 is still racing on 2 driver lineups. So the driver that gets in at the end will already have driven for a couple of hours and will have hopefully recovered his full energy and concentration. Oh, and up the inside comes Jaminet as the Peugeot ran out wide. Malte Jakobsen, you can see the car sliding 4 square there. Jakobsen keeping his foot on the throttle.
Even with the poor exit, then the Peugeot's just got that little bit extra top speed and acceleration, but the Porsche's now back in the tow.
Well, Jakobsen painted on the white line on the inside. He's going to make the Porsche all the way around the outside, and then the doors open. Jaminet can't quite cut underneath Malte Jakobsen. Young Dane doing a very solid job. His Danish teammate leads the race.
No saving, no saving.
Yeah, no saving, other than save your position, by the way. And saving is that lift and coast thing that everybody has to do to get through the race on the fuel that's allocated, no matter how incredible the consumption of these cars in. That's 88, Dennis Olsen in trouble.
We saw that as the battling hypercars came down the hill.
So what happens?
Dennis Olsen.
Is it contact with 81? It is. Right front. Well, at least it's not an engine, which is what happens at 77 in free practice, but Dennis Olsen dropping down the order and...
rapidly.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a puncture, or do we think suspension?
No, it looks like it's down on the right front, doesn't it? I think that's a puncture. Oh, no.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Is it crabbing a little bit there?
I think if he's had a clout in that corner as he's turned in, I think that's a bent steering arm or suspension.
When the car was going straight, you could see his left hand up, so it looks like he's a bit of steering lock, even go straight. So
bend the steering arm or shuffle the rack across.
Well, that's meant Ben Barker, by the way, in the sister car up into 5th place now. So whilst the 88 is dropping down, the 77 is powering up the order.
Yeah, Charlie Eastwood, although he made contact with the 77 car, did not move up past Augusto Farfus, which I think was his intention in the first place. Lawrence Van Tor helmeting up in the Porsche garage, getting ready to take over number 6 again. His teammate Kevin Est.
Down into the depths of the energy reserves, and that's
the end of the race. Dennis Olsen has parked it.
Well done for getting it off track, Dennis.
Yeah. Well, he's obviously given up the uneven fight. And again, it may well have been that it was very happy to turn left and not even remotely interested in turning right, which does make getting back to the pit lane pretty darn tricky. So we are getting ready for our final round of stops. Malte Jakobsen and Antonio Fuoco look like they're going to be among the first to go in. Alessandro Pierguidi down in 13th with only 4% of energy left, and that may not be fuel in the tank. Some of that will be electrical charge as well in their hybrid system.
We switch to the lead battle now, and that has compressed. It's 1.3 seconds between the top 3. An hour and 9 minutes to go. On board with Kevin Est in the 6 Porsche, trying to chase down, as he has been for the last several laps, Mikkel Jensen, the 93 Peugeot, and behind, just behind, Charles Malaysia still hanging on in there, the 35 Alpine.
Now, knowing that the number 6 Porsche will have a stationary penalty to serve in their next pit stop, you just know that they've said to Mikkel Jensen, no more saving for you either. Just stay in front of the Porsche. We'll work the rest of it out after the pit stops are completed. But this should be enough for the front runners to get them through to the end. But what about those who are closer to the limit? What about Fuoco? What about Jakobsen? What about Pierguidi? Are they going to be able to fill enough to get through to the checkered flag, or are they going to end up running dry?
This is exactly the reason why Alpine were asking about those tyres. It saves those seconds. It could be a positional change on pit lane. It becomes the team game again, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Darren Turner, you know all about that. It is about the people behind the wheel of the car, but very often as well, it's about the big brains on the pit wall and the big muscles on pit lane.
I'd say it's more often the case. It's that strategy that they come up with, and obviously keeping everything calm and just looking at the bigger picture. When you're in the car, you don't really know what's going on more than half a kilometre in front and half a kilometre behind, sort of thing. So yeah. Having those guys and the pit will give you all the information and coming up with the strategies absolutely vital.
Pierguidi in the pits. The 51 Ferrari pits for fuel. It's taking on fuel now. Now, they have lasted more than an hour between fills in hypercar, but we've had a lot of safety car and full course yellows. If it goes green, they're going to need to fuel again.
Yeah, it's. I think that's too far.
Yeah, unless we get down to inside the final 50 minutes, we're looking at a splash. Further back, this is Corvette on United Autosports, so that, what's that for? That's 33, isn't it? So Danny Juncadella goes by, I beg your pardon, goes by Marino Sato, last time's winner in that 95 McLaren.
Danny Juncadella, named as a hypercar driver next year for the Genesis Magma Racing team. Well done to him. Been doing fabulous things, not just in the Corvette in the World Endurance Championship, but the Oreca in the European Le Mans Series for IDEC Sport, and the trajectory program for the South Korean brand.
Mathieu Jaminet with the white flag again being shown. Now they show that to drivers when a hypercar is coming out on cold tyres, and that's Alessandro Pierguidi's 51 car just in front, I reckon.
It's James Collado now at the wheel of that car.
Yeah, so he's taken over.
No, I think that's Antonio Fuoco.
Is that Fuoco?
Yeah, they're catching him.
Okay, well, it may just have been a layover from when they came past the pit lane with Pierguidi coming out.
94 and 5 still battling away.
33 and 95 just ahead of them. The battle for 11th place of Ben Keating, third in the championship, not able to get into the points just yet.
Hour and 6 minutes to go. Mikkel Jensen leads Kevin Est by 1.2 seconds. Peugeot lead the race here in Japan from Porsche and Alpine behind. sort of in splendid isolation, albeit just with a couple of seconds back, is the least delayed of the Ferraris, the number 50 car in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, and behind him and closing is this battle. It's another Peugeot versus Porsche battle in that order, as Malte Jakobsen has been fending off a spirited attack from Mathieu Jaminet. Behind that, Alex Lynn pulling back, trying to get back into contention after being stalled by the timing of the pit stops for the Cadillac, which have been running right up front. Is under pressure from Alex Riberas.
Leader in the pits, car number 21 for LMGT3. That means Charlie Eastwood's Corvette is our new race leader. Also stopping Augusto Farfus and Ben Barker. So they've come in from 4th and 5th in LMGT3. Still waiting to hear about a potential penalty being applied to 21. That might or might not happen later during the course of the race.
Hypercar pit stops coming now, without a doubt. A number of these cars down at 1% available energy, and one of them to pull out of formation is going to be Malte Jakobsen, I'm sure.
Yeah, is he alone? Yes, he is. Kevin Esch continues. He's got another couple of percent.
That's Mathieu Jaminet, sorry.
Mathieu Jaminet, rather. More percentage on board.
Also in is Antonio Fuoco ahead. That's the gap. This, by the way, is our race-leading pair.
Fuoco thinks he's in Formula E, coming in with 0% usable energy.
Well, 0.1 is good enough.
Just. As long as it doesn't have to go onto battery only in the pit lane. Fuoco is out.
And a battle in pit lane. Malte Jakobsen gets out of the 94 car. Really good stint from him. Fuoco too. He's been battling away. This is for them about not just trying to get to a podium position, but also about manufacturers' points on what's been a topsy-turvy day.
So this battle will continue. The Peugeot has taken on Stoffel van Dorn in what is his last race for the Peugeot hypercar team. So what a time that would be to win a race. And on board the number 50 car, taking over from Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina.
Team manager Car 38, who are also on pit lane, by the way, to the race director. I believe there is some kind of challenge from the Cadillac teams, the way in which they were or were not informed about pass around.
Ooh, long right front change. That's a full set for the Peugeot and pulls out ahead of the Ferrari. Yep. That is great work on the pit lane from the Peugeot team.
And that will have been in part because the 50 car had to be pushed back to go around the 21 car. That's the 54 car, my apologies.
Top three in LMGT3 are in the 81 Corvette, the 54 Ferrari rather, and the 59 McLaren you just saw. And on cold tyres ahead of hot tired rivals, out come those two cars.
This is the race leader as was.
This will be a driver change as well. Mikkel Jensen in from the lead, and he will hand over to Jean-Eric Verne as we see those cars that have just come out of the pit lane on colder tyres. This is Miguel Molina in the 50 car being passed. Right up behind him is the Cadillac.
Waiting for this tummy to adjust.
Around the outside. Well, this is for position, but almost everybody that's still not stopped will have to stop now. 93 and 009 are in. Is it a full four-car change? It is for 93. Everybody is going loaded for bear for the final hour of this race. And through goes the number 5 car, Mathieu Jaminet as well. Jaminet yet to stop. We're 2 minutes away from the final hour of this 6-hour race. Hopefully this will go green all the way through to the end and we'll get a knockdown, drag-out fight for victory with Peugeot in it, with Alpine in it, with Porsche in it. Will Cadillac come back? What about Toyota? Can they show anything to the front runners? What have they got in the locker?
It's the 93.
See how slow and cautious you have to be on those stone-cold tyres, Anthony. This must be a nightmare for drivers.
Oh, the pressure in the last stint. Knowing that you've got to have a great outlap, no mistakes, don't lock it up, get the pressures and the tyre temp up as quickly as you possibly can. Yeah, it's there's a lot of pressure for the last driver.
Well, into the pit lane, yet more of our front runners. Kevin Escher will hand over the car, I think, to Lawrence Vantor. Vantor was ready, there he is, he's being strapped in, so number 6 driver change. And Charles Milesi is in as well in the 35 car. He'll hand over to Ferdy Habsburg. and can announce that the official attendance for the weekend here at Fuji Speedway, 66,400 avid Japanese fans coming through. And that doesn't include a whole bunch of celebs that we've seen as well, drivers and others that are with the team. So a really big attendance, and the drivers have loved the enthusiasm of the fans in the pit walks and in the autograph sessions. It's just such a fun place to come and race.
Indication here of just how hard Kevin Estre has been pushing that number 6 Porsche. It's smoking like a garden brazier.
It really is, isn't it? And out comes the Cadillac right behind. So that is 6 and 12. Final hour of the race here. And cars coming out on stone cold tyres, with their rivals coming up behind on hot ones, exactly as the guys who have now got hot tyres, who stopped a lap or two ago, have had to do. Is everybody going to make it through without fuel? Not unless there's some kind of halting to procedures, a safety car or a long virtual safety car, or a slow zone of some kind, full course yellow. They're not going to make a full hour, these hypercars.
Mathieu Jeminet comes in for what was the lead. That lead now in the hands of the 20 BMW that's yet to go in for this pit stop cycle. Hot brakes as well there.
Yeah.
Very hard worked, these two cars. This is a race that matters in terms of the points for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
99 back up to second place for Proton competition as well. Nico Varone coming towards the end of his stint, and he will hand over to Neil Jarni.
Again, we'll cycle back down the order.
Poised. Now, if you're doing left sides, are they going to do the right front as well as they run round? They do. So it's again, the guns are sparking off the wheel nuts. A full 4-tyre change. And that choreography does not come easy. That's a lot of rehearsal.
Now, on the cycle here, we had seen Charles Lacey has pitted, and he's cycled through ahead of the 93 car and the 6 car. So Alpine in that pit stop cycle have leapfrogged the other 2 cars that were ahead, also moving back into contention here with a much quicker pit stop, and likely a tyre strategy to go with it is the number 12 car. 20 BMW on pit lane from the lead. That's in the cycle.
Sheldon van der Linde will hand over that car to Robin Freins for the final hour of the race.
So it's going to be mighty close, with the additional spice that people have thrown the dice here on tyres.
So the Alpine definitely went with that 2-tyre strategy compared to everyone else to jump. What they gained, like 6 seconds, I believe.
So it's paid off at this point.
Yes.
But what do you reckon over the next hour, Darren?
Well, I'm thinking with the way that the Porsche and the Cadillac have been on 4 tyres now, they're going to be in a feisty position as the race gets towards the last sort of 10 minutes or so. So, yeah, for now, you go, that was the right call, but let's see what happens right at the end.
Neil Jarni taking it over there in a helmet we've not seen before, so that's another Japanese race-only livery, I think, on his helmet, as we get back on board with Alex Lynn. And Lynn currently in 7th place, chasing Mathieu Jaminet in the number 5 Porsche. Lawrence Vantor ahead of him in the number 6.
It's a minute 23 on pit lane for the Cadillac to a minute 32 for the car. Sorry, the 6 car, and it's 26 for the car ahead of him, so he's taken 3 seconds out on pit lane.
Now that's saying that Jaminet stayed in, whereas the other 2 driver cars have swapped drivers back to the starting driver. So Mathieu Jaminet still trying to hang on, and as all this action goes on, we're going to try and talk to 2 drivers at the same time. Let's get down to the pit lane.
I am with Kevin Estre, who just jumped out of the car. Kevin, a lot of pressure, I can see it on your face. The championship's at stake today.
Yeah, well, the race was really difficult, really chaotic. We had a mega start of the race, and we came back to the front. And yeah, the safety car came at the really bad spot for us because we had no fuel, so we had to pit under full course yellow, emergency, and then safety car. We had to pit again and be at the back of the pack. So this yeah, threw us really far, but then we were able, with good pace and good strategy and good moves, to come back, have good, strong position. Now I don't know. We are around top 3 after the last pit stop. I'm not sure exactly where we are, but now we are doing a great race. I'm really glad from what we've shown today. Yesterday was a difficult day, but today we showed again that that car number 6 is a great crew, and yeah, I'm really glad and proud to be part of this.
Yeah, you can be proud, again, showing how to master the race. Thank you so much. I know you want to go to work. And on the other side, I think, Shay, you're with Alex Riveras, right?
Yes, I am. And Alex, last year was the fastest of all the LMGT3 drivers in the field. This year, not the fastest hypercar, but up at the front, battling genuine pace. How satisfying is it for the entire Heart of Racing organization, all the men and women behind the scenes, Team Seattle, that you guys are actually up there fighting for a podium?
Yeah, as you said, it's just so fun, to be honest, just to be able to be out there and, you know, racing against these guys that I kind of really much look up to. You know, they are kind of like my heroes, and now we are fighting against them. So I cannot look at them as my heroes anymore. I have to like beat them and try to fight against them, which, you know, finally we are able to do. We still have a long way to go. We're still learning about the car, but I'm just so proud of all the boys and girls of the Heart of Racing, Aston Martin, for the outstanding job they've done with the car. And I have the feeling that this is only the beginning. We're just getting started.
Great job today by the whole team.
Thank you so much. I agree. Good job by the guys.
Great stuff. Alex Riveras, their GT car, by the way, is still in second place. We're going to get a full course yellow again in 15 seconds. Despite a big hole in the side of the car, 27, running very well indeed.
Well, they say don't meet your heroes. He's going to have to beat his heroes.
2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Down to 80 kilometres now again. And just to clear up any misunderstanding from the last full course yellow that went directly to safety car, the race director can scramble a safety car at any time.
Absolutely, he can.
It does not have to go virtual safety car first. Often it does, but it doesn't have to. Cadillac, the dominant force in qualifying, 1-2 on the grid, holding off Aston Martin, Peugeot, BMW and Ferrari into the first corner. And it was a clean start in the hypercar field, a couple of little errors. Lock up from the number 7 Toyota, costed a spot. In LMGT3, a jump start, Darren Leung got ahead of everybody down into turn 1, but had to serve a penalty. 54 Ferrari got slightly eased off across the gravel by the 81 Corvette. The start of trouble for the 54 car that won here last year. James Cottingham took the lead from Darren Leung as McLaren went 1-2 in the first hour, with Aston Martin and Corvette battling behind. But a mistake by Harry Ticknell caused huge damage to the 38 car, and then a mistake from Ferdy Habsburg also caused a puncture for the number 8 Toyota. That looks like a strong run, might be out of bed. Into the pits from third 009 Aston to serve a penalty. Safety car for damage, and to clear up some debris, and back to green flag racing with the resurgent Peugeot Loic Duval jumping up into second place to separate the two Cadillacs. A 3-minute penalty for the number 8 car, which pitted when the pits were closed and didn't pit for a second time. And then trouble, the number 15 BMW snapping sideways on stone-cold tyres after being caught out by the 99 Porsche into the barriers. Safety car out for barrier repairs, and the 15 car out of the race. At this stage, Cadillac was still looking strong, but away from the restart, it was the 99 Porsche who the safety car had favoured, taking the lead as the Ford Mustang and Porsche battled for the lead in LMGT3. And then Peugeot taking the lead of the race. A robust move through into first place. Number 7 Toyota fighting its way up the order past the 99 car. And then it was open season, 51 Ferrari turning around the 99, lucky to avoid a penalty, lucky also to avoid damage, which came the way of 27, as 007 on cold tyres also ran into him. Tom Gamble out of the race on the spot, and another full course yellow period. Back to green flag racing, Porsche the dominant force at this stage in the LMGT3 category, as Peugeot battled Aston Martin and Alpine in the lead of the race. But the Aston Martin soon dropped off the pace, overhauled by Ferrari and Porsche. The hypercars having to take a few chances to get through the traffic. Kevin Estre diving to second place. A late braking manoeuvre into corner 10 as he charged towards the front of the field in the number 6 Porsche. Getting by the Alpine as well. And then the final round of pit stops just before the last hour of the race. Our current leader, Charles Malaysia, in the 35 Alpine. They gambled on just 2 tyres and took the lead in the pit stops. So, in the shadow of Mount Fuji, it is Alpine who lead Peugeot, with the Porsches in 3rd and 4th. Caddy up to 5th with the number 12 car that started on pole. And the second Peugeot still in a top 6 position. The best Ferrari is 7th. Toyota's number 7 is up to 8th place. BMW and the 009 Aston still in the points. Outside the points, the 83 car that's second in the championship. For drivers, the 51 car that's leading the Drivers' Championship. And right now, Ferrari's hopes of tying up the Manufacturers' Championship here seem to have faded, and that is likely to go with all the other title races down to the season finale in Bahrain in November.
Yep, as we said a little earlier in the programme, worse places to go in the winter than a long weekend in Bahrain. Come and watch some motorsport with us. You would be made very welcome, not just by the WC paddock, but the fine people at the Bahrain International Circuit as well.
Now, here in LMGT3, though, that's your race leader and your championship leader, and it is possible that Manthey First Form, if all goes their way, could end up with the titles in LMGT3. They lead the team's title, and their trio of drivers, who've been the same all year, lead the drivers' standings. Their closest rival, the 21 Ferrari, is 4th. Their next closest rival, the 33 Corvette, is down in 13th place and out of the points. So it's becoming very much a 2-horse race, and unless the 21 Ferrari can do something, looks as though Manthey First Form should tie up the LMGT3 titles in the next hour. But, as we know, an hour in World Endurance, anything can happen.
So, top 3 overall, as we watch side by side the 50 and the number 7. Kamui Kobayashi under attack here from Miguel Molina. Lead this race with Charles Malaysia. We've taken the gamble to change only 2 tyres. Last pit stop, take the time, take the track position. It's the virtual Manufacturers' Championship. As you can see, it's not been a great day for Ferrari on the form we're seeing there. Neither could at that stage make that move stick. So the number 7 car powering back, trying to make the best of the car they've got underneath them, have led this race.
And you see the top 3 teams there does not include last year's Manufacturers' Championship winners, Toyota. That's the season they have had. I'm not sure that they've been out of the top 3 in their entire careers in FIA WEC.
Absolutely certain they haven't.
Yes, there's only been 3 manufacturers at most for most of that time. Last year they took the championship, snatched it away from Penske Porsche in the final race, in the final stints in the final race indeed.
Robin Frine's taking a sniff here at the number 50 car, so the pain for Ferrari in terms of the points tally at the moment could be heading in the wrong direction for their taste.
Not least because the number 50 car of Antonio Fuoco, which is currently lying in 8th place, is under investigation for an incident with Malte Jakobsen, and the 51 car of Pierre Guidi for an incident with car number 12, Alex Lynn. So both Ferraris may end up, or may not end up, with penalties. We'll wait to see how that works itself out. In 9th place with Robin Frines.
Yeah, we're almost at the point where there's so much under investigation, it's probably better to wait and see what happens for the out tray rather than the in tray. With 46 minutes to go, everything's still up to grabs. Charles Malaysia driving very well here, 11 seconds to the good, ahead of Mikkel Jensen, with Lawrence Vanthoor just having put in the fastest lap of the number 6 car's race to be under 2 seconds back.
And there are 2 things that are really important about what Charles Malaysia is doing now in that Alpine. First of all, he's extending the advantage over the Porsche-Peugeot battle behind him. But secondly, they will have to stop a little earlier for fuel So the more advantage he's got, the more chance they have of coming out in front.
Sector 3, make sure we don't push the entries. Turn 15, turn 16, we focus minimum on exit.
Preserving the tyres, saving the fuel. Everybody is trying to desperately avoid having to splash and dash. Not sure that's going to happen somehow. Everybody fueled at the hour mark or just before.
009 with the sister car in GT. From GT3, we've already seen a race-ending clash between the 007 and the 27. 27, by the way, sits second. Mattia Drudi under 20 seconds back from Richard Leitz.
009 down in 10th place in the hands of Marco Sorensen. It's what could have been a really strong podium run for that car has just sort of come unravelled.
This is the battle for second place. So this is
Mikkel
what's
Jensen
going on aboard with Lawrence Van Soor.
31 laps to go, still 31 laps to go. They are going to struggle more than us at the end of this stint, so more the laps, the better it will be for us.
So they reckon the further they go green, the more their tyre advantage will be noticed over the Peugeot.
Inside the last three-quarters of an hour here in Fuji. The sun's come out to play. There's talk in the week that we might see rain here. It's not been a sniff of it, and it's been a magnificent stage for what's been an absolutely blinding race in both classes.
I've had a couple of reports from outside that there's been the odd spit and spot, but that was nothing that really worried the teams at all. Here's the battle for the lead in LMGT3. And this is absolutely critical for the AF Corsa Ferrari Alessio Rivera, and that's because the final stop has been completed by Richie Leitz and also by Mattia Drudi in the heart of racing Aston Martin. The Manthey Porsche coming in from the lead.
Again, remind you while we're with our LMGT3 pack, Goodyear's Driver of the Day, the Wingfoot Award, that will be awarded on the podium here, and the selection for that winner will be made by you. The viewing and social media using public. Vote now on Instagram at FIWEC_official.
This is a critical battle. The 21 Ferrari trying to keep themselves very much in contention in the championship. They are chasing the 92 Porsche. If they finish in front, they will defer the championship decider to Bahrain. Meanwhile, the Aston Martin, again, the irrepressible Marco Sorensen, came from 17th to 7th after the drive-through penalty that took him out of 3rd place, and he's all over the back of Miguel Molina's Ferrari. Miguel Molina, the list of cars under investigation for various things is much longer than the list of cars that aren't. Molina is one of those. Sorensen, as far as I'm aware at the moment, has been investigated for everything that's gone wrong with their race, and they've served their penalties.
Yeah, one to watch, by the way. We've not seen much of this car, this aspect of the race, but it is the car with the driving squad second in the order.
Sorensen down the inside. He's just set the fastest lap of the race for that car. It was also the fastest lap in the entire field on the last lap. So that is the quickest car on track right now, the 009 Aston Martin.
It was quite a slow lap last time around for Miguel Molina. Has he got a problem of any sort? We'll keep an eye on that. Robert Kubica is catching this pair, and I think that's in part the reason why Sorensen was looking for a way by quickly. But the pace of the 50 car, what's going on there?
You're implying that Sorensen is looking in the mirrors. I don't think Sorensen is looking in the mirrors. Not today, Jim. Jean Malaysia leading by just a whisker under the 12 seconds now, as Mikkel Jensen and Lawrence Van Tor here in 2nd and 3rd just close in a fraction. Those gaps are going to seesaw a little in traffic. And so Malaysia gets there first, of course, and so may catch them in a less convenient place. If you catch them on the straight, that's all well and good. If you catch them in sector 3, then you're going to hemorrhage time. Van Tor in 3rd, Mathieu Jaminet in 4th place. So Porsche keeping their dog very much in the fight. Cadillac with one car in 5th place, one car down in 15th. So only scoring at the moment with one car.
At the very least, Miguel Molina is on a major energy save here. 133 last time around, 134 this time around. Everybody around him in the 32s and the lead group in the 31s. No further action for the 83 against a possible overtake on the yellow. the latest. Just keeping an eye on the time gap between the 83 and the 50 for the last point scoring position in the Drivers' Championship, and that has come down now to 5 seconds.
Another pit caller, number 10, the pole-sitting car in LMGT3. The Iron Link 61 Mercedes has already dived in. Valentin Asiclo brings in Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston. As we get back to this battle between Mikkel Jensen and Lawrence Van Tor, Charles Malaysi still leading the race. Well, we were looking potentially an hour ago at a French car winning the race. We're also potentially now, with 40 minutes ago, looking at a French car winning the race just from the other French team.
Well, spectacularly, I mean, despite the fact they've taken that gamble on the tyres from Alpine, in this phase, he is gapping the Peugeot that's behind him. That gap has gone up over 10, now over 11, approaching 11.5 seconds. Lawrence Van Tor all over Mikkel Jensen and looking for a way by to try to take the fight to the Alpine.
But Darren, he's not been able to get that Porsche into a position to make a move on the Peugeot, so it's kind of a bit neutralised.
Gap with Alpine consistent, depending on the traffic. We keep pushing until the end, everything is open.
You'd say from Alpine's point of view, they're really happy. They're in a great position right now, making that choice to go with just 2 tyres at the last pit stop. But more importantly, he's able to keep the pace even in that situation, and they probably thought this is going to come down. This 10-second gap is just going to slowly eke away. But Charles is doing a great job in the Alpine to sort of keep it going in the other direction.
Look at the energy column. 71% for Ria Hirakawa, 74% for Neil Jarni in the 99 Porsche, 71% for Robin Freins in the BMW. So if they're fueled up to get to the end, then anybody with less than 70% is going to be on a wing and a prayer in the final 10 minutes.
Including the Peugeot that's running second, that's way off that total.
And well, everybody in the top 7 is in the 60s, not in the 70s. So unless they've overfueled some of those cars, which seems highly unlikely, although possible, then it does look like we might get a lot of last-minute pit callers, unless there's a full course yellow or a virtual safety car. Well, down in the pit lane, let's catch up with Bruce Ioani at Chez Peugeot. What's going on, Bruce?
Just had a little talk with Jean-Marc Finot about the fuel level at 64% currently for the Peugeot, but they believe they can go to the end of the race with that amount of fuel, so that's going to be interesting.
All right, that's very good news for them. Well, if they can get to the end with 64%, then everybody around them should avoid a splash and dash as well. Let's see how that works out. So, fuel saving while also trying to attack for a podium spot. That sounds like an easy job, Darren.
Yeah, so right now we're looking at everyone's being able to get to the flag without another stop. So at that point, this is just a flat-out race now, isn't it? And it makes it simple for the teams and the drivers knowing exactly that's what the situation is.
That seems it's not the case in LMGT3. More pit callers. You just saw the 60 Mercedes coming into the pit lane. Fran Raider in the Iron Lynx car. This is a great battle, isn't it? 7/8 of a second between Mikkel Jensen and Lawrence Van Tor.
We think there is more grip if in between turn 4 and 5 you stay tight.
And still, Darren, constantly working away at everything, trying to find that unfair advantage that the others haven't spotted.
It's great when you get feedback like that from the team. They are obviously looking at some data somewhere along the line, somewhere from the sectors, working out what drivers are taking what line, and then giving that information back to Lawrence as well, just to try something different. And it could just be another 10th of a second a lap, or even 2/10 by changing his line slightly through that corner. But any help from the team that's going to point you in the right direction to find performances is super good.
And just there at turn 10, just catching the Corvette in the wrong place, and that allowed the Peugeot to just breeze up the hill and get away. And 6 or 8 laps of closing by a 10th here and there, boom, gone in one single moment.
Watching the race leader from the forward-facing camera of the Ferrari, and now the rear-facing camera of the race leader at LMGT3. This is our live teams championship. That would be Vista of course, closing the gap at this stage with Montai first fall. We're yet to see how the final pit stops actually pan out. Remember, a number of teams off strategy. The other thing I was going to say here, we've been trying to remember from what's been an action-packed season which race it was that we saw real spectacular end to the race from Alpine. I think it was Spa, we think it was Mick Schumacher. What we do know is that Alpine races well on old rubber.
It's light on its tyres. That's why it often struggles a bit in qualifying, because it takes them quite a while to get the heat into the tyre. And the team's battle that you were just talking about is the same as the driver's title battle. It's the same two cars. It's the first one Porsche and the 21A, of course, a Ferrari. And that's what it's all about. And as you see, as they are now, the gap going into Bahrain will be 5 points.
Absolutely.
And that's nothing. 39 on offer.
For the overall, for the first time in a little wee while, the gap Charles Lacey to Mikkel Jensen is under 10 seconds, and the chasing pair are beginning to close in. Charles Lacey's pace just dropping off, may well be. Traffic's a fair part of that. Traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, but let's watch the next couple of laps and see whether or not this is him revising his pace to get this car home.
The lead BMW, the 46 car, finished second place last time out in Kota. That is their second podium. They took second place in Imola as well. Now looking to try and claim a first race win in the FIA World Endurance Championship, because when BMW went 1-2 in Imola last year, it was the 31 team that won and the 46 that was second. So Valentino Rossi's been a visitor to the podium, just not yet a race winner in a second World Championship discipline, with rather more wheels than all his previous race wins.
But that 46 car, significantly less energy in all the cars behind. So I think it's going to be a trip down pit lane before the end of the race for the 46, whereas pretty much everybody else is sitting around the 54, 55, 57% margin. They're at 37.
But cars that we've seen pit are now in the 70% fuel remaining, so anybody less than that, you're assuming, might have to stop at some stage. And stopping earlier or later, the earlier you stop, the more fuel you have to take on, because there are still more miles to get to the end. The later you stop, the shorter time you're putting fuel into the car, because you've got less distance to cover before the end of the race.
Still the chasing pair, by the way, nibbling away at the lead. This, though, is the 94 Peugeot, trying to get onto terms with Alex Lynch. Stoffel van Dorn, the 94, trying to get onto terms with the fifth place Cadillac.
You can see, as of now, Ferrari adding just 1 point to their current tally. That's 10th place with number 50 car, whereas Cadillac is scoring for a 5th place finish, and Porsche 3rd and 4th place finishes. So that's a total of 27 points that, if nothing changes, would be added to their tally. So there is the caddy of Alex Lynn, and right behind him, now closing in, Stoffel van Dorn in the 94 Peugeot. And again, if he takes this position, then Cadillac lose a few more points in the battle for the overall Manufacturers' Championship to Porsche, and they will still outscore Ferrari. But they need to try and grab every point they can with the 12 car, because the 38 is not in the game.
Just a camera shot a few corners ago where Alex was going through turn 10. You could see the sun's down now at such a low level, so that whole drive up from 10 up to 16, especially with the screens at this stage of the race being quite dirty, it does make it really difficult visibility-wise with your sun in your eye at that point of the circuit.
Stoffel van Dorn all over the back of Alex Lynn.
Okay, Stoff, we start to see deck coming for the car in front. We need to keep on pushing.
Starting to see the car in front, tyres degrading. That means they're seeing it sliding around a little bit more, and he'll be aware of that as well, and he goes by under braking. Down into turn 10. First chance he had. Little round of applause there from the Peugeot team in the garage, as Stoffel van Dorn moves up to 5th place, 2nd and 5th for Peugeot.
Yeah, that's a gap, by the way, for the lead. Still around the 9.5 second mark, nibbling away.
Alex tried to close it in, just probably a bit too late. Stoffel had already made the sort of move, and then kept it nice and slow on the apex, just to kill the momentum from the Cadillac, and then just had a nice drive out through 11.
And what a difference it's made. Look at the lead that he's got across the line now. He's going to come across the line about a second ahead of Alex Lynn's Cadillac. 0.948 of a second, in fact. So that's not too bad, considering he was behind after the end of Sector 2.
Yeah,
Peugeot moves on.
Yeah, uncorked from that. Let's see what progress Stoffel van Dorn could do make now. He's 7.5 seconds back from Mathieu Jaminet. But still, Charles Malaysi leading, back over 10 seconds again now, 31 minutes to go. Ahead of Mikkel Jensen, Alpine from Peugeot. What a day for France. And then the two Porsches, who were, to be blunt, nowhere in the first hour. We did see the 6 car making their way up from a woeful starting spot, but all of a sudden, a mighty haul of points for them.
LMGT3 leader due in the pits this lap, the 46 Team WRT BMW of Kelvin van der Linde, and that will shuffle the 21 Ferrari to the top of the pile, ahead of the 31 BMW and the 81 Corvette. So, who else needs to stop, and how long will they have to stop for? Van der Linde will take the longest stop of the leading group as he goes in first. More investigations coming Toyota's way for a pit stop at 4 o'clock this afternoon, just half an hour ago. That was the last round of stops. It's the last thing they need.
This is the 35, first, written large across these new panels that are principally here for the benefit of the trackside fans, 66,000 plus here over the weekend to take advantage of those. But looking at the timing and scoring, Marco Sorensen is beginning either way, with or without that investigation, to close the gap to the number 7 Toyota. Once again, Goodyear Wingfoot Award, the drive of the day in LMGT3. You can vote against a number of options. Quite well involved somebody aboard this car. FIWC_official. Your votes will determine who's on the podium to receive the Wingfoot Award at the end of this race.
So from the lead, the 46 BMW, the first of our front runners to stop. And they're not going to brim the tank. They'll only put in enough fuel to get them to the end. They will have calculated that to the last couple of grams, Darren Turner. You don't want to carry any more weight than you need to. And of course, fuel in the tank is weight in the car.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just going to put the minimum they can get away with, no tyre change, so at least the outlap's not going to be too slow, can get straight back on it. With the weight change of like a half a tank of fuel, it's not going to be too much of a difference in terms of balance.
There's your new leader then in LMGT3, the 21 car, and as of now, Vista AF Corsa for the first time take the lead of the championship by 2 points from Manthey First Form, the 92 car down in 8th place. Of course, this is not how they finish, at least not yet. There's the 92 car, came here as the points leader.
Yeah, 8th place at the moment. Richie Leitz has got 4.7 seconds to find to get onto terms with the car that was leading the race. Buemi, Ricard Leitz, James Collado, only drivers to make 80 plus appearances, all with a single mark, and they're all in the race today.
Yep. Some of the others that have more starts than that are being with different manufacturers. And one of them, Christian Reed, has sort of retired, until the next time we see him with a helmet on anyway.
Keep an eye on GT3 at the moment, correctly so, but also we did say we keep an eye on that closing gap for 10th overall. Robert Kubica in the Drivers' Championship challenging 83 car is now under a second and a half behind the 50 factory car. That's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I don't think Kubica is going to pay any attention to radio messages in the final 27 minutes. If he gets behind 50, he's going to try and go by because they want to win the driver's title. And if they don't score here, then it has to go to Bahrain, and only the points in Bahrain will count in their battle, particularly with the 51 crew. So Charles Malaysi leading the race for Alpine, and behind him in second place Mikkel Jensen, and Jensen still a second clear of Laurens Vanthoor. For all of the encouraging messages from the Porsche pit wall, Vanthoor cannot get within striking distance. He just can't get close enough, Darren.
It keeps sort of ebbing and flowing between like half a second to 1.5. Most of that will be the traffic, but yeah, it seems that the Peugeot has got the hand really in terms of it can at least run at the same pace as what the Porsche is capable of. And again, Alpine fantastic with the two tyre option, got that track position, made that little buffer. And actually, here we go, Peugeot's just gone off turn 3.
Yeah,
this could be an opportunity for Laurens.
Too much curb on the inside, didn't he? You saw the sparks fly, and he ran out wide as a result. Now Vantor is in striking distance, and traffic, the 46 BMW, could be the real problem here for the Peugeot driver. Mikkel Jensen, maybe a momentary miscalculation as he was worrying about the traffic.
Looks like the Alpine is struggling more and more. 19 laps to go, 19. You are catching him.
Interesting, he's getting the gap to the Alpine. That means they've taken as read that he's going to go by the Peugeot.
Which could be right now.
That could be right now. Oh, but the McLaren on the outside is going to mean that Vantor can't run out wide. McLaren's still there. Now he's on the straight effectively, but that cost him momentum, and there's breathing space for Mikkel Jensen.
I've noticed on turn 3 the bollard got knocked out of the way probably about an hour ago, and more cars have been cutting that curb on the left, and it looked like on that lap then Jensen just went a bit too far over it.
That was contact. Marcus Sorensen, the back of the number 7 Toyota, and mercifully both emerged relatively unscathed.
Same corner where Tom Gamble made contact with the 27, part of Racing Aston. So Sorensen rushing up behind that Toyota, and I think being caught out a little by the speed of approach. Maybe Kamui Kobayashi just had a little fuel save or something there. Kamui got away with that. It looked like no major damage. Back to battle for second. Mikkel Jensen still with Lawrence Vantor. Half a second, 6/10 behind.
24 minutes and change to see whether or not it's going to be Alpine with a third hypercar victory in the FI World Endurance Championship. Never forget the grandfather car in 2022 that held the banner high, but it certainly would be the first for the A424. Or would it be Peugeot, Mikkel Jensen in the 93, or a Porsche going to follow up on triumphs here previously with another, with the 963 and the number 6 car.
He is super close now, isn't he? All over the back of Mikkel Jensen. Lawrence Vantor, Kevin Estre is wheeling him on. Lawrence Vantor with a bit between his teeth, but again, the Peugeot just stretches that margin down the straight.
I'll tell you, by the way, 10th position has gone the way of Robert Kubica.
Well, that didn't take long, did it? 2 laps ago, it was Kubica's closing on the 50 car. Now he's gone by into 10th place as we watch the battle for second.
It makes no difference, by the way. Well, it does make a difference in the Drivers' Championship. It makes no difference in the Manufacturers' Championship points in the 50, because the 83 is effectively invisible for that. Not a factory entry.
So that means that although it doesn't finish 10th, the 50 car gets points for being 10th, because effectively there is no 10th place car, because 83 is a privateer entry.
But Giuliani is closing. He's away back, 13 seconds back, and closed nearly 3 seconds on the previous lap. So that's one to watch.
But of course, that doesn't matter either in terms of manufacturers' points, because that's a privateer Porsche as well. So if they're invisible, unless you're pushed down to 12th place and you're only given points for the position that you finish in, as opposed to how many cars are in front of you.
Not the case, correct.
Yeah.
So in other GT3, it's going to be about who's on the edge, who's able to save fuel, and this is the point at the moment. If you're under pressure, that's going to make it more difficult. And I think it's the top 2 cars are the 2 that are closest to the edge. How close? Well, we're going to find out in about 22 minutes and 34 seconds.
We are indeed. The other Alpine in the pit lane, the 36 car with Mick Schumacher at the wheel. Charles Malaysia continues to race on at the head of the field. There's the sister car. And again, Mikkel Jensen has stemmed the tide and has fought off Lawrence Vantor. Darren Turner, when you're in a downforce car like that, or even in a GT, and you spend lap after lap after lap in the turbulent air of the car in front of you, so close, everything on your car starts to not work so well.
It's generally the sort of front downforce that you're losing. It's going to be a bit more understeer in the car, but they've got some controls that they can play with. So if they're going to lose a bit of aero, they can try and change the mechanical balance of the car, try and get the front end to work while they're nice and tight up against the car. But you know, they know when they're designing these cars that the racing's going to be close. So yeah, you don't want the turbulence of the car in front affecting it too badly.
The problem is, aero is designed for clear air, and turbulence doesn't work the same way. And the same with the radiator airflow. It's not laminar, it's it's tumbling, and so it's not as efficient in cooling. The brake cooling isn't so efficient. The tyres start to overheat as they're understeering and scrubbing. There's a quote from Jenson Button after his stint going, "We've got a great car in clear air. Unfortunately, I didn't have any because he got stuck in traffic." So to a degree, the longer you follow the car behind, not only do you sort of slightly lose your own rhythm maybe, but your car's not operating as efficiently, and so what might have had a little advantage seems to have been negated now.
As long as you've got the tools in the car that you can make a change in terms of balance, then hopefully you're not stuck behind someone for too long. But you know, this is now, how many laps have we had with this battle between these guys? About 20 laps, something like that. And
more than that, I think 20, mid-20s somewhere, which by the way gives us a nice opportunity to tell you another stat here. By our data, these two cars here, pretty much the same kind of length of time on all four tyres, 25, 26 laps since their last stop. The car ahead, the Alpine, left side, the same kind of age as that, right side, 72 laps. If this is a winning run from Charles Malaysia, it's going to be one of the stints of the season.
Well, he's had the advantage that he came out in not so much in clear air, but with nobody up his backside. So if you haven't got a driver pushing you hard from behind, then you've got much more chance of driving in a way that the car is comfortable with, haven't you, Darren? You can allow the car to sort of almost dictate where it needs to go without having to wrestle it and fight it and shut the door and bounce it over curbs like these two are doing.
Other than having to sort of navigate the GT cars, basically he can keep to the line that he wants and just slightly underdrive the car and not be in that sort of situation where you're overdriving because you're in the heat of the battle.
Other than having to try and get past 17 GT cars. Yes, you're absolutely right. I'd sort of forgotten that in my theory. Looking here at the 77 Mustang, Ben Barker just ahead of 46. That's Sheldon van der Linde, and whistling through them comes 51 Ferrari. Kelvin van der Linde, van der Linde's confused again, and the Ferrari tried to get around the nose of the car and didn't quite make it. It is the 50 car of Antonio Fuoco.
It's been dropping back, it's lost that position, as we said a little earlier, to the 83. Pace has not been there for quite some time. Car 51, by the way, that 6 track limits one we said must be 45 minutes ago. It's a 30-second stop and go penalty for the 51. Utterly disastrous day for that crew.
Yeah, it really is. Well, that's why the 50 car, and it's Miguel Molina, not Antonio Fuoco now, got sideways because he got wrapped around the nose of the 46 BMW. We're back on board with the 46 car. This is the battle for 6th place. Kelvin van der Linde and Ben Barker.
So the car is front is 4th position. If we can pass him, we need to pass him.
And as he says that, he goes. So Kelvin van der Linde doing exactly that.
But look at the 92 car. Remember, that's our points leader in this battle. This is the battle for, what is that, 6th, 7th and 8th. So it is BMW, Mustang, the blue oval from Ford, and the blue Porsche from Porsche.
Yeah, the good news for the Porsche is immediately these two are wrestling each other again, not paying any attention to what's going on behind, and the Porsche is suddenly right on them. And Richie Leitz will be taking no prisoners here. If he can get inside the Mustang, he absolutely will, and then deal with Kelvin van der Linde if he can as well.
Richie Leitz, one of the old guard of the F1 World Endurance Championship, one of the most experienced, and with multiple titles in multiple classes of GT racing. And the man with the driest sense of humour this side of the Sahara Desert.
Well, Austrians are renowned for their sense of humour, aren't they?
They are.
Going past is the 99 Porsche, the Proton car in 12th place, chasing Miguel Molina in that 50 Ferrari. He's still a few seconds back, 4 or 5 seconds back, and he's now losing ground in this battle because Molina got by them, sort of, at turn 10. And Ricardo Pera in the first form Porsche has won the driver of the day vote.
This is Ricky's car in the hands of Richard Leitz. Richie Leitz, you've raced against him for many, many years. He's a very, very tough guy to beat.
Oh, absolutely. A world-class GT driver, just a world-class driver, full stop, really. And such a nice guy out of the car itself, but on track, whenever you were racing sort of wheel to wheel with Richard, you sort of knew it was going to be hard, but you also knew it was going to be done in the correct way. It's going to be sporting and fair. So yeah, it's really nice when you get to go wheel to wheel with drivers who want to race in the same way that you feel is correct about going racing, and you know, you want to be pushed to your limit, and obviously want to push those guys to their limit as well. But he's a fantastic driver and a great ambassador for the Porsche manufacturer.
Car 51 in the midst of its 30-second stop and go for track limits, battered front end on this one. Also car 59 for United Autosport sits 5th in the LMGT3 battle. The Hansa Gregoire Saucy, that will be getting a 30-second stop and go, overtaking on the safety car 2 hours ago. So there's still action to come in the paperwork department. We'll tell you, by the way, lead gap is coming down. Now 9 seconds. Track limits warning now for Lawrence Frantor.
I'm losing too much front when I get close to him, and I don't have the traction then. I don't know what to do, I'm stuck with settings. Just losing too much downforce.
And as the car washes wide and understeers wide, he's exceeding track limits.
Yeah,
or he's doing it trying to cut the corner to allow for the understeer and sort of overcompensating.
But that says everything. He's tried every tool that he's got in the box to try and get a mechanical balance to try and help that understeer, but there's just nothing left for him to be able to do.
And that was the critical thing for Mikkel Jensen, as we see the Porsche go by the Mustang for 6th position.
This is points in the Drivers' Championship in the bag, if he can make that stick.
Ben Barker coming back at him, trying to go around the outside into turn 3. The Porsche's still there. Barker cuts his nose off. Well, neither were giving an inch there, and Richie Leitz saw that door was going to close, and so had to take to the curbs.
More in it for Richie Leitz at this stage for a race-ending error or clash. I think he was prepared to give that corner, but he looks at the moment like he's got the racier car.
Yeah, and they need to finish. They must finish this race. That Manthey First Form team, whether it's in 6th or 7th or 8th, it doesn't matter. Their rivals, the 21 car, currently leading, so they must score to have a better chance of taking the title when they go to Bahrain. More investigations going on. We'll catch up with those if decisions get made. The stewards have only got 14 minutes in which to do so. Vista AF Corsa now with a 2-point lead still as it remains.
But this is why this is critical, because that could switch it the other way around.
Every single point now, as in every race of the season, is what makes your championship. But you see that the Porsche has got pace, and so if Ben Barker can hold him off here, they're not really in championship contention, but it is a position, and racing drivers don't like giving those up. So that means that Richie Leitz is going to have to try even harder to go on.
13 minutes to go. Charles Malaty's gap 9.3 seconds, coming down but not quickly enough to be a reason for alarm. There it goes.
Leitz on the inside. This time it's a much later dive. There's a little bit of disturbance there as the Alpine went through as well for the Mustang. A little bit of applause there from the Manthey team. Last year's champions in drivers and teams category with the First Form crew. I beg your pardon, with Pure Racing, now with the First Form crew, looking to double down on that. On board with Lawrence Vantor, 3rd place, just ahead Mikkel Jensen. And all of that defence by Jensen, all of those moments where Vantor got so close, desperately important to hang on and not allow any chance for the Porsche to get alongside you.
Black and orange flag, by the way, for Ben Barker, who's on board with Lawrence Vantor. Tyre pressure, so that will be a technical regulation.
Yep. They have tyre pressure monitoring system in the cars, and if the pressure drops too low, that becomes a safety issue. There's a minimum safety level of tyre pressure and camber mandated by the tyre manufacturers for each of the classes. So Michelin dictate those for the hypercar tyre, and Goodyear dictate those for the LMGT3 tyre. And now running out wide, here comes the Porsche on the inside. Finally, is this going to be the change? And it might be. Oh, goodness me, Mikkel Jensen.
Well, I was about to say, it's the right moment to look back and see where the historical landmark sits. Alpine, last win in the FI World Endurance Championship was Monza in 2022. Peugeot have never won in the FI World Endurance Championship. Their last international sports car win, the ILMC, the Intercontinental Le Mans Cup, Zhuhai, at the end of 2011. Porsche, last month, Kota.
Let's hear from the Peugeot team.
Very good, Mikel, very good. You keep going, you're doing well. 7 laps, 7 laps.
So close, so close.
It's been a battling run from all of these guys, hasn't it? It's been a fabulous race, and yes, the overall freneticism of competition may have just dipped as these have put themselves into battling pairs, but every position has counted, and it's been hard fought and hard defended.
It's a proper slugfest, isn't it? Absolutely everything you can think of to try and make a pass or stay in front. And these two have just been fantastic. Mikkel Jensen, Lawrence Vantor, no question at all about it. They have tried everything. Vantor to get by, and Jensen just refusing to give up. Even when he's made a mistake and Vantor's got alongside or got by, again, like on the last lap, Darren, he somehow managed to just find enough room to whip past that LMGT3 car and breathing space again.
Yeah, I think for Lawrence, I mean, the only way he's going to make a move is not from the last corner, because the Peugeot's just so strong onto the main straight. It's somewhere in the middle of the section, so he could break the Peugeot by a couple of tenths. So if he can lead onto the start-finish straight, get the lead before turn 16, he's got half a chance of keeping it on the run down to turn 1. But it's, you know, that's incredibly difficult to try and get that move done.
The most dangerous corner, perhaps, for Mikkel Jensen is turn 10.
Yes.
If he gets alongside there and parks it on the apex, then he should just be able to hold the Peugeot off until they get onto the straight. And then Jensen might have the speed to get by, but then again, he might not. So you're right, coming from behind, we've seen it a number of times, he just can't close on the straight.
But you can see also, like the last 3 corners, the Porsche is super strong. Lawrence is managing to get up high on the apex and get it rotated. And that's the strength of the car at that point, but it's just not in a useful area for him.
Hands up everyone in the Alpine garage who's got any fingernails left. Well, thought not.
I'll say it again, this is an outstanding run, whatever happens in the last 9 minutes from Charles Malaysia. Outstanding stuff. The tyres one side of this car must feel like they're older than I am. Something approaching 80 laps on those tyres now, with the newer tyres fitted on the left side at the last pit stop, that were fitted at the same time as all 4 tyres on the cars that are chasing.
And yet, he is lapping at the same speed. In fact, he's quicker than the 2 cars that are chasing him. All right, they're sort of fighting each other, but he lapped quicker than the Peugeot and the Porsche on the last lap. He is, in fact, he was the fastest car on track on that lap, and that's why he's still leading the race, even on the older tyres. And that tells you something, and this tells you something as well about the Peugeot, that they've not given up track position or lap time, even on older tyres, against the Porsche. So this is maybe part of the reason why Alpine and Peugeot have struggled, is that they're too gentle on their tyre sometimes when you need to be more aggressive. Meanwhile, talking about aggressive, 46 and 92, side by side. And this is the battle for 6th position.
5th.
It is for 5th, yeah, that's right. Richie Leitz ahead of Kelvin van der Linde. Coming into that, van der Linde goes back past.
It was only a few laps behind ago that Richard was probably about 3 seconds behind the BMW, so he's definitely got more pace to be able to close that gap. But is it enough to make the move stick?
Well, they've eased away from Ben Barker in the 77 Mustang in 7th place, way behind them. Meanwhile, it is still the 21 Ferrari that leads from the 31 BMW and the 81 Corvette. And there are 31. We're on board with 81. Hypercar comes whistling by. That's the 38 Cadillac Hertz team. No, it wasn't. It was the 35 Alpine. And the BMW hangs on. Charlie Eastwood attacking hard. Let's hear what the team have got to say. There you go, you can't hear what they've got to say, but you can read what they've got to say. Battling for P2 and 3 with the Corvette behind. Everything you've got. 2 to go, then we box. Now, if they're going to have to stop It looks like the other cars in the top 3 are going to have to stop as well inside the final 10 minutes.
So if they've got to stop, let's have a quick look at the GT3 Energy. That is the 31 car. That's going to mean that the 21 car has to stop as well. So it is game on here for real points.
Yep.
And tight as well, I'd say as well, for maybe the number 81 car.
And the 92 car should come zooming up the order here. We're hearing from the pit lane, Bruce Trewani reckons a splash for the top 4. So 21, 31, 81, 54. And that means this battle
is for the lead.
Might be the race.
Yes.
Well, this is 31.81, so it is the 46 BMW. 31 breaks for the border now and peels into the pit lane.
Would say there's quite a big gap to play with here, so that this is going to be really, really close. In the last 5 minutes of this race, it could be turned on its head. It always does it, doesn't it? Every single time.
Well, it was wets to slicks, wasn't it, in Kota that suddenly saw 4 cars race through the order. Ferrari achieving its first LMGT3 victory in Japan last year, but of course the 54 car, that was that team's 3rd win in GT, 2 in GTE AM. In his 31, and out goes 21 and 31. So Charlie Eastwood leads now. Does he need to stop? We believe he does, yes, with 3%. Davide Rigon, first to the flag last year, with 6%, 5% last week rather. 2 weeks ago, probably not going to make it through. Alessio Rivera, 10%. Now, I'm sure that Augusto Farfus hasn't got 99% fuel left. That might be a slight glitch. Well, he might just have stopped, but they won't have brimmed the tank.
Thought not. That's a big error if they did. But all up for grabs. So frustrating, I'm sure, for the number 6 car. But let's recognise what's been a stellar run here from Mikkel Jensen, the 93 Peugeot.
And it's still not over because Lawrence Vantor is right there. Could this be the move? Not quite again. He comes tight in that final corner, and that allows Vantor to run out wide and use the momentum, and that gives him more speed onto the straight, which is the last thing the Porsche wants to do.
It seems that the gap is closing as he gets through sector 3. But it's just not enough to make the move and make it stick before he gets into 16.
I don't see any solution.
And you just hear that frustration.
Yeah, neither to us. 5 laps to go, 5 laps. Maybe turn 15, but yeah, difficult to find any solution.
It's, I mean, Lawrence Vantor has got his big boy attacking pants on. He's going to send it. It's going to be a last lap lunge. It's almost the only thing that's left. Any opportunity, like here, right behind the Mercedes, if the Peugeot gets held up, this could be it. Corvette through and done. Its tiny splash of fuel is on board. It should get through. That wasn't the chance that Lawrence Vantor needed. It didn't hold up Mikkel Jensen's Peugeot enough. But that's what it needs. That's what's going to swing the balance, if anything.
So 31 BMW has been through the pits, 21 Ferrari has been through the pits, the 81 Corvette has been through the pits, the 54 sits at the top as we watch again, closing in, maybe turn 15 they were saying. Is it this time? Will there be an error? There hasn't been so far.
And different cars make their lap time in different ways. We can see from this that the Porsche makes a lot of its lap time in sector 3, the Peugeot makes a lot of its lap time on the straight.
And here he goes again. Lights the afterburner and away he goes, and this has been the frustration for Lawrence Vantor for what must seem like the last 3 months.
And if the position's reversed, if Vantor was in front, he'd hold up the Peugeot all the way through onto the straight and then might well have enough to stay in front by the end of it. But that's not where the positions are right now. Mikkel Jensen is 2 minutes and change, maybe 2 laps from the end of the race.
More to the point, so is Sharma Lacey, and if those tyres were going to fall off a cliff, there's very little time for it to happen.
54 Ferrari, Davide Rigon leading in LMGT3, 2 minutes to go, 1% energy. They had the race win taken away from them with a penalty in Kota. They are going to have to give it away. He peels into the pits, 21 Alessio Rivera, back to the top of the pile.
I think that's the winning move for the 21 car at this stage. Played it well with pace. Remember, this is a car that was turned around at least once, I think possibly even twice in this race.
Yeah.
But the 54 will not be getting their 4th win. They may be standing a cheer while the other team car does that. Through comes, by the way, the 81 car. That will be ahead of the 54 after this pit stop.
Yeah, 21 got turned around at least once. 54 got shoved off twice, I think twice on the first lap. Here again, a chance, but the Peugeot keeps the momentum up around the outside of the Lexus and leaves rubber on the corner as he peels it off 60. Again, everything fell right there for Mikkel Jensen, and he had the savvy to get through the traffic.
Last lap for the race leader, Charles Milesi. 8.5 seconds clear. Yes, the gap's come down a little, but he's able to manage it now. This battling pair, it's about, now 21. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop. There will be 5 seconds added at the end of this race. Charlie Eastwood, 8 seconds back. This, though, the race leader, Charles Milesi, in the 35 car. He's coming down now through turn 6 for what will be the first win for the Alpine Endurance team since Monza in 2022, Martin.
The first win in hypercar down to turn 10. It's going to be a red letter day for Alpine. It's going to be a big day for the red, white and blue of France as well, because this will be Peugeot's best result if Mikkel Jensen can hang on to second place. 2 French manufacturers on the top 2 steps of the podium, and Laurens Vanthoor is going to try and make sure that if they're on the podium, Peugeot will not be second, but Jensen again wriggles through traffic, and again, if he can just get onto the straight, even level with Vanthoor, that will be almost enough. Vanthoor just doesn't have the overlap. Onto the straight comes Charles Milesi. The Alpine Endurance team win in hypercar for the very first time. It is Alpine who will win the 100th World Endurance Championship race here in Fuji. A phenomenal success for Philippe Signeau's team, who brought Alpine into hypercar, and Peugeot take their best ever result in second place with a 93 ahead of the frustrated Laurens Vanthoor. But Alpine, what a day for them. And that wasn't because anybody was excluded, that was because they drove a great race.
We've got massive dramas in LMGT3. What was 8 seconds is 5.1. Alessio Rivera from Charlie Eastwood with the car ahead with a 5-second penalty to come. There are yellow flags at turn 16 that have just been removed. What is the gap going to be? It's under 5 seconds. Could this be changed at the line? Looks to me like the 21 car is going to cross the line ahead, or is he?
This could be the second race in a row where an AF Corsa Ferrari wins, only to not win. Charlie Eastwood 3.6 seconds back.
I think he's out of fuel.
Alessio Rivera may be on fumes.
I think he's out of fuel. I
He
can
is
see the
coming.
Corvette.
Eastwood in the background. He might not even beat him to the checkered flag. He's trying to come out of the corner. The car is still going, but that's pedestrian pace. Charlie Eastwood in the Corvette might even take it at the line. But there is that 5-second penalty for the 21 car. They are first to the checkered flag. Eastwood 2 seconds behind in second place. I'm sure the team were on the radio. Eastwood was flashing the lights. There's the time penalty added. So it is victory for Corvette. Second place for the 21 car and third place for the 31 BMW. And Richie leads in 5th place. Well, there's the man who made, and if he can hold back the tears now, he's doing a much better job, I think, than most in the garage. What a magnificent race from Alpine, who came from sort of in the top 10-ish in free practice to claim victory in Japan. Well, for the second race in a row, an AF Corsa Ferrari first to the flag in LMGT3 does not get the win, but that man does. Charlie Eastwood in the 81 Corvette.
Well, great work from the team and from Charlie Eastwood getting the message, but whatever was happening with the 21 car, he still had to deliver on that last lap, and he did it in spades. That gap came down as they crossed the line to start the last lap, and both Darren Turner and I spotted the same thing at the same time as the gap came down towards and then below 5 seconds. Charles Milesi, a star is born.
Yep, he's in tears, and so are the rest of the team. Well, Philippe Signeau is doing well to keep it bottled up, his emotion. You can see in the TF Sport garage, Just saw Tom Van Rompuy and Tom Ferrier. Let's hear from the team.
Sorry guys. Didn't believe that we were working like this after we were picking the race. But yeah, anyways, great strategy, sorry. Bit emotional right now. But yeah, see you on the podium, guys.
With pleasure, mate. Was a bit emotional for us too, obviously. Thanks for your job.
Now, you might think that he was being a bit underplayed about that, but I think he was struggling to keep his emotions under control. And also, you could see he was in tears. He was wiping tears away on the beginning of the slowing down lap. So a remarkable performance from Alpine, from all three drivers in that car. And Charles Malaysia, on older tyres, pretty much than anybody in the field, just kept it going. And a big deal as well for Peugeot, their best ever race result, and they were in contention from start to finish, and both cars played a part in that performance. 94 finishing in 5th place, so 3rd and 4th last time out, 2nd and 5th this time. The Lion is starting to roar again, and here comes the victorious Alpine.
Well, there's a man with history, previously in charge of the Peugeot effort in a different era, now with Alpine, of course, Bruno Fehmarn. 3 new winners overall at the 100th race of the FI World Endurance Championship. That is a very nice headline to be able to write, and it's a very nice statement to be able to make.
Just point out that this is the only all-gold driver lineup in the field. Everybody else has got platinum drivers in their car. These guys are all golds. That means they're not world champions, they're not Formula One drivers. And for Paul-Luc Chatin, who's been working his way up the endurance racing field, he played every bit his part as the other drivers did as well, and saluted by everybody. I mean, everybody appreciates the history of a new manufacturer winning a race. This is huge.
It's a massive plus, by the way, as well, for the way in which Alpine have approached the task of going racing at World Championship level, and for that matter, the endurance racing ladder that's in place now. All 3 of these drivers have progressed through LMP2 to where they are now, and it shows what can be done. We've seen with other teams, with people who come through GT racing, Darren, that they can compete, and now here we've got 3 guys that in their more junior years came through LMP2. Great result, great headline. What a day.
Well, more investigations for the stewards, but we will leave that for a later time. Right now, it's not concerning Alpine, by the way. Alpine, Charles Malaysia, in all the emotion, has got to remember to undo everything. You can see the drinks tube still attached, the air cooling tube still attached, radio still attached. Can't just get out of these cars in a hurry, Darren. There's a lot of unplugging to do.
There's 3, isn't there? Radio, drink, air vent as well on the helmets. Modern helmets in a hypercar. And a great result for the Corvette boys here.
Yep.
Just stealing it in the last lap. I think they would have been on the radio to Charlie, like, do not back off. Last lap, but just keep it flat. Keep the pressure on.
And LMGT3, we had last 5-minute dramas in Texas as the weather changed and the slicks suddenly came in. We had last-minute dramas here as well for all sorts of different reasons. LMGT3, the poor relation of hypercar? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. This is every bit as much a knockdown, drag-out fight from start to finish as ever. And what we heard a lot from the hypercar teams as this season has progressed particularly is how much harder it is to make a difference, because everybody is so close to 100% of the operating potential of their cars, and that's now the case in season 2 of LMGT3 as well. These teams really know their car and they rarely make mistakes, and that makes the battle so much tougher.
Tom Van Rompuy, the very first of these 2 firm friends. Bit of a headline, by the way, here. I think that is our first African winner in a GT class in the FIA World Endurance Championship.
He's definitely our first Angolan winner. Oh, hang on a minute.
He has won in LMP2.
Yes.
But he's not won a GT car. Tom Van Rompuy, the very first pole sitter in LMGT3, and a first win in this class, certainly, and for Tom and for Charlie Eastwood, in the WEC in any class.
Yeah.
Oh, no, hang on a minute. No, Charlie did win, of course, in an Aston Martin, did he not?
Yes, in GTM.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's Tom.
And you just saw the shocker red hair of Charles Malaysia.
Well, what a sight.
What, lenticular stratus above Mount Fuji? You're absolutely right. Alpine, the winners. Peugeot in second. Porsche, what a resurgence for Porsche Penske Motorsport, third and fourth. They keep the championship very much alive. Peugeot in fifth, Aston Martin in sixth position. But a very tough week for the factory Ferrari team. They failed to score a single point.
Here we are, the winner lineup of this 6 hour of Fuji. Who took the decision of changing only 2 tires? The move that was key for that win.
Honestly, it came from the top management. They wanted to take the risk, and of course it was the right choice. Charles have done an amazing job managing the tire, the fuel energy, but still with an amazing pace. And I think, honestly, we have been 2 years together, and with some unlucky moments, but I think this one we deserve it today.
Yeah, you surely deserve it. Charles, the first win of the hypercar era for Alpine, how does that feel?
No words, to be honest. Still unbelievable in a way. It feels like a dream in a way, because after the first stints we were looking quite bad, nearly a lap down, and to have such a great comeback. I think the team did an amazing job. First, the car was good in race pace. Not a lot of degradation on our side, and yeah, the strategy with the focus hill, I think, made us gain a lot of positions. And yeah, I think the last stint was probably the longest of my life. For us too. Yeah, I thought they were going to come back as like a rocket, and yeah, I think we just managed to have a great race car and no degradation. So yeah, not a lot to say more.
Well, they didn't come back because you kept that 10-second lead and you did an amazing job. Ferdi, first win with Alpine as well. Alpine is a big family. Everybody's like cheering up. I understand the win, but it's a real joy for everybody, and you guys are so close together.
First of all, I have the coolest 2 teammates on the grid. Anybody in the world would be the luckiest guy in the world to be teammates with them, and I couldn't thank them more for everything they've done. I want to also shout out 2 friends of mine that came out from Europe to cheer me on, and it's thanks to them partially that we got to win. And about the most epic crew of dressed Smurfs standing over there. I don't speak any French, but I can say enough to say merci beaucoup to all of you bastards for putting everything together this weekend, and we deserve that, man. You guys deserve it.
We're going to call the Alpine crew the Smurfs now. Now, guys, it's time to go and celebrate with the champagne on the podium. Thank you so much again. Congratulations. Amazing victory for Alpine. Thank you, guys.
The Smurfs, les Schtroumpfs, as they are in France, claim victory in the hypercar class. So a fantastic result for them. And that decision, well, that comes from somewhere between Pierre Signot and their team management at the top of the pile. That was a great decision and carried through superbly. So a race that began under cloudy skies with Cadillac dominating qualifying, their third 1-2 front row lockout of the season. But Peugeot and Aston Martin showing speed early on. Alpine were in the middle of the grid. Seven to Edge with a little lock-up, almost losing 3 places in turn 1. In LMGT3, the McLaren of Darren Leung was first into turn 1, but only because he jumped the start. He'd serve a penalty for that later. In the midfield, there was contact, the 54 car getting shoved off. 3-time winners here, Thomas Floor and his teammates were not to be able to claim a 4th. Corvette versus Aston Martin early on as James Cottingham took the lead from his teammate, and then the 007 Aston turning around the 15 BMW and puncturing the 83 Porsche, and then the contact with the number 8 car of the 36 Alpine, which cost the number 8 car a puncture, a pit stop, and then a penalty. Safety car came out, and after the safety car resumed, it was clear that the Peugeots had plenty of pace. Loic Duval moving up into second place around Sebastian Bourdais as Peugeot challenged to lead the race. 3-minute penalty took the number 8 car completely out of the equation. They never regained that lost time. 99 Porsche led for a while, and then after a round of pit stops on cold tyres, the 15 BMW got caught out by the 99 car, hitting the barriers hard, the first safety car of the race. Round of pit stops, Cadillac starting to lose pace as they try to battle with Porsche and Peugeot taking up the running. At the front of the field in LMGT3, Mustang versus Porsche. And then a big move for the lead. Peugeot getting by the 99 Porsche to move in front midway through the race. 99 getting turned around by the 50 Ferrari. And then disaster, 007 tank slapping sideways into the 27 Aston Martin. 007 car out on the spot. And another full course yellow. Plenty of action between Peugeot and Alpine at the front of the hypercar field as they battled their way through traffic. And they were being chased at that stage by the Aston Martin, going strongly in the middle of the race. Aston's challenge would fade, leaving the French cars to try and fight off the resurgent Ferraris. Ferrari had good pace midway through the race. Operationally, they didn't make the best of their opportunities. Penske Porsche did, however, the number 6 car moving up into the top 3 at about the 4-hour mark. 81 Corvettes coming out on top at the end after a tough race with the 21 Ferrari and the 31 BMW. And in the hypercar class, it was Alpine who claimed victory. The first time the Alpine hypercar program taking a win. With the 93 Peugeot, the team's best result. Second place finish. And the number 6 Porsche, a two-handed effort from Kevin Escher and Lawrence Vanthoor, rounding out the podium in third spot. And for Philippe Signot there and the rest of the team, it's a massive, massive moment. They felt at some times, Graham, that they just couldn't get the car to work, and then sometimes they got so close and either fate or operational problems got in the way.
It's been a kind of pendulum performance, hasn't it, for them this season. We will make just a quick apologies for mild language you may have heard in that post-race interview. But about to go to the podium, most disappointed crew on the podium, without doubt, the number 6 Porsche crew. But boy, did they try hard and long to get by. Magnificent stuff from Peugeot. They look pretty shattered by it. I think they thought it was their day.
Nico Lapierre probably instrumental in that tyre choice decision as well. He runs the Cool Racing team
CLX
now,
yep.
in as was Cool Racing in ELMS,
yep.
And also is very much as part of the Brains Trust of running these cars.
There's a kind of look there from the 3 Peugeot guys towards the 3 Alpine guys that had the air of damn you.
Well, it was so close. Genuinely, it could have been them, it could have been the Alpine, it could have been the Porsche team, you know, but for a couple of operational errors, it could have been Aston Martin. They really had the pace. The 009 Aston Martin really had the pace here. And in traffic as well. And actually, that's really important.
The one team that looked as if they were never going to get there after about the second hour of this race was Ferrari.
Yeah.
Everybody else in that field at some point, maybe Toyota are right up there for one period of that race. BMW bobbled around there with the one remaining car they had, but pretty much everybody. That was, I have to tell you, it's 100 races now complete. That's right up there in the top 10.
Yeah, epic stuff. And if we missed your favourite car, you can probably understand why. there's an awful lot of cars did an awful lot of racing, and an awful lot of them did it under the radar because there's just too much going on. Just absolutely epic stuff. So breathless stuff, and it means that all of our championship titles go to Bahrain. And so the 8 hours of Bahrain will be the decider in LMGT3 for teams and drivers, and in hypercar for manufacturers and drivers.
Well, Sheikh Salman from Bahrain was here earlier, making it very clear you're all very welcome in the Kingdom of Bahrain in just a few weeks' time. Even you. Despite everything. But just a few weeks' time for what I think is going to be a magnificent finale for what's been a great season.
Well, everything we've seen in the last 2 years of this current era of hypercar and LMGT3 leads us to believe that it can't be a damp squib. It's just not going to happen.
If you want to make any assumptions about what might happen in Bahrain, did you see this coming? Did you see Buemi coming in Bahrain last year to clinch the Manufacturers' Championship? Bet you didn't. Who knows what can happen in the desert over 8 hours, not 6.
All of you BOP predictors, email now with your pre-race predictions of this podium. It's obvious that the BOP was going to fall this way. Yeah, let's hear it. Well, congratulations to the number 6 Porsche crew. And don't forget, Penske also finished in 4th place for the number 5 car. So the captain doesn't get the win yet. But in Bahrain, who knows? They might be in the hunt for the manufacturer's crown at the end of the race as well. A big cheers for Peugeot, huge cheers for the Alpine team. I think the Marseillaise is going to be very strongly sung here. Best ever result for Peugeot in WEC, and the best results for this new hypercar program and Alpine. Well, there you go, a French manufacturer, 1-2.
Well, not just quicker than everybody else on track, quicker than the band in singing it as well.
Well, smiles on the podium from Lawrence Bantor and Kevin Est. You know, that's motorsport, Darren Turner. You know you're not going to win them all, and that's why winning feels sweet.
Absolutely, but you can say the Porsche guys gave it absolutely everything they possibly could, especially in that last stint as well. But what a great race. That was fantastic racing. I've certainly enjoyed. Fuji 100, magical.
Just great stuff. Always love racing here, but that was one for the ages. That will be remembered, not just for the result, but the way that all panned out. Yes, we had accidents and incidents, but boy, oh boy, did we get some great racing.
And their special 100th race trophies. Each of our drivers. And it's really important as well, Darren, not just that you get into the lead and you somehow hang on. It's crossing that Rubicon. We're no longer people who think we've got a car that might win. We know that we've done it. We've stood up to that pressure. We've made the right choices. We've made the right calls under really extreme pressure to do something that we've not done before with this car and claim a win against the best endurance racing field that history has seen. So that's a really special moment for the team.
It just builds on the confidence, doesn't it, in the team? They're going to go away now, regroup after this weekend, head to Bahrain, just knowing that they've got a win under their belt. They've done everything right, and it's come their way in this race. But lots of things did sort of work out in their favour. That's how it always works. That's just a normal motor race. You get a bit lucky with the way that the safety car came out, etc., etc. But it's making the most of it when that opportunity comes along, and it's the same for every team and manufacturer.
And the same with the Peugeot crew. They certainly had their foot in the door, trying to take the win all the way through. They held on magnificently for second place. Third and fourth, last time out in Texas. Second place, the team's best result. They are tantalizingly close. If that car is as fleet of foot in a straight line in Bahrain, maybe it will be race 101 that goes the way of Peugeot.
Trophies galore and big smiles there. You're absolutely right, DT. Things came their way in the middle of this race, but that was a hell of a fight to win it.
So there you go, champagne for everybody, and Philippe Signot will be happy to be sticky and covered in winner's juice by the end of this one. Last champagne of the season, of course, because on the podium in Bahrain we'll have Rosewater. again, you can see the smiles from all the drivers on the podium. Yes, they didn't get second, but Porsche's third and fourth place finish is really, really important for the Penske team in terms of the Manufacturers' Championship.
Well, we're going to get to see the points shortly. Before that, it's going to be down into speak to the LMGT3 winners from TF Sports. What a win.
Charlie, did you know what was happening? Did somebody tell you on the radio?
I didn't have a clue, to be honest. It was one of those races. Half of us were on one strategy and another half, but they were on a fresher tire, so we didn't know the gaps, and they just kept saying, just keep pushing, and then, well, we boxed in fourth, and then I'm in second, and then halfway around the last lap, I got told that he had a 5-second penalty, and I was like, oh, we might actually win this, so I didn't have long to dwell on it, but what a performance by the whole team. Just a... yeah, great race from start to finish.
Fantastic win. So you only knew on the last lap. That's amazing. Rui, first win, amazing. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a surprise. I really lost my voice because in the end we didn't know if we were going to finish P4, P3. And then, yeah, it seemed like P2 was secured. At the very last minute, the other car got a penalty and we jumped to the lead. And yeah, just incredible race by the whole team. It was very tough there today. I mean, the car's scars speak for themselves, but very happy with the win.
You can be proud. Congratulations. Tom, we've been speaking a lot over the races. I think this is well deserved. You're putting such an effort every time.
Yeah, true. I think it's a real team effort today. We didn't saw it coming during the race, actually, but we kept on fighting. So I'm really happy with my first win in WEC. And congrats to the whole team, and thanks for all the effort. So,
congratulations to you, and time to celebrate. Thank you so much.
Craziness as ever from LMGT3, all decided in the final 5 minutes, exactly as it was for totally different reasons 3 weeks ago in Texas. And so this time it is the 81 Corvette that takes it. And as we say sayonara to Mount Fuji and the Fuji Speedway, we'll start to turn our attention towards the final round of the championship, the 8 Hours of Bahrain, and it is there that the championships will be decided. We'll take a look at the points as and when everything has been shuffled around after the race. And for the 21 crew there on the right-hand side, there'll be disappointment that they had that penalty in the final couple of minutes and lost the lead by just a couple, lost the race by just 3 seconds at the end of 6 hours. The 31 BMW crew, Yasser Shaheen in the centre there, Augusto Farfus and Timo Boguslavski, there in the centre, coming through to claim a podium in third place.
Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it, for the 21 team to lose it in that way. We can only presume it was a fuel issue at the very end of that race for the 21 crew, but they fought well. Alessio Rivera was as epic as he always is with Simon Mann and Francois Heriot.
And the critical thing is they scored points for second place, and the 33 Corvette only scored points for 8th place. So they're lucky that it was the 81 and not the 33 that was ahead of them. And for BMW, a little like Porsche Penske, one car on the podium, second car in 4th place. The 46 car was in 4th at the flag, ahead of the championship leading 92 car. So 92 finished in 5th. They will have eased away a little bit from the 33 crew, but these guys, the 21 crew, have closed the margin in the teams and drivers' championship title race.
From the number 81 TF Sport.
So they finished 3rd at Le Mans, they were 2nd in Sao Paulo, 13th last time out in Texas, these guys. They retired in the season opener in Qatar. Their other point score came from a 6th place finish in Imola. Now they have their first win of the season, the 2nd for Corvette, because the 33 car were the winners in the season opener in Qatar back in February. So congratulations to the crew of the TF Sport Corvette number 81. And it's not the US anthem for Corvette and General Motors, it is British anthem because it is a team that win it, TF Sport. They are British-based, Tom Ferrier's crew.
Yeah, this TF Sport team just keep writing headlines, don't they? Winning pretty much whichever class they care to actually contest. LMGT3 just the latest. Sits ahead for them in the coming years.
They've already run cars successfully in LMP2 as well, the European Le Mans Series, so they've got the prototype arm and the GT arm nicely working together. Who knows, maybe one day they'll end up being somebody's supplier of choice in hypercar. It would be well deserved if it was. So Rui Andrade from Angola, from Ireland, Charlie Eastwood, and from Belgium, Tom van Rompuy. Very multinational crew in that 81 car, as the 33 team are indeed. They claim victory here in the 100th race of the World Endurance Championship. So when we knew that LMGT3 was coming, Graham, it was a mouth-watering prospect, more manufacturers, more brands coming in, and it has not let us down, has it?
It hasn't. It's still developing. The teams are still getting better at unpicking the Rubicon of, what is a very different way of going GT racing than we've been used to in the GTE era. But what we're certainly seeing is new names, both in the teams and the manufacturers and amongst the drivers, coming to the fore, and a whole different generation of talent.
So let's take a look at our results, and hopefully we'll get a look at the points as well under a half moon here in Fuji. So in the Drivers' Championship, the 51 Ferrari team continued to lead. Their margin is now down to 14 points from 19 over the 83 crew, the yellow Ferrari. Car number 6 moving up into 3rd place and easing away from the 12 crew in the Cadillac host. And they are in 4th ahead of the 50 Ferrari crew. It does look like it is going to be likely a 3-car race to the finish. And Ferrari with the manufacturer's lead from Porsche and Cadillac, and Alpine and Peugeot racing up the order away from BMW to try and close down the margin over last year's champions Toyota.
Just mathematically, the 12 Caddy can still do it, but there we are with the overall result in LMGT3. TF Sport take it. On adjustment post-race from 3 seconds from up by the 21 Ferrari, Vistray, of course, that crossed the line ahead, the 31 BMW 3rd, and all sorts of storylines behind, including from a number of championship contenders.
36 cars started, 2 hypercars, the 007 Aston and the 15 BMW didn't make it to the flag, and the 88 Proton competition Mustang didn't either. Manthey first form lead, and it is a 11-point advantage over the 21 crew, and the 81 car still in contention.
As is the 33.
As is the 33, but it is the 81 car now that has moved up to 3rd place in the drivers' standings and the team's competition. So 1 Porsche crew, 1 Ferrari crew, and the 2 Corvette crews are still in it, and with 38 points on offer mathematically, so too is the 27 Aston Martin crew, but the rest of them will be battling for position a little lower down at the point standings. In the World Cup, it is the 83 Ferrari team that claim victory here again. They took the overall title at the end of last season, and Pierre Alves of Michelin presenting the trophies to them. And they finished in the points, so just a single point coming here for the AF Corsa team. That is the only point Ferrari has scored here in Fuji, because the factory cars finished outside of the... Oh no, the 50 car scored a point as well, didn't they?
It did, with the 83 being invisible for manufacturers' points, but pretty much a disaster for the Ferrari factory crew. Didn't look like that during the week, did it? But were unable to deliver today. Pierre Alves from Michelin.
Yeah, too many mistakes for the 50 and the 51 Ferrari crew. Penalties that they did not need to attract. Michelin Sports Car Operations Manager.
Yeah, big parts of their efforts here in the paddock. very much appreciated from Pierre and his team. Beautiful trophies for this 100th race.
They really are, aren't they?
They'll be ones to treasure.
Any race win is a good race win, but a centenary race, or a 100th race, is a big milestone. And so we move on to race 101, the 8th and final race of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. And that will be in the Kingdom of Bahrain in early November. Until then, from everybody here in Fuji, from the whole WCTV crew, from our pit reporters, Shay Adam and Bruce Ioane, from the guys in the booth, Graham Goodwin and Darren Turner, my job for now is to say thank you for joining us here in Fuji, and join us again as we get to Bahrain to sort out the championship titles in November. 8 hours of frenetic action. Who's going to come out on top? There's only one way to find out. Join us then. Until then, from Fuji, sayonara.